Are mics live yet? You go ahead. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne. Today we are playing Modern. I'm Kira Turetsky, and I am joined by my esteemed colleague, Tom Anderson.
Yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here for Modern. We've seen a lot of other constructed formats played in RCs before this, and now with this room full of explosive combo decks, powerful Magic to be played, a lot of very powerful Magic players in the room. It's just such an exciting start to the weekend, Kira.
Well, and look, speaking of combo, we have got a fantastic round one matchup like locked up and ready to go.
Yeah,
so let's head on down and get straight into it. That's so good.
All right, so here we are now down at the table, as you said, jumping straight into round one. If you're just joining us, don't worry. We'll do some more laying of the groundwork, breaking down the metagame, all the rest of it for you. But hey, we've got a long, long weekend of Magic ahead of us, which is, again,
yes,
so
indeed.
thrilling to be
And we're
here.
starting off strong. We've got Brennan Crawford on Amulet Titan against Isaac Lee on Brood Scale. We've got pre-game action of Devourer of Destiny from Isaac, and of course Brennan onto the very classic Titan start of Urza's Saga into Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, it is a classic start, and that does make this a really great round one. Not only are we seeing the kind of combo deck power and sort of explosiveness that I would say defines Modern against other constructed formats, Kira, but we are seeing kind of a new versus old. Amulet Titan to me is like the pillar of Modern at this point. It is the deck that has kind of stuck around the longest, broadly playing the same cards, broadly doing the similar things, although always adapting and integrating new cards, as I'm sure we'll see in this matchup. Whereas Isaac, I mean, we've seen decks that play Eldrazi and colorless cards before, but this Brood Scale combo, relatively new to the format, I'd say.
I love Brood Scale combo. I am a huge fan. It's the Blade of the Blood Chief, Brood Scale. I'm going to just keep putting counters on thing, and I will make a countably infinitely big Brood Scale, as we've learned in previous ones. And here we go. We've got a really classic Spelunking. This deck follows in very, very identifiable footsteps, and it's tried and true at this point.
Yes, so if you haven't, for whatever reason, seen Amulet Titan before, perhaps you're just tuning in for Modern now, not because you're a Modern player, but because you love Magic. Amulet Titan revolves around Primeval Titan, and that card there in play, Amulet of Vigor, which we'll show you in a minute. A lot of people know Amulet of Vigor. Essentially, it says that if your cards, especially your lands, for instance, enter tapped, as a lot of lands do, Amulet of Vigor has a trigger that untaps them. Spelunking, a more recent addition to the deck, not a trigger, but it's sort of a nice backup piece if you don't have an Amulet. Instead of your lands being outright terrible, coming into play tapped and not being usable, Spelunking fixes that up for you. And it also, of course, ramps you when it enters the battlefield, which is what you're trying to do in this deck. Put a lot of lands into play, and at some point, not only can you summon Primeval Titan, which is a massive threat, but you can also do an infinite of your own, which Brennan might demonstrate for us.
This is a really impressive turn 2 from Titan as well. We've had, what, 3 spells cast on turn 2. That was a Spelunking, an Explore, and our second Amulet of Vigor. And that's really important. Titan wants 2 amulets in play at all times so it can do that insane mana generation.
Yeah, you might ask, well, why do you need multiples of this sort of effect? Because usually you say, okay, my land was going to enter tapped, now it enters untapped. What, it can enter more untapped? And sort of, yeah.
It does kind of enter more to untapped than ever. We've got a Malevolent Rumble from Isaac, and we see that like important Blade of the Blood Chief, but that's gonna go into the graveyard. And that tells me something, like Isaac's probably already got one in hand.
Yeah, Blade of the Blood Chief, of course, one of the combo pieces for Isaac Lee. Isaac Lee's combo is a lot more front and center in the deck. I'd say it's a very classic like A plus B combo. If you have Blade of the Blood Chief and a Brood Scale in play, Basking Brood Scale, you are this close to winning the game, right?
It's very face up, right?
Exactly, yes. Your opponent knows what your cards are that you're going to combo with. You know what the cards are. You cast them both normally. They're going to play. It's actually almost a fair deck by Modern standards. Whereas Amulet Titan, as I said, it's sort of a combination, pressure plan with a huge Titan itself, but also a weird graveyard recursion combo and an explosive mana generation combo. As we're saying, the third Amulet now, Kira.
Amulet.
I'm sure we're about to say it. Do you want to explain ahead of time what's about to happen? Because I'm not sure Brennan's going to go through every single step. These are 2 very experienced Modern players who understand how it works.
Yeah, so Brennan's been on Titan pretty much the entire time the deck has been around. He understands this deck front to back. So we got that Amulet off of the floating mana from the Urza Saga on that last trigger. We fetched up the third Amulet. So what's going to happen here? I can't, okay. Nope, retiring. That's our that's the fourth. That is the play set. That is the fourth Amulet of Vigor. this is going to mean, okay, so here's a great example. We've got, I believe this is
Gruul Turf,
Gruul Turf. So we are going to tap and it's going to enter tapped, but Amulet of Vigor is going to untap it. We are going to float the mana. We are going to do this 3 additional times.
Yes.
And so we're going to float, I believe it's it's going to be 3 green, 3 red, as you can see on the trackers here. So we've got 6 mana floating, plus the blue from the Otawara, which because of the Gruul Turf is going to be bounced back to hand.
Yeah.
We're going to spend a green and a red, and we're going to play a Malevolent Rumble.
So now we're digging for more pieces. And as we mentioned, this is a graveyard combo deck, right? So it's not just about what this puts in a hand. It's about what this, rumbles away to set up for later.
Really interesting main deck Vexing Bauble from Brennan here as well. And I am so up on Vexing Bauble in Modern right now. It's so important against your free spells, against your evoke elementals. It's an everything kind of card.
If people don't believe you, you were telling me before today's play started, it's one of the cards you're most excited for in the format. So that is not just hype. Is there anything in Isaac's deck specifically that the Bauble is great against?
It's because Isaac is, essentially playing a very fair deck against Brennan. I'm going to say no.
Fair enough.
There's nothing really that Bauble hits here, but I did see a Thought Knot Seer in Isaac's hand, and again, Isaac's playing fair Magic. He's not yet at casting the Thought Knot Seer. Yeah,
it's so interesting to see someone who has like a very powerful 2-card infinite, but they're the person who's sitting on the side of the table just watching another player go off, and that's a lot of Modern, right? It's like, if you don't have specific tech cards like Vexing Bauble, a lot of the time, if your opponent starts taking a turn like this, all you can do is really hold onto your hat and hope that at some point they pass back to you. But Brennan still has a lot of gas in the tank, as you mentioned. With those amulets in play, any chance to get an additional land drop can generate upwards of 8 mana.
Exactly, and I think we see Brennan kind of exploiting that. He took the Vexing Bauble not to prevent either of them from casting, spells for free, but to sacrifice it and draw a card. So he's still digging. Could still be digging for Titan. I would have expected at that point to have seen the Titan come down.
It looks like pass back, so I suppose, Brennan in this case, I guess it's something you don't always have the card in hand, just did not have the Titan in case. If you have Primeval Titan, I mean, Primetime, one of the premier cards of Modern, crazy card, always kind of hovering around the bannable level of power, never quite reaching it. And once you get that into play, it used to just be, I'll do some sort of setup and attack with the Titan for a lot of damage. Now the Titan just kind of is the tutor that powers you into the rest of your stuff.
Exactly. Again, this is, Primeval Titan, also something that I've always said, if you're a Commander player and you really wish that you could play Primeval Titan, just come join us over here and come play Modern.
It's true. You can do some stuff here that's crazier, even than what, the high bar set in Commander and other Eternal formats. Modern has continued to get more and more powerful over the last couple of years with cards being reprinted into it or the addition of Modern Horizon sets. And Isaac might show us some of those Modern Horizon cards in a second now as he gets his chance to fire back. Has to really put the foot on the gas pedal now, you'd think, Kira, right? There can't be too many more turns where you can expect Brennan to brick like that.
Yeah. Oh, and here's a great... So Brennan, I believe... Oh, no. So not adding colored mana from the Grove of the Burn Willows. You will not be gaining life. Not on my watch. And we have a Glaring Flesh Raker into a Basking Broodskell.
Okay,
this is a really intimidating setup as well, because this is, this is one half. We've already got the Eldrazi, the spawn. This is, Isaac is really threatening a Blade of the Bloodchief next turn.
So do you want to, before we see it, because we may not again see the actual combo, if Isaac has the cards on the table, I'm sure Brennan knows enough to know when he's dead. So how does this actually win a game of Magic?
Yeah, so what's really interesting, the interaction here between Basking Broodskale and Blade of the Bloodchief, they have, very complementary effects. Basking Broodskale, whenever one or more counters are put on Basking Broodskale, ooh, I'm getting nervous as I'm seeing Brennan moving a lot of pieces around. That's echoing deeps as well.
Yeah, so both players have now basically set up their combos and are very close, you would think, to going off. This is the kind of, game of brinksmanship. It's almost like a duel at high noon, two gunslingers. Who will draw first? Who will have the slightly faster combo out here in game one?
Scape Shift. That's going to be the play
that's
from
massive.
Brennan. That's huge. Scape Shift going to sacrifice both lands. We've floated the mana necessary. This is going to be, bounce land, make as much mana. I'm expecting to see Primeval Titan. Oh, and here's what we're grabbing. We're grabbing Teleria West, and the reason we're going to grab Teleria West, once we resolve all of the Amulet of Vigor, tap untap, floating a ton of mana. We're going to transmute the Teleria West. We're going to go get Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, it seems to be, it's a growing theme in Modern. It used to be kind of exclusively the purview of Amulet Titan, but now with Tameshi Belcher, we're seeing multiple decks that are playing lands that have these utility effects in hand, and the idea that you use a land for mana, then return it to hand, then use it for its utility effect to keep going. It means that so many more of your draws in your deck are live. Isaac is going to scoop it up.
What Brendan has done there, he had 13 mana floating for the record. Brendan was exactly explaining what was going to happen. And the pattern that was going to happen is I am going to Summoner's Pact, get a Primeval Titan. I am going to infinitely keep doing this.
Yeah, so you can get all the Primeval Titans out of your deck and onto the battlefield at once. And then what happens then? Do they get haste and attack? Do they tutor out more lands? We're going to see that in a future round. There is an infinite graveyard loop with this deck with Aftermath Analyst and the card, I believe it's Shifting Woodlands, that has Delirium ability to copy a permanent card in your graveyard. So if nothing, this is not the only way the deck can win the game, but essentially, once you get to that point where just you've scape-shifted and tightened and you have enough total lands in play and enough cards in your graveyard, you can make the Woodlands a copy of the Analyst, use the Analyst's ability to return all the lands from your graveyard to the battlefield, and kind of just keep doing this indefinitely. Until you have enough land triggers to do whatever you want. You have infinite mana, you can bounce on their permanents, the world is your oyster at that point. So that's why Isaac recognized that as close as he was to assembling his own Brood Scale combo, he realized that Brennan got there first. So now we're going to look at sideboards and see what tech might be available for Isaac to disrupt that brutal Titan game plan in Game 2.
Fantastic. If I'm Isaac, I'm feeling a little bit nervous going into this next game, because this is really deciding. Titan did what Titan does.
Yes.
And let's see if we can pull up our sideboards here. The text on screen is very tiny for us.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty close in Game 1 to seeing Isaac pop off as well, right? It was sort of an equipped Blade of the Bloodchief away from Isaac's Infinite working. So Isaac knows that he's not too far off in terms of pace and will be on the play, one assumes, for Game 2 as these players talk it out.
Well, look, and you can see them smiling, you can see them chatting. These are two players that know each other very well.
Yes.
Both of them are, frequenters of plenty of games. They see each other a lot at local events. They see each other at, they both play Highlander as well. So they're very familiar with each other, and they're very familiar with, each other's game plan and how they execute.
And not to mention, this is also like neither of their first big event, right? As both of them have significant top-level experience, especially Brennan, having shown up at a lot of major events over the past couple of years. So there's probably as little stress for these two as there's for anyone in the room right now. They're just having a chill game of Magic with friends in round 1, and there happens to be a little bit more riding on it than the average kitchen table game.
Important as well to notice, no one lost life that game.
No one had the chance to lose life.
There was no attacking. There was no blocking.
Isaac almost triggered the Flesh Terror, or the Flesh Raker.
Almost triggered the Glaring Flesh Raker. It's true, but not quite.
I think I saw a Spider Punk on Isaac's side of the table there. I believe that's a sideboard card that we can see there as we wait for more details. I don't know if that's actually relevant in this particular matchup. Might have just been showing off the cool Universes Beyond showcase card.
It's very likely that Brennan read Isaac's deck list, went, can I look at this card really quickly?
What is Spider Punk? Well, there you see on the screen, Spider Human Hero.
What does it do?
Exactly. I mean, it's surely there for spells and abilities can't be countered, damage can't be prevented, right? We've got a lot of control decks in the room, or just combo decks that run disruption because they happen to be in blue. And Isaac being a straight-up combo deck, as you said, everyone knows what Isaac's trying to do. So it's very important that no one can say consign to memory your equip activation of your Blade of the Bloodchief.
Oh goodness, what a blowout that would be.
Hard counter spell one of your combo pieces. That said, Brennan not likely to be doing that in Amulet Titan, so hopefully Isaac has something else around that can maybe lock out the graveyard to turn off some of the combo element of the deck, or I don't know, even some sort of removal that exiles to deal with the creatures.
Ooh. Titan, Titan is the second most represented deck at today's regional championship event.
Yeah, why don't you go through a little bit of the meta while we do wait for our players to sideboard?
Absolutely. Look, we've got the classic, we've got Esper Goryos hanging out at the top. That is going to be 12% of our metagame here at Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne. Titan sitting pretty at number 2. We've got Is It Prowess at 9%. Jeskai Blink also hanging out at 9%. Domain Zoo, Belcher, Affinity, Energy, and Esper Blink. Tron at the very, very bottom. And we've got a healthy 27% of the metagame here is other decks.
Yeah, that's a key thing. If you are watching, I think you mentioned it to me beforehand, Melburnians and Australians just seem to have a thing for playing off-meta decks, or perhaps they wouldn't describe it as that. Perhaps they're just saying, well, I'm just playing the same deck I've been playing for the last 10 years. It's such a cool feature of Modern as a format that because it doesn't rotate, you can, depending on the archetype you chose, just kind of stick with the deck and completely master its interactions. And a huge portion of the room, even with how high stakes this event is and the prizes on the line, have chosen to, dance with the one that brought them here.
And it is important to note, we are playing today. There's a Worlds invite on the line. There are 10 PT Lorwyn Eclipsed invites and $15,000 US on the line.
Any part of that alone, I think, would be enough to motivate this room full of players to show up. I mean, half of them would be here just to see each other and just to play some great Magic. But when you have all of those combined, I mean, it's such a rich prize pool. As you said, 10 Pro Tour invites. That's crazy. So many people's Magic dreams are going to be kind of made over this weekend. They're only, in the sort of broad scheme of things, a few wins away.
Really interesting. Titan has been climbing through the ranks at various high-level events. Even just 4 weeks ago at Pro Tour EOE, Titan was at a 5% meta share at that event, and it climbed all the way to 11% and was the second most played deck at SCGCon Houston just last weekend.
Which is interesting because if I recall correctly, there was only one copy of Titan in the top 8 of that Pro Tours.
There was.
It wasn't necessarily the most successful deck or the deck that people came away from that weekend thinking this deck has absolutely got the run of the metagame. But what Titan is stable. If you learn to play it, it's been good for so long.
When and Brennan is a great example, when you know the deck front to back, it is a lethal deck.
Yeah, it's so interesting when you think of Magic players, how often does a Magic player sort of admit that something is sort of maybe too hard for them or very advanced, right? A lot of players are very, very keen on their own skills, especially at this level, rightfully so. And yet, Titan is a deck you hear people say, well, I think that might be the best deck, and I would be on it in a perfect world, but I don't trust myself to get in the reps. I don't know if I can master the intricacies of this deck, and that, I think, tells you how deep the Titan rabbit hole can go.
Titan is very high skill floor with a high skill ceiling. It is a top tier deck, and when you know the deck and you play it well, it is smooth.
Yeah.
But knowing those lines and understanding the sequencing, understanding the multiple Amulet of Vigor interactions, understanding being able to replace the effect on spelunking, all of that is so key to playing the deck incredibly well, and it's very easy to mess up. I'm not ashamed to say I could not play this deck.
Oh, absolutely not. It's just a combination of having so much choice because there are so many tutors. There's so many constantly, which land do I return to hand? Which land do I play out now? I might get more. There's this unknown factor of how many more land drops might I get this turn. And there's just so many interactions that you don't see in any other deck. Like this plays a ton of unique cards. Cards like Amulet of Vigor where they're completely unique. No other card works like that. But you don't need to keep speculating about it. We're finally ready here for Game 2. They took their time sideboarding, as important as that is. Isaac going to be on the play, also important here to try and even this series up at 1-1.
Karplu's and Forest go. Fair Magic.
This is a scrupulously fair deck the more I think about it. Really we should not be down on the Bruce Cup. Fair deck players of the world unite behind the Broodscale Blood Chief combo deck.
Well, again, usually the old adage is mountains enter tapped, but now Otawara enters tapped to play an Amulet of Vigor.
Yes, exactly. I mean, as you said, it's just more that Brennan knows exactly what he's doing on any turn of the game, probably well in advance. And so there's no reason to play the Otawara, wait, tank on it. We took our time sideboarding. That was worth thinking about. First couple of turns of this game are going to be fairly rote, and then we'll start to see, when we get to that crucial turn or two where they can combo, who comes out on top.
Yeah. Malevolent Rumble for Isaac, turning over a Stomping Ground, another Malevolent Rumble, and a Vexing Bauble.
So there's your card that you're excited about again. A great card in this matchup as well.
Great utility. Vexing Bauble. Brennan's not throwing around a ton of free spells.
Is it the kind of card where you mostly leave in because it is an Urza Saga target and it can recycle itself?
Look, and both of these players playing Vexing Bauble main deck, speaks to the metagame.
Yeah, it's a sort of a low opportunity one-of that you can include, and against certain decks it's back-breaking, and at its floor it is sort of, you cycle it, it costs you a little bit of mana. Neither of these decks necessarily hurting for colorless mana generation, depending on the game state. But okay, Isaac Lee showing us more of the deck here. We haven't seen this card in Game 1. In fact, it looks like Brendan hasn't really seen much of this card either, has to pick it up. Look at the Eldrazi.
I'm pretty sure this is a... Oh my gosh, I recognize the art and I wish the camera was a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's We're digging it up. We're all having a look here. One of the kicker Eldrazi.
Well, look, I could tell you, it's from Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah, I can tell you everything about the card but its name, right?
It has a green kicker, which I believe was paid because we do see.
Yes.
I'm going to say it has an exile target enchantment, an opponent controls.
Which is relevant in this matchup, right? You know, spelunking. There are cards to hit.
There are a lot of good cards to hit. Eldrazi Temple for Isaac. Noticeably as well, the Ugin's Labyrinth, no imprint target, and a glaring Fleshraker coming down for Isaac now.
Okay, so the Glaring Fleshraker, that is a key card in the deck. This is one of the important ones to actually know.
And a Basking Brood-Scale. Yet again, the combo is face up.
Okay, so...
Wayscape Battle Mage.
Yes, I'm searching searching Skyfall Scape type Eldrazi really fast. Like,
Yep, so if it was kicked with its green kicker cost, exile target artifact or enchantment and opponent controls, this is going to be very key against Brennan.
So not just enchantment, but artifact. So it can take out the Amulet, which is huge. As we saw last game, Brennan was scape shifting with just 2 lands in play. It is such a massive kick up in the efficiency and explosiveness of the deck, you know, and the more amulets you have, the more explosive you are. So taking out any copies of those is good, but it is still kind of more a utility piece. It's more there because it is a colorless spell, and that is the kind of axis that Glaring Fleshraker is built around.
Yeah. Wondering as well if our life totals are correct on the screen here.
Yeah.
I believe that the Battle Mage got in for 2. But we'll confirm.
Also, it seems like we have had colorless creatures or devoid creatures, because those also count, enter the battlefield since the Fleshraker was played.
Yeah. So we'll need to make sure we're correct on life totals. There we go.
Yeah, but as you said, most of the time, I mean, both these decks can win through sort of relatively fair combat damage and adding up counting to 20, but a lot of the time they're going to kind of skip to a billion, a trillion, 10 trillion, countably infinite.
Well, remember, countably infinite is very, very important.
I mean, most Magic players are in on the joke at this point, but obviously you can't say infinity damage technically, especially at a professional rules level enforcement event. You have to say a really high number, which sometimes matters because if your opponent can then say, oh, well, I'll gain N+1 life somehow, then they can be okay about it. But most of the time, we're just going to see Isaac point to a couple of cards and go, I'll demonstrate a loop. This does you 10 trillion damage.
Yeah. Look, and the Vexing Bauble is important for that Summoner's Pact.
That is true. Unfortunately, didn't have the Bauble in play yet, so the Pact is going to resolve, it looks like.
Quite. I think we've just gotten the Pact into hand with the Teleria West. I think it's back to Isaac's turn.
So not casting the Pact yet. Maybe just wanting to... Is there any chance in Isaac's deck? Obviously, there's all sorts of funny scenarios that can happen, right? Pact, technically a card that can lose you the game. Most of the time, it just doesn't happen because if you put it in your deck, you are very prepared to either pay for that trigger or counter the trigger with a consigned to memory or just win before the trigger goes on the stack. Isaac, you know, sometimes though you see some funny plays happen. Summoner's Pact, very important to, you know, Brennan's combo. Absolutely. A 0 mana tutor spell, pretty powerful if it can get your combo pieces for any combo deck. And generally as well, we're not too worried about paying 4 when, you know, we remember we had Brennan with 13 floating mana last game. Crucially here, speaking of combos, Isaac is going to do the last chapter ability of Urza's Saga, which can search for a 1-cost artifact, and I believe the piece of the combo that Isaac is currently missing qualifies for that tutor. Yes, so we are going to go tutor out the Blade of the Blood Chief, and we have that one, Brennan doing a friendly reminder of, don't worry, you have 1 colorless floating mana from your Urza Saga. Yeah, tap it and then let it resolve and go away to the Saga ability. But interestingly, Isaac could go grab a Vexing Bauble here. Yeah, there is a choice. Like, Isaac didn't just go straight to Blade, and he would think it through anyway, but it's like, do you... Because you have the mana right, theoretically the combo just wins here. You have spawns in play to start the loop because you need something to die. You have the Blood Chief to put the counters on the Brood Scale. The Brood Scale gets the counters, it makes a spawn. This happens forever, and the Fleshraker makes it lethal immediately with no further worry. So what are you concerned about that makes you maybe think you want to go for the Bauble instead of that? If you've got a face-up Summoner's Pact, and Brennan is doing that with just these 2 lands in play, that is kind of an indication that he's ready to start comboing. Springleaf Drum is the get. Wow, okay. I saw that come to the top, and I was very interested. Thing. Yeah. It was, in fact, a secret third thing.
And here is the reason why. It is because we are hard casting Emrakul, the promised end. And that Springleaf Drum, importantly, tapping, we're going to be able to tap our creatures and add mana. Importantly as well, we've got a couple different types in the graveyard to make that Emrakul, the promised end,
this is
less.
There are a couple of Emrakuls, but this is the one that you'll see out of this deck. It's not the biggest one, but it's big enough to end the game here, especially that take control of target player's next turn. That's a crippling trigger.
That is, that ability alone, enough to close out the game. Isaac feeling pretty comfortable here. It's not a, it's not a clean 2-0 Titan sweep. We're going to game 3.
So I think we see a couple of things already here in round 1. We see how important being on the play is when both players are very capable of ending the game as early as turn 4 or 5. We see the multi-dimensionality of modern decks, right? These cards, the card pool is so deep, and these decks have been worked on, even the newer ones like Brewscale, enough that you always have different lines, different angles to victory. I did not anticipate that was how that game was going to end, but...
You could not... let me tell you, you could not have convinced me for 5 minutes, and we've been having a few technical problems. We couldn't see the sideboards ourselves. You could not have convinced me Springleaf Drum Tutor Emrakul, the promised end.
But it was undoubtedly the correct line there, right? Is that Emrakul cast trigger just gives Brennan because the Titan deck, it can interact with permanents on the battlefield. Otawara is a key piece, but there's nothing to do once that Emrakul cast trigger hits the stack. You're not counterspelling that trigger, so... Look,
and the most important thing that Isaac is going to do during Brennan's turn is he is going to ruin Brennan's next turn. We're going to cast that Summoner's Pact. We're going to,
You can just not pay for the pact, right?
Yes, exactly. we're going to turtle some lands. We're going to make sure that we cannot pay for a pact trigger. We are going to make sure Brennan loses the game.
Yeah, cast Summoner's Pact, bounce all my own lands somehow, tap all my own creatures, or attack into lethal blocks. You can do a lot to mess up someone's turn when you are playing as them. That kind of mind control effect. It's good that the spirit of Mind Slaver is not truly dead in the format.
Very, very good. And it looks like here we are not doing too much sideboarding going into game 3 here. How are you feeling if you're Isaac and you're knowing that you're going to be on the draw this turn?
I mean, if I was Isaac, I'd be happy, first of all, that I got that game 2 win, right?
Yes.
Like, sure, being on the draw for game 3, when you lose game 1 in this sort of matchup, it's always like a bit of a blow because you have to think, well, even if I climb the hill in game 2, game 3 is going to be harder, but you have to do it one game at a time, so you've locked that up, and you've shown Brennan something else to think about. Besides just your combo, you have to worry about that Emrakul. As you say, sometimes there is a little bit of additional sideboarding where you sort of think, well, this card's too slow on the draw, or I need more removal, I need more interaction if I'm not going to be the first person to combo off. I don't know if that's the case for these two players, but Isaac now just probably has to think, I need a really good 7, or if I don't have a really good 7, it might be worth mulliganing down to 6 or even 5 to find fast combo pieces. Maybe you hope that Brennan stumbles a little and you can kind of get under the Titan deck.
Ooh, I'm excited because, both of these decks, they got to do their thing. Titan did Titan things, Brewscale did Emrakul things.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen the namesake cards go off yet, but you saw them all on the table. We've explained the combo. It's not that tricky.
We know they're there. We've seen them. And again, I've said this to death. It's a very face-up combo. Yeah. You know exactly when it's coming. You know what it looks like. Titan kind of just appears out of the deck and beats down.
Do you know in the Brewscale deck if there's sort of a backup plan? I know that sometimes this deck has kind of overlapped with the Yawgmoth. I know that there's sometimes ways that you can, if not go infinite, do a shocking amount of damage very fast with the Fleshraker without needing the combo.
I think the backup plan is what we just saw. The backup is Emrakul.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And look, as well, because it's, the mana generation, seeing that Springleaf Drum and understanding that Isaac has the ability to get to 13 without an issue, that is suddenly a very, daunting prospect. Understanding that it's, sure, I have my Brewscale. I'm going to give my Brewscale a knife, and I am going to,
It's a lizard with a knife.
It's a lizard with a knife. I'm going to make an infinitely large, accountably infinitely large Brewscale lizard. But with the Emrakul and understanding that that is another piece that Brennan now has to worry about, understanding it's open deck list. You would have seen that in the list. I'm not sure if Brennan would have expected that to come in post-board.
Yeah, it is really interesting, and it just goes to show the value of even in an open decklist event, there are mind games that you can play. Because, again, the Emrakul attacks on such a different axis, and compared to the rest of the deck, it does not show itself in that same way. You can see the pieces of the Fleshraker, Brewscale, Bloodchief combo coming together. Other than counting how much Delirium your opponent has, there's really no way to know whether or not they have the Emrakul and how ready they are for it. So that is, unless I suppose you flip it over to the Rumble. But Isaac... I don't know if he's kept or not yet, but it seems to have an okay hand.
And we have a Devourer of Destiny.
Pre-game action.
I love a good pre-game action.
Me too, me too. This one's a really interesting one, right? Because it doesn't define the deck, but it's definitely valuable.
And classic, Brendan has turn 1 all 3 games.
I was about to say, maybe may as well be a pre-game action at this point. Just put an Amulet on the table and play a tapped land.
New pre-game action for Titan players.
Leyline of Amulet, oh god.
I would like to put an Amulet of Vigor into play on turn 1, and that is indeed an Urza's Cave. Urza's Cave, really good piece of tech here as well that allows you to fetch up any land tapped.
It's just part of this slow accumulation of tech over time for the Titan deck, which is it hasn't replaced the previous plan of threatening you with a Titan, but it just means that as soon as you get the Titan, more than ever, you can kind of, Titan tutors for Cave or Cave tutors for something. You can kind of just, from almost any starting point, find your way through the sequence of tutor effects into the cards you need to take over the game.
Isaac with some tough decisions here on what to exile, what to keep. See, we're tossing up. I see a Glaring Fleshraker, Urza's Saga, and a Malevolent Rumble.
So those go to exile, right. And now Isaac will take
Grove of the Burn Willows and Nature's Claim. We are going to destroy that Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, it's one of those things where with certain fast combo decks, you're never sure whether the cards you've sideboarded in are actually going to make an impact just because you may not have them ready and drawn in time. But Isaac, luck favors him a little bit here, has that in the opener and is able to shut down the Amulet before it can really begin. But oh my god, Brennan.
But don't worry, where there's one Amulet, there's a second Amulet.
Okay, I'm believing you now when you say Brennan has been playing Titan for many years. This is why people say the deck is so hard to master. I don't know if I would have the nous to draw multiple copies of Amulet every game in my opening hand, but Brennan just has the skills.
Look, top decking is a skill. All I need to do is put, and as we saw in game 1, just put all 4 Amulet of Vigors to the top and we'll be sweet.
So, I mean, if you can do that every round, I'd favor you to win the tournament. But Isaac gets to cast spells as well. Going to cast a Basking Brood-Scale this time. It also has an Urza's Saga in play, both of these decks really making great use of that absolute powerhouse land.
Little did you know that Brendan was playing a life gain deck this turn as well, because that was 4 life off of the Nature's Claim, and now we've had 2 Grove of the Burn Willows activations to add green. So Brendan at a comfortable 26.
Yeah, is Brendan playing life gain, or is Isaac playing reverse burn?
Reverse burn, I'd like to grant you more life.
Look, I suppose when you're dealing usually accountably infinite amount of damage or attacking with a 1,000 brood scale, you can shout your opponent. You can be generous with a few life from Grove of the Burn Willows, and hey, it's an untapped dual land.
I'm going to put a little bit of extra life in your hand because I think you need it.
Okay, so here is another real... We talked about Titan having so many interactions and cards that are completely unique to this deck, and this is one of them for sure. Check your draft chaff drawers for a Crumbling Vestige. You may have a modern staple without knowing it.
Crumbling Vestige also, and it's so great with Brennan's decks, they're all in Japanese, so it's really a can you identify the art game.
If you don't know what this card is, bad luck.
And that's a 6.
Wow, okay, so is this also from the sideboard, or is this main decked?
This, look.
Oh, sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm largely up on 6 as a sideboard piece for the Titan deck. 6 really important. Whenever it attacks, you mill 3 cards. You may put a land from among them into your hand. As long as it's your turn, non-land permanent cards in your graveyard have retrace, so that Amulet in the graveyard is looking mighty retraceable.
Yeah, you have to feel for Isaac in this sort of situation. Maybe I just naturally gravitate to the fair deck player, but you go to all the hard work of sideboarding in your removal, your specific answers, you have the correct card in hand, you spot, remove the Amulet, and almost immediately it's going to just come back into play for the low cost of 1 generic mana.
Well, and how frustrating is as well to, cool, I will, I've had my piece, I Nature's Claim, your Amulet of Vigor, great, and then you play another Amulet of Vigor, and then you also play a way to recur your other Amulet of Vigor.
Magic is definitely a mental game. It takes mental strength to not take that setback personally, and I'm sure Isaac is not thinking about it as all because he's thinking about resolving this Ancient Stirrings.
And there was, in that grip, we've got a Blade of the Blood Sheaf. I do also see Emrakul again. I believe there was another Malevolent Rumble, a Devourer of Destiny, and another Grove of the Burn Willows is what that looks like.
I mean, obviously, this is one of those player skill testing situations. I was about to ask, the combo with the Blood Chief Blade, that's still plan A1, right? The Emrakul last game was definitely huge, but we do see Isaac, it appears, going for the Blade of the Blood Chief off of that. So, again, it's very straightforward and very open about things, showing Brandon, okay, here's piece 1, here's piece 2. And they're the 2 most important pieces, right? Because we've seen a lot of the Fleshraker, but that is not actually essential for the combo.
No, and here, Isaac wondering, Stomping Ground or Grove of the Burn Willows. I think Brennan would like to gain more life this game.
Gain away, buddy. See how much it avails you. But realistically, Isaac now, as we said, sort of getting close to doing something very impressive and probably just thinking through, I need to not rush into this, right? Because the Titan deck has interaction. Not to mention, any more sideboard cards that we haven't seen yet from Brennan. And if Isaac runs out that blade and gets it destroyed, that could be a huge setback. You want to deny as much opportunity for Brennan to do that as possible. But, you also have got a mental counter of how many turns am I away from maybe just dying.
The really important thing here to note as well is Brutescale has the ability to start that combo on its own with the adaptability. And so that face-up Blade of the Bloodchief is probably more threatening than it seems on its face.
Yeah, if there is a downside, that, so to speak, of doing the combo without the Fleshraker is that you don't have the easy, immediate conversion to damage. You have to actually be able to attack or do something else once you make a very large brood scale, but making a very large brood scale will get it done in a lot of situations.
6 is in for the attack. We've milled 3, picked up a land. Wondering here if Brennan is planning to retrace.
Did he point and pass back? Or is he mathing things out?
Never a good sign when the Titan player goes deep into the tank. There's a lot. Titan math is hard.
Especially a player like this. Like, this is one of those things where against a different opponent in a different venue than this, you might think, okay, my Titan player really has to think through their lines because the deck is just crazy complicated. But as you mentioned, Brennan is not tripping up on the basics of playing Titan.
This is a Vesuva as well for Brennan.
Enters play tapped as a copy of another land. It looks like it was a Vestige.
Copy of Vestige. Stock Up.
Okay, so this is a sideboard card, right?
Stock Up is absolutely a sideboard card.
So you bring that in, the slower matchups, or just matchups where you think your opponent maybe doesn't have the interaction and you can just dig for combo pieces?
Slower, grindier, more refinement, the ability to dig through your deck very effectively and grab the pieces that you want, because otherwise Titan's not really playing card draw.
No, I was just amused by the idea of this being a slower, grindier matchup, which by modern standards it is.
By modern standards, there's 6 minutes left in the round. By modern standards, boy oh boy, we are grinding here.
Both of these players can easily win with infinite damage or various other means as early as turn 4 of the game, which qualifies this as basically a control mirror by modern standards. We might see Simic Neoform later in the day, and that'll show you why, but...
Brennan making his stock up decisions.
Yeah. Standard All-Star stock up.
Standard All-Star, modern playable.
Modern playable, which is a high bar to clear.
It is a very high bar to clear. I mean, Corey Steelcutter got there.
It's possible to clear that bar for sure, especially since Standard has no shortage of powerful cards right now, but this is the main one that we're focused on right now. It's been resolved by Brennan, so it picks up 2 cards. Of course, doesn't have to reveal them to his opponent or to us on commentary, but I'm sure we'll see them in a moment. Titan, the kind of deck where sometimes you can just lay out your whole hand and generally your opponent's then picking up their cards right after. But Isaac will get another turn here.
Yeah, and that was end step adapt on the brood scale, and that's the start of that combo, and it looks like he might try and go for it this turn.
I don't see much reason not to. I mean, obviously, Brennan has open mana, has any number of things that he could do. The Titan deck can always almost like pop out of a box and explosively interact with you in some way you don't expect. But Isaac probably knows most of the main angles and has adjudged that this might be the time. Tanking over something, though. Like, as you said, we know the steps of the combo. We've already initiated one step, although that's probably just mana efficient, get it out of the way kind of thing.
Yep, so we're going to go tutor for...
We already have the blade, right?
We already have the blade, so is it it's going to be a bauble, it looks like. Bauble to the top. That could also just be a preventative measure if Brennan has a Summoner's Pact in hand. That could just be an extra preventative measure to make sure. Or, okay, hear me out.
Yes.
There is an Emrakul the Promised End in Isaac's hand. This could be another Springleaf Drum get. Isaac going to start doing some math as well. This could be a Springleaf Drum get because you can, in this turn, you can get both a blade, like a Blade of the Bloodchief, and a Springleaf Drum, and you can, as you sacrifice Eldrazi spawn, you can float that mana. Ooh, this could be really interesting.
That is another thing about this loop, is that you're sacrificing the spawn, but not for the mana. You're just sacrificing it to make something die, to get Bloodchief triggers. So
that you can keep making more of them. We feed them into the wood chipper.
Accidentally make countably infinite colorless mana, and if you have, say, an Emrakul the Promised in hand, that's a pretty good mana sink
Yeah. How high to 13? How many times do you have to count to 13?
But then if you think that you're able to execute that combo, you wouldn't need the Springleaf Drum, arguably, to reach the Emrakul. So
Yeah.
Isaac may be considering a backup plan here. Like, if your initial combo works, you're probably feeling all right. So Isaac seems to be at the step of the plan where it's like, what do I need the most either to make sure that combo can go through versus some kind of interaction, or if I can't get the combo off this turn, I'll pressure my opponent, and can I still have a plan B or protection for Brennan's combo on the next turn? But if Brennan is holding a pact, is there a reason why would playing the bauble, essentially you sort of force the pact in response, is there a reason Brennan, I suppose Brennan can't readily make the green mana to pay for the pact on upkeep just with that wealth of colorless lands?
Too many colorless lands, I'm afraid, and that could be a really dangerous thing because it's an upkeep pay, and if you don't have that double green,
You can... Urza's Cave does it put the land into play? Could you do something with that there?
oh, you could.
I suppose then there's the question of,
There's-
like, is it worth committing that hard for a Summoner's Pact?
The other thing too is Cave is 3 mana here,
Yes.
so difficult, and the get is Haywire Might,
Okay.
and that can blow up the Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We were talking about, like, okay, do I need protection for my opponent's combo? Taking out those amulets, as we saw, it's a good plan. Even if they can theoretically be retraced, if your opponent is spending mana at the start of their turn to get back amulet, that's meaningful. Oh, here's the Fleshraker, so...
Here's the Fleshraker. If Isaac has the Bloodchief, which we know is in hand, we can start the combo, and that will do it. It's just a matter...
Yeah.
It's a matter of what Isaac thinks Brennan has in response.
Yeah, so I think if we're looking at the mana here, you have 3 mana available, but the question might be, do I want to try and still have Haywire Might green open?
I am wondering as well if the Boseiju open is another Boseiju to target the Blade of the Blood Chief in response.
Yeah.
Because you could channel Destroy the Blade.
Those channel lands are probably the main interaction that Isaac is concerned about, especially as you are relying on an artifact to combo off.
Yeah, and we can see, these are players that know each other and are very good friends because Isaac's turned the blade face up to, to show Brennan, I have this, I have the blade, I have the combo.
So,
do you have a response?
Crucially so Isaac now starts by casting the blade, and this is such a crucial thing. By casting it, you get a second Eldrazi spawn. Because before there was this tension of if you sack 1 Eldrazi spawn to maintain your green land available, then you do need a spawn around to die to trigger the blade the first time. You've already adapted the Brood Scale, so that form of the combo starter isn't available. But with a second spawn, you can now use 1 for mana and 1 for your combo starter.
Yeah. Brennan gonna go ahead, gain more life. I think that was meant to go to 29, not 27.
Probably all academic in a moment, one way or the other.
We're
but
equipping the blade. Is it time?
1 spawn used up. Brennan could have a number of responses here. Could destroy the blade. You could even try destroying the spawn, but then you can still...
You can sacrifice it in response.
Yes. Well, this is in response to the equip, right?
Yes, I believe Brennan's one, this
But
is...
Haywire Might is also a sacrifice effect.
Yep. There's a lot riding on this moment.
I mean, this is game 3. I mean, it's only round 1. Neither of these players are out of the event, but Brennan, he does have some form of interaction there.
Looks like Dismember?
Yeah, possibly so. And so that's Dismember on the Brood Scale.
On the Brood Scale.
And that is going to get it. Brood Scale not able to get that Blood Chief and start growing, a Blade of the Blood Chief and start growing. So Isaac now back to the drawing board, but as we saw, did tutor up a plan B. And we're just going to fire that off straight away.
Yeah. Sacrifice, Haywire Might, exile the Amulet of Vigor, and that's going to be really important because of the 6 that's on the board.
Yeah, that's at least 1 amulet you won't be getting back. No Rift Sweepers are out in this Amulet Titan list, so...
And that is time in the round for these players.
Yep. We saw them take a lot of time in sideboarding. I wonder if either of them are regretting that right now.
It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say just because, the matchup is so, when you and your opponent are both combo players,
yes,
protecting your combo and executing your combo generally is priority number 1.
Yeah, and it also means that a lot can happen in the space of, like, in real time it takes a while, but in Magic time it might only take 2 turns for the game to go from neutral to over. I'm also being reminded, obviously, by our broadcast booth, these players are actually on a slightly different clock, so despite that booming announcement you may or may not have heard, these players have a little bit more time. They're not in turns yet, so if you're counting at home, we'll indicate on the screen. We'll make it clear to you when turns has begun. But these players do know that they have only a few minutes left. They might need to hurry up their play a little bit. Don't want to make any crucial mistakes. Brennan now revealing that's a Lotus Field, right? So that's another piece of the deck we haven't seen yet.
Lotus Field, Arboreal Grazer, and I believe that is another Gruul Turf.
Ooh.
So obviously can't get the Grazer. Lotus Field going to be the get. Now this is a chance if Brennan has another land in hand, can discard the land, pay the one, get the Amulet back, which will help with this Lotus Field.
Yeah, you really can't play the Lotus Field out without the Amulet, so we almost assume that that's there. And there we get Telerio West, the workhorse of this deck.
And then we get back the Amulet of Vigor.
There's one in
Yes,
the
so now Lotus Field not only obviously represents 3 land per tap. Oh my, Brennan is so good at this.
Brennan has Amulet of Vigor close at hand at any point.
A master of his craft, and now we'll see that Lotus Field represents 6 mana immediately and also sacrifice some lands, which actually is almost advantageous in some situations here.
You can see Isaac had a little grin there. There it is, another one.
Yeah. You've already answered 2 amulets this game. Somehow your opponent just has another 2 of them. They're coming out of somewhere. And finally, we see Primetime, the namesake of the deck.
Finally, it is Primetime. Isaac as well also tapped out. There is nothing to do, but I believe on MTGO it's F6 and pass.
I mean, Isaac did. It's not like Isaac hasn't played spells this game, right? Sometimes in Modern you can just die and barely have taken game actions. Isaac has done a lot, right? Represented an Emrakul, gone for the combo, like threatened to win the game, but for interaction last turn, and then on top of going for the combo, also removed a key combo piece and exiled it. And that still might not be enough to stop Brennan coming out of nowhere here.
Brennan's doing a lot of explaining about
Mirror Pool there, I see, pretty key part.
Mirror Pool, because Mirror Pool can copy the Primeval Titan.
Yeah, we're making a Titan token now.
1 Titan token, 2 Titan tokens.
Somehow we don't quite have the official Primeval Titan token ready just yet. I'm sure we'll have that in upcoming events, but no, we have a copy token, of course. Mirror Pool, very flexible in that regard. Just, you know what you're targeting in this situation. The card that gets me 2 more lands, thanks.
Brennan here can also, we know that Summoner's Pact is in hand. We can go get an Aftermath Analyst as well, and we can just start that infinite looping.
So game 1, Isaac conceded before we saw the full combo. Here we may or may not see it played out all the way, but we're going to see some of it. So in theory, what are we missing? We're missing the Analyst and Shifting Woodlands, right?
Yeah. And those could be, so we've got an Echoing Deeps. Shifting Woodland could be the other good get here. Oh, Bounce Land, also very important.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep generating mana as much as possible.
Because crucially, now that you have Mirror Pool in the graveyard, like this is a situation where the Titan player is missing quite a few pieces, but this is what I meant about the deck can kind of just fumble and stumble and complicated line its way into a combo from almost any position. We've got a Tutor there in the cave. We've got this recursion in the form of...
Oh, this feels like Scapeshift to me. I'm getting nervous. This feels like Scapeshift. We are stacking up mana.
Isaac has no reason to scoop, but as soon as Brennan starts getting this much momentum in a single turn and making any number of Primeval Titans, you have to assume you're dead.
Echoing Deeps, again, going to, I believe that's going to be copy the Primeval Titan, and there's 2 Titan tokens.
Yeah, so again, the fact that, you can go and get a land that essentially gets another Titan plus another land that you need, as you slowly assemble the pieces. You're so good on mana because of these Amulet of Vigor interactions with the bounce lands. Brennan smiling now, confident, still wants to think through the lines here, but there's a point he knows he's gradually moving towards where it's inevitable.
It feels so silly as well to say that, the Titan player is missing pieces with all of these cards on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 kinds of combo deck, right? And we're seeing them right here. You've got your classic A+B combo, and you've got the more, I think most Magic players are probably familiar with Storm, a non-deterministic combo. You don't always do it the same way. It doesn't even always end up in the same kill, but with enough kind of critical mass of pieces on the board, you kind of snowball into a victory in the same turn. The
important thing for Isaac here as well is that if Brennan doesn't execute the combo perfectly, Isaac gets another turn. And that's the lines with Titan can be really thin, and understanding exactly where you need to make that break point really, really important.
Absolutely. And at a level, like you might say if you're at FNM or something, you scoop early. But here, it's not insulting to your opponent. It's not trying to angle shoot to just go, why not play it out, right? Why not take time to think? You never know. It's like making your opponent reveal the cards to Goblin Char Belcher. They probably didn't leave a land in their deck, but it doesn't hurt, right? You came here to play.
Yeah, this is a Bajuka Bog here. Isaac, I think, jokingly asked, would you like to target your own graveyard?
Brennan thinking about that one probably for about a nanosecond.
Yeah, probably not even thinking at all. Bajuka Bog likely going to exile Isaac's graveyard here in a moment.
Is this, I mean, it's not bad manners. These players are clearly smiling, laughing, having fun, know each other very well. It's interesting to me that you're in the process of comboing off and your opponent's very tapped out and you're still getting cards that are mostly shutting down their deck, not just accelerating into your own combo.
Yeah. It's very interesting. We can also see we've got a little reminder as well for the Lotus Field trigger. We will have to sacrifice the Lotus Field. We have to sacrifice a land to the Lotus Field.
A couple of lands, right?
At some point. I think it's 2 lands at this.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you put a ton of lands into play and then, of course, you know, you think how much can you do at instant speed, but, you know, copying Titans, that's another ability. You're doing this all on the stack.
There goes the indication that is your graveyard. I would like to exile. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's good to make sure your opponent steps through their combo correctly.
Yeah. Isaac as well has turned that Emrakul, the Promised End, face up. I believe, you know, trying to indicate, if you don't win, I will.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it hardly, like, Brennan surely would have assumed that anyway.
And Brennan, you know, this is, as crazy as this looks, this is the middle of the Titan combo.
This is, I mean, barring who knows what, like you said, a lot of rogue decks in the room, but of the decks that are sort of known to the metagame, this is by far the most complicated combo, right? Like, it's not just the hardest deck to play for other reasons. It is the deck where you have to take this long. You have to go through the steps.
Explore for Brennan. Draw a card and you may play an additional land.
Is there any chance Brennan fizzles here? Is that why we got the Bajuka Bog?
I'm starting to wonder if it might be possible. I saw little frustration from Brennan there.
And it's just one of those things where, as we said, there's so many cards, but none of the really, really crucial pieces for ending the game or really going infinite have showed themselves. There doesn't seem to be Escape Shift. There's no Woodlands. There's no Analyst.
Time has been called, and we're going to use the Urza's Cave to go fetch up a Simic Growth Chamber.
The fact that we need to use... Okay, the fact that we need to use that tutor to go and get mana, so unless there's Escape Shift or another, you know, combo-relevant card in hand, Brennan might be running out of gas here slowly.
Gruul Turf is the get.
Makes some mana. Bounces itself to its own effects.
And then can replay it as your additional
Still
land.
had a land drop for turn, yep.
And this is where it gets so complicated, and that's a green sense.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is where, you know, as I said, you can almost always figure out a way out, but you have to really think it through, not just which land do I return, how many land drops do I have left for turn.
Yeah.
All things you can lose track of really easily.
Green Suns for 2, it looks like. That's going to be an Aftermath Analyst.
Okay.
Would you like to do this all over again?
Yeah, I mean, we may or may not have to. It's Isaac's decision, really, now. The last bit of agency allowed to Isaac is if and when you tap out of this game. But I believe now Brennan might have it because the Analyst, yeah,
That's
the hand's extended.
handshake, and that is it for round 1.
And it truly is over. I mean, with that Analyst returns all lands from the graveyard to the battlefield, Brennan will have God's amount of mana, and at the very least we know the cave's there. You can get any more lands that you need and kind of take over the game from there. So what a tight battle there. Brennan really had to think through that last turn, even as a master of the deck, and find that line. Isaac unfortunately drops to 0-1, but, you know, did show the strength of his own deck in that game as well.
What a way to start the day. That was round 1 of Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne. We're playing Modern, and we saw the modernest of the modern decks, I believe, just then.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a diverse format, it's hard to pick any just 2 decks to represent it, but we saw, you know, the classic Amulet Titan that I'm sure anyone who's watched Modern before has some awareness of this deck. Brutescale, a relatively newer deck. Both decks showing off different lines that they have, different kinds of tech, different routes to victory, some sideboard cards. 2 of the pillars of the Australian scene as well. It's a really important thing that we're going to be, I'm sure, talking about a lot more over the course of this weekend. There are so many luminaries of Australasian Magic in the room here today. Some great teams as well.
Yep.
Plenty of time to talk all that through as they compete for those Pro Tour spots, Worlds Invite, fat US dollar prize pool. It's all here to play for at RC10.
There's so much more coming as we head into round 2, and we'll be back shortly.
do it in the streets. You do it at home. The rest is bullshit and you know it.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, hello and welcome back to the ANZ Magic Super Series. This, our regional championship number 10. My name is Quincy, and joining me on the mic, it's your favorite judge's favorite judge, Rihanna Milton. Rihanna, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks, Quincy. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to be here.
Excited to be here. See some magic.
Exactly. We've got another match coming up for you in round 2 here. It's going to be Nicholas Talbot versus Fernando, and it's going to be is it Affinity versus Colorless Eldrazi Tron? So, Rihanna, tell me what you think about these two decks in particular and how they match up into each other.
I mean, I'm interested to see them match into each other. I haven't seen a lot of this particular matchup. I think that there's fun things that you can do from either side. We just saw Isaac on a brood scale variant, but now we're looking at Colorless Eldrazi, so we now have the Ugin, we have we've got the Khan, we've got a few different pieces that we can play with, so... Well, I mean, Khan is not great against you're turning off activated ability of artifacts is not great. But
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, well, hopefully we don't see a Khan for the Affinity player, but you know, we'll see what happens.
Yep.
So.
And on the flip side, we've got Is It Affinity, sort of made popular once again by Shuhei Nakamura over at the Pro Tour Edge of Eternities.
Yeah.
And we've kind of seen that metagame share for that deck slowly climb over the past few weeks. And it's a really interesting deck. It's, I would say, pretty volatile. Like, it'll have some games where, you know, turn 2 you get to play Kappa Cannoneer, and you are riding that high for the rest of the round.
We love a
and
Kappa Cannoneer.
sometimes you mulligan to 4 and it doesn't quite work out. I'm really interested to see how the different tempo of these two decks play against each other. And it looks like we got our players situated, so we are going to head on over to the match. And we are in round 2. And there we go, we have our players. So Nick Talbot actually won the last RC we had in the modern format, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. He has been doing well in some of these RCs lately. So it's good to see him here. Both these players already a game up, so they already started their tournament off well. So we'll see how it continues.
Definitely. Looks like we've got Fernando kicking things off. Going ahead with a Vexing Bauble right away. That is absolutely crushing for the Affinity player. Wow, what a way to start off the match.
Yeah, that Mishra's Bauble in hand, not looking too good into a Vexing Bauble. Yeah, I mean that's probably your ideal turn 1 opening as Eldrazi Tron into the Is It Affinity list.
Yeah, I've got to imagine seeing that opening 7 and just seeing the Vexing Bauble and just having like a wave of relief wash through you as you slam that down turn 1. All right, Spirebluff Canal from Nick. And that's just a pass. Yeah, not many options here for a game plan going forward. We'll see what Fernando can do to sort of build on this advantage. We might have a short game 1 on our hands.
We may have a short game 1, but we'll see. I mean, that's the benefit of these like open deck list tournaments, is that you can look at your opening hand, see a Vexing Bauble, and know that it's a good keep against the Is It Affinity list. So we've got an Urza's Saga coming down from Nick Talbot. And go, pass and go.
So Urza Saga, of course, a card that rarely needs any introduction. We'll see. I imagine once he hits that 3rd chapter, he's going to be searching for something with mana value 1 and not mana value 0 in this particular case.
I mean, we're not casting it, right? So
exactly.
we can get it straight onto the field. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get to when we get to the final chapter.
And if I'm not mistaken, there it looks like Fernando already has Tron.
We have
online.
natural Tron already. Wow.
And there's the Karn.
These are the cards Is It Affinity really didn't want to see today. Vexing Bauble and Khan the Great Creator.
So if you're Nick Talbot in this situation, what exactly are you looking for? What could dig you out of this hole?
What?
Is there a way out here?
Is there a way out? I mean, we can start trying to build a small board state, but we need something on the field more than what we have already. Like we can start making some constructs. That helps a little bit. They're not activated abilities there. The sagas aren't activated abilities. But if we can't get down our low-cost artifacts, then we're in trouble. I mean, the Trinisphere here from Fernando is an interesting pickup because it's working a little bit against the Vexing Bauble, in that we're now making things cost mana, so we're paying mana.
Mm-hmm. At this point, Fernando probably feels that he just has enough of an advantage.
Enough of an advantage to take it really easy now. I think you can just kind of coast into comfort, into threats, and build a board state. So, I mean, getting natural Tron is we're living an ideal dream over here. Getting the turn 1 Vexing Bauble into natural Tron. So,
yeah, and given the Trinisphere, I mean, Nick Talbot is only on 3 mana at this point. You know, his plays are 1 card go. It looks like we have a Filigree Silex here from Fernando. Just extra insurance. Every single card he's played has been a card that Nick does not want to see.
No, don't want to see. We're just gonna we're running. We've got multiple coverage here. Multiple insurance companies are coming in, covering this deck. I think Nick is just getting squeezed from all angles here.
All right, we'll see what the play is. Nick looking at his cards over and over again.
Over again. They're not changing.
You know, you get to that point where you're mentally just scanning your deck list, being like, is there any combination of draws?
What do I want on the top? What? Yeah.
And I think it's the mark of a good player to sort of keep yourself in the game, even when it's this dire, and not just be thinking about what you're sideboarding for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, Nick could be just in his head thinking about what do I sideboard here? Yeah. What sideboard strategy would get me out of this more so than what's getting out of me right now? But
yep. All right, we've got a second Tron here.
Second Khan coming down, and we're going to get another sideboard card, Cityscape Leveler. And once we cast that, we're just going to start beating down and swinging in for 8 Cityscape. Yeah, it's a big hit. No construct. So we have a 1/1.
Yep.
It's
we
a start.
have a 1/1.
A 1/1 can block.
Exactly. Maybe one more turn on the clock there for Nick Talbot. We'll see if he can put anything together. And you can see on the side there, we have the local stores for both of the players here. Gaming DNA in Hamilton. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's from New Zealand, and it's great to have a New Zealand player out here. Nick, of course, from Chromatic Games, which is in Ashfield over in Sydney. But he definitely makes a point to travel to pretty much all the RCs.
Yeah, see him around. I mean, that's what I see a lot with the Sydney players is they're never in one particular spot. They like to travel around to different stores.
Yeah, we're at RC 10 now. It wouldn't surprise me if Nick's been to 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, yeah.
Yeah. All right, thinking now. Urza Saga has reached that 3rd chapter.
Yeah, we're choosing if we want to do anything before it gets... We do the ability and then it gets sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the question here is do we make another construct? Do we float some mana and then go get something?
Yep.
And I think that's what we're going for. So we've got it colorless in pool and we're going to go see what we can get out of the list.
Yeah, taking a quick look at Nick's Affinity list. I wonder what is the best thing to get in this particular situation. It's going to be Pithing Needle.
Pithing Needle, naming Filigree Silence. Yep. Perfect. And that will also make our construct that we've already got into a 2/2. We've got 2 artifacts on the field, so a slightly better blocker. Not going to be too great against Cityscape Leveler, but it's a start.
All right. Looks like getting rid of the Silex there. I mean, assuming it's...
I think we're just moving it
off
to the side to note that that's what
it
we've named. We're trying to make it clear for everyone at home.
Making sure everyone knows it's an excellent piece of artwork there,
yes,
adorning the battlefield.
It's just a beautiful little ornament over there.
Uh-huh.
Then we're making another construct with that mana that we had.
Now, I've got to imagine that Nick knows there's not much to be done here. Maybe these constructs can, be the beginning of something, but he's going to lose that Urza Saga next turn and be down to 1 mana.
Without drawing another land, yeah. Where, we can't play, I think that's a Mox Amber in hand, so that's out. With the Vexing Bauble in play, we can't play that Mishra's Bauble to try and dig for some more cards. So, yeah, going down to 1 mana does not put Nick in a great position here.
And I've got to go to discard.
Especially knowing that we've got that Cityscape Leveler that's going to be bearing down any moment.
Yep. And I wonder, did we see that construct attack?
We saw it. It kind of been used for mana, so it must have attacked. It attacked the Khan, which is why we haven't seen a life total change.
Right.
Yeah. And why we've got 2 Khans gone. See if Fernando has a 3rd Khan to play down.
I wouldn't be surprised. The way his hand has looked this entire game, it's been just, one answer after another.
Yeah.
One problem, one more thorn in Nick Talbot's side.
Yeah.
Thinking now, what is going to be the hammer that brings home this game for Fernando?
Yeah. Do we build up more insurance, or do we just start wailing in?
Are we just about to slam the Cityscape Leveler? We will see.
Yes. Cityscape Leveler is down on the battlefield. We have a cast trigger. The cast trigger, whenever you cast a spell, so we just show it to 1 target on their permanent, so the Pithing Needle's gone. which frees up the filigree silence.
And that's going to be it.
Yeah, that's enough.
You know, shout outs to Nick for hanging in there,
Yeah.
really seeing if there was any edge, any line he could take to get back in that game, but it just was not going to be the case. So we're going to get into sideboarding here, and we'll see what options we have on each side. I
Yeah.
imagine there's going to be some Blood Moons coming in for Nick, something to stop those Tron lands from really ramping Fernando to such an aggressive start like he had this game.
Yeah, turning them into mountains is they're not nearly as good as a mountain. Not nearly as good. We can't make that crazy amount of mana.
Right. And of course, this entire tournament is open deck list, so both competitors will be familiar with the sideboard options for each other. And so it introduces this other layer to sideboarding where you're kind of going several layers deep trying to read each other, you know.
Yes, yes.
If he brings in the Blood Moon, can I bring in something to blow up enchantments? But then he knows that I have those
Yeah, he
cards
knows that
to
I
blow up
have the blow up
enchantments.
enchantment. So then, do I not do it, or are they then not going to? But then would they not bring in the Blood Moon when the Blood Moon's the right choice to bring in? So you get that multiple layer of like of bluffing and seeing, like trying to read your opponent and what they're going to do.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, for some players, they might get in two over their heads.
Yeah,
you know,
you
they're
overthink
going
it.
to layer 3,
Yeah.
and the opponent is just like, I'm just going to sideboard.
I'm just going to follow the guide
Exactly.
that I've got here, and I'm unchanging, unwavering. Pull out the guide. The guide says to add Blood Moon. I'm adding Blood Moon. So, yeah, it's
Yeah, it looks like we've got Consigns in the sideboard for Nick, Ashiok Dream Render, Blood Moon, Force Negation, Galvanic Blast, Mystical Dispute,
the Vandal Blast. Yeah.
Void Mirror, and Whip Flare. So I imagine we're going to see at least Blood Moons and the not Mystical Dispute.
The
excuse me,
Vandal Blast.
Is
Yeah.
gonna
Destroy some artifacts.
And over on Fernando's side, we've got quite a toolbox of a sideboard, which is kind of what you expect
It's
when
what
you're
you
running
expect when
Khan.
you're running Khan. It makes sideboarding interesting because your sideboard, it's acting as your kind of wish board for Khan. So you don't want to mess with it too much because you don't want to have the Khan and then not being able to access the card that you want to wish for because
Right.
you've now put it in
your
the
deck.
deck and you can't search for it. So yeah, because you can only get it from exile or outside the game. So like, how much do you change? You know, are you more, because that's the thing, are you more likely to draw the one of, or are you more likely to draw the four of
the
Khan
yeah.
and then wish for the one of that you need? So
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's kind of like a bet on how likely you think you are to have Karn versus how much do you want it in the deck so you can draw it in your opening 7.
yeah, and it's not so much, it's not even just how much are you likely to have Khan, how likely is Khan going to be able to do what it needs to do? Because if we have the Pithing Needle from Nick naming Khan, then we can't activate to go wish. So then the whole sideboard's turned off. You can't access the sideboard. So then maybe you should have put it in. So I think it's definitely a difficult situation and a layer to how to sideboard with the colorless Eldrazi deck, with the Tron deck essentially.
Yep. And looking at Nick's list, just the main deck even, I am a little bit surprised to see the one of Pithing Needle in there to start, but I guess he's made that meta call that, you know, you want to have that versus the Karns versus the other big Eldrazi decks.
Yeah, and I think the one of is okay because there might be times when you're disappointed to draw it. There's going to be decks where you're like, there's nothing I super want to name with Pithing Needle. But the times that you do want to see it, you can just go get it with the Urza Saga, and then it's really valuable. So, I mean, I think it's a good meta call, especially when you're not sure. Like, the metas have been quite different depending on what tournament you go to. And then I think Australia has its own unique, I should say New Zealand. We're not ignoring New Zealand. New Zealand, you're here too. Has quite a unique metagame, I think. Based on what players personally like to play, based on, because all the cities have their own metagame as well, and then they're all converging into one tournament, so.
Yeah, ramping up these past few weeks into this regional championship number 10 here in Melbourne, I was thinking, you know, how are we going to go moving on from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, which was in Atlanta, down to the RC that was in Houston, and now our RC here. Like, will we reflect the shifts that happen in the metagame there?
Yeah.
And to some extent we have, but like you're saying, to some extent, Australia's kind of the Wild West.
Yeah, well, we're so far away, you know. So
Literal distance.
literal
to cross,
distance
yeah.
is what makes the difference.
The metagame's somewhere in the middle of the Pacific right
Yeah.
now. We'll catch up to it eventually.
Yes.
All right, looks like we have our players shuffling up here. Sideboarding done.
And at least Nick will be on the play this time, so we
Yes.
can't get caught out by the Vexing Bauble straight away. Maybe gets to play some of the you know, the Moxes or Mishra's Baubles before a Vexing Bauble falls onto the battlefield.
Now, a card I'm really interested to see out of Nick Talbot's deck, and it's kind of one of the pieces that have sort of revitalized the Affinity archetype in Modern, is weapons manufacturing.
I'm so excited to see
It's-
weapons manufacturing.
Now, it's just the 2 of in the deck, but it is such a cool way to leverage a lot of your artifacts just into damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, and yeah, like weapons manufacturing, you when you're making non-token artifacts, you get to make a colorless artifact token, which is a munitions token, which we haven't seen before. That's a new token. And when this token leaves the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. So it's turning, yeah, it's turning your little artifacts into weapons themselves. So and you're casting enough cheap or low cost, I should say, artifacts like 0 or they cost 1, that you end up with a lot of these munitions tokens that then just sit there as a threat on the field, ready to blow at any time. So.
And it pairs excellently with the spicy little 1/0 that we saw in Shuhei Nakamura's list, Claws of Gix. An excellent old card, but there you go. You know, you just leverage that mana, start sacking all your artifacts, 2 damage to the opponent's face every time, and before you know it, you can run them over. All right, looks like we've got our first look at 7s here. We're going to see any mulligans. I think I see a Consign, a Shadow Spear. This is in Nick Talbot's hand.
Yeah,
we've got a
it's
Mem
like a
Knight,
Mem Knight, yeah.
Sink into Stupor,
And an island. So we've got some lands, so it looks like we're good enough to go.
and we've got Kozilek's Command. That might be a Vexing Bauble over there in Fernando's hand.
It
but I'm
definitely
not
looks like
quite
an
sure.
Ugin as well, which is a bit high cost to see in the opener, depending on. Oh, yep. We get to look at the top 4 with this one, so we get to reveal it, and then we'll have a trigger from Fernando to look at the top 4 and take something that he needs with the. With the card that escapes my name, it's the Devour of Destiny. There we go. It was revealed for only a second. It's too quick. So you can reveal it from your opening hand, which is what Fernando did. And if you do, you get a trigger in the first upkeep to look at the top 4 cards, and you can pick one of them and put it back on top, and then exile the rest. And then, I mean, we get to keep the Devour of Destiny in hand, and then it's got a pretty powerful ability when it does get cast to exile target permanent that's 1 or more colors. So.
Just resolving that trigger there.
Yep. So we've lost a Cityscape Leveler and one of the Tron lands as well.
And it was a pretty quick turn 1 on Nick's side, just Island, Shadow
Island,
Spear,
Mem Knight, Shadow Spear, go.
All right, at least he could get those out before the
Before the Vexing
Bauble
Bauble came down.
Yep.
Which is the benefit, yeah, that's what the benefit of going first, truly.
And we'll see how this goes. Maybe this match might come down to Mem Knight with a Shadow Spear.
Mem Knight with the
beatdown.
Shadow Spear beatdown. Love to see it. We got a Void Mirror by Nick. Which is resolved. And so.
All right, so a lot more fight in Nick. For this one, being on the play, just really important when you've got so many low-cost artifacts to try and push out there. Void Mirror, an excellent silver bullet against this deck. And there you go. It's just a go from Fernando. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we've got Land, Sink into Stupor, and Consign to Memory. And yep, there we go.
We're going into the Mem Knight beatdown.
A man after my own heart. Who would win? The, awe-inspiring might of the Eldrazi or one little boy?
One little guy.
With
One
a
little
shadow
guy
spear.
with the spear.
Yeah.
So we get some damage in and some life gain from the Shadow Spear, giving lifelink. Yeah, while the Void Mirror is out, there's not much that Fernando's going to be able to do until he can find a way around it.
It's really been the case of the almost the reverse of last match. I mean, we still have Vexing Bauble on the side of Fernando, but it's not doing him a lot of good this time.
It's not doing a lot of good this time. All from Nick going first, right? And that's the difference. Like being able to get the Mem Knight and the Shadow Spear out, and getting them out before your own Void Mirror, right? Because the Void Mirror, it hits both players. It's not just the opponent that suffers with a Void Mirror in play. So we really are on the Memnite beatdown strategy.
Just 8 more turns or so, and this game will be wrapped up real quick.
Death by 1,000 small little cuts with a spear.
Draw go again for Fernando, and looks like we sack the Fiery Islet to draw a card for Nick Talbot. Looking at a few more options now. I can't quite see the option he drew. Nope, straight to combat.
We've already got a good... We don't need more. We have a Memnite and a spear. That's all we need.
Absolutely do not need to overextend. You know, Fernando's really not shown any options to get rid of that Void Mirror. So, you know, if 2 damage a turn will do it, 2 damage a turn will do it. You know, keep it simple.
Keep it simple. We've got a lot of mana for Fernando, but not able to do anything with it.
And even if the Void Mirror wasn't there, we of course know that Nick Talbot has that Consigned to Memory in hand.
Yes.
And so is representing that as well with the 2 open blue mana. And it's a go from Fernando.
So, like, what are you thinking if you're Fernando in this situation? Are we already kind of picturing game 3? Are we
sideboarding for being on the play?
Yeah. We hoping to see. Well, I'll be on the play for the next one. So the Vexing Bulb will go.
It'll be better
we'll
that
fix
time.
this. It would fix this whole situation. We wouldn't have a Memnite beatdown.
All right, looks like a bit of table talk there, but it's still draw go from Fernando.
Stacking another Fiery Islet to draw a card. So
yeah, there really hasn't been that same snowball effect we saw on Fernando's side game 1 for Nick. He's really content just to keep it with this one Memnite holding a Shadow Spear.
Holding a Shadow Spear, keeping it small, keeping enough blue mana up.
It's going to bolt in that Soporific Springs.
Yep. Which we can afford. I mean, we can afford to do anyway. But we've been gaining so much life from the Memnite and Shadow Spear that it's
effectively only cost 1 to bring in
effectively,
untapped.
yeah.
And draw from Fernando. Does he have the will to keep fighting? You know, really heads up play from both of these competitors in last game and this game to keep it going, fight for that edge, play to your outs.
Play to your outs, yeah. Like they haven't, like in game 1, Nick easily could have just packed it up, but you got to play to the outs. You got to see it through, and also you learn more from your opponent by playing it out. Right? You get to see what they're playing, what they're thinking, what they're bringing out. Like yes, you see the list, but I think it brings it more into reality when you actually see it played out rather than just reading it on paper what they might have. You actually get to see, you get to see what they potentially would have kept, so you can calculate what kind of hands they're keeping and what they're potentially drawing. So there's definitely a lot of information to gain by playing it out, even when you're in such a disadvantaged situation like we're seeing here.
Right, there's value even in just realizing the play patterns of your opponent.
Yes.
The edge that could give you in a game 3.
Yes.
And it's down to 7. You know, I was half joking when I said Memnite beatdown, but
yeah,
it looks like that might actually be the case.
Like surely it will just be a little beatdown and then something will change. But at the moment, it's all on a Memnite.
And we've got the draw.
Yeah, we've gotten rid of the Vexing Bauble. It's not doing anything for us at the moment. And now down in Ugin's Labyrinth, which is a really nice land that we got added to the Eldrazi and the Tron lists in recent years. It's still quite a new card.
Modern Horizons 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Modern Horizons 3.
Imprinting Ugin, so he now taps for 2 colorless mana, but that's all he's got. And Nick just really has every option available to him.
Yes, we're just sitting there.
You know, I feel like he almost played lands just so that he could keep his hand size at 7.
Yes, just well, play it or lose it, right? Discard it or just keep it on the battlefield. So we'll just play out the lands.
25-5 here. Dire straits for Fernando.
Very dire straits.
I'm just looking over Fernando's list, trying to figure out if there's anything that draws him out of this. But of course, Eldrazi Tron, famously extremely colorless.
It's extremely colorless. And maybe a cast trigger we could get out that might help, but they're not. I just don't think it's enough against a Void Mirror here.
Yeah, looking at Fernando's list, he does have one swamp and a waste to hedge against the land destruction that sometimes we see as a strategy against these Tron decks, but I don't know if that's going to give him any outs here. And looks like we had engineered explosives on the side of Nick and another Memnite. And consigns.
Consigns the trigger from Void Mirror to keep the Memnite. Right. And yeah, okay.
Yeah, great play from Nick, recognizing he doesn't need that consign to do anything else right now. Fernando hasn't displayed any option to be able to get rid of that Void Mirror, so, just build up more of a board presence.
Yeah, build up on more of a board presence just in case. Move the Shadow Spear over if you need to. If you lose a Memnite, we'll attach to a different Memnite. Yeah, wanting to close out this game because if Nick wins this, then we still have to play a game 3, and we don't know how long a game 3 could take. So it could end up with quite a grindy match. So we don't want to lose too much time in the match. Give yourself enough time to play out a game 3. So we're down to we got one more cut.
Yep.
One more Shadow Spear cut will be enough.
Fernando gets the draw, and there
we're
is
done.
the scoop.
We're done.
All right, shoutouts to the little Memnite that could.
The little Memnite that could.
Literally every point of damage just from that Memnite holding
Memnite.
a Shadow Spear. Now, I wonder if there's going to be any sideboard changes for Fernando here being on the play instead of the draw. I imagine he'll be looking for that Vexing Bauble again.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, you're gonna see maybe a couple of lands at a Vexing Bauble, and you're like, done. I'm in. We're all in on Vexing Bauble for turn 1, but I guess we'll see how it plays out. I mean, we might not. You can get lucky sometimes, but we've already seen it twice. So can he pull it off a third time?
And looks like no sideboard changes here, just shuffling up.
We're just shuffling up.
Eager to get back into it. You can see the players there laughing, having a good time.
Yeah.
It's all business when the match is on, but you can see them laughing about how the cards came out there.
I mean, that's the gathering part of the game, right?
Exactly.
We're playing for prizes. We're playing for Pro Tour invites. But we're making friends along the way.
Absolutely.
And we're in Australia and New Zealand, so we're running into a lot of familiar faces.
Yes.
And you're definitely going to see each other at the next tournament. So
especially as you get later on in rounds, you get to a point where most of the players, if they haven't played against each other, at least know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely get to that point.
You see a lot of camaraderie there as we get later on in the day.
For sure.
So both of these players would have won their round 1, up 1-0. Of course, this event is 8 rounds of Swiss, and we are
8 rounds.
cutting to top 8. Top 8 will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Make sure you tune into that. All right, getting back into here. They are all shuffled up, just having a shuffle of each other's decks. And
yeah.
I am mildly disappointed. We still have not seen weapons manufacturing.
No, we haven't. To be honest, we have from the colorless Eldrazi deck, we have not seen any Eldrazi.
Yep.
And from the Affinity list, we really haven't seen that much Affinity-ing. A Memnite with a Shadow Spear is a little bit, but it's not quite enough. And really, we could have said mono blue, mono blue Affinity almost in the last game. We weren't seeing a lot of Izzet going on. So
mono blue artifact aggro is what Nick Talbot has shown us so far.
Yes.
But yes, there's weapon manufacturing. Another card that has sort of made a splash and really tied the room together for that Affinity deck is Pinnacle Emissary.
Yes, that's the card I want to see. I love Pinnacle Emissary. I think it's a fantastic card coming out. I think Edge of Eternity's brought us some really cool cards that it's amazing to see them making waves in Modern. I love seeing some Standard decks that you are not just doing lots in Standard, but are seeing a wider effect in other formats. And Pinnacle Emissary is such a great card, making the 1/1 drones that are Thopters, but they're not Thopters. They've got that special ability that says they can only block creatures with flying that makes them just a little bit different. And also the amazing mechanic Warp.
Yeah, it's just exactly what the deck needed to give it enough axes to sort of attack the early game. Because, sometimes you have a nuts draw, you get your zeros, you get to play Kappa Cannoneer on 2, and then your opponent is in
Upset.
very dire straits. But, you know, this gives it a B plan where if you don't have that nutch draw, maybe you have a Pinnacle Emissary, you can warp it out, get some drones, and then you're sort of set up for the turns going forward.
You set up, yeah, and then you can go a little bit wider.
Yeah.
You know, you don't always have to hit with the hardest things. Sometimes you can just hit with a lot of things. So it looks like we've got some mulligans happening. Both players not too happy with their opening hands.
And I can't quite tell there on Fernando's side. At least 2 of the Tron lands. Might have the 3rd there. Nick's got a hand that looks a little similar to his last hand, although I see Kappa Cannoneer and Pinnacle Emissary in there. It's a hand with a lot of velocity here,
Yes.
but he's got to be thinking real hard. Is that Vexing Bubble coming down turn 1?
Yeah, if the Vexing Ball comes down turn 1, like what answer is there? But then also knowing that Fernando has mulliganed as well, so is he trying to mulligan to the Vexing Bauble? Has he seen it? He's got to keep 1 less card, so you know what doesn't make the hand.
You can see both players deep in thought here. It's
Deep in the tank here.
for my money, that's one of the hardest parts of professional rules level enforcement and playing Magic is the mulligan. It's such a key decision, and it can really make or break a game. Oh, and there it is, Fernando
3
coming
from
down.
3. Oh my goodness. All right.
The Eldrazi gods are smiling upon him today. Vexing Bauble, turn 1. You can see a wry smile there on Nick Talbot's face. He's thinking now, I've kept this hand. It's not going to go the way I wanted, but what can I do? All right, warp out the Pinnacle Emissary. And just get the cast trigger to get that drone. Start building a board presence.
Start building a board presence. Yep.
And there it is again.
Making the best of a not great situation, right? The ideal situation is being able to have the Mem Knights as well, but you know, being able to have those as drones instead, that's enough to start with. You've got 2 flyers, and that can start hitting in.
Yeah, honestly, staring down a Vexing Bauble, that's about as good of a turn 1 Nick Talbot could have had. And we see a Mind Stone there for Fernando. The ramp is starting. We don't quite have Tron yet, but who knows? Swinging in for 2 in the air here. The damage has started. Are we going to see drone beatdown this game?
Maybe drone beatdown. Oh my goodness. It could happen.
Of course, Nick doesn't quite have the protection of Void Mirror up yet. That is really probably the card he would want to see most, given the amount of mana amassing on Fernando's side of the board. And are we going to see that 3rd Tron land? No.
Eldrazi Temple. Maybe we'll see an Eldrazi for the first time this match.
Perhaps. I've been told they exist, but...
They're in the list, we promise.
Have we done deck checks? Are we sure?
Are we sure?
Alrighty, here we go. Trinosphere coming down on the side of Fernando. Going to make things doubly awkward for Nick here in his next turn. And it resolves. All right, what's Talbot's got? You know, in that last turn, Nick has sort of telegraphed to Fernando that he does not have the Consign to Memory in hand. And so that's valuable information for Fernando going forward. You know, if you're sitting there, you've got the Trinosphere, you've got the Vexing Bauble, you can feel reasonably comfortable that you can just jam the next big spell that you happen to draw.
Yeah.
But we'll see. What can Nick do here to fight back?
It looks like, despite what Nick's conveyed, it does look like he might have that Consign in hand. Maybe we just drew it. I mean, we'll see it if and when we see it, but...
Yeah, he does, along with the Kappa Cannoneer. The side should just swing in, another 2. All right, just 8 short turns, and these drones will have won the game.
Yes.
And yeah, there is the Consign, there is the Kappa Cannoneer as well, but yeah, Nick, I think, could have ran out the Kappa Cannoneer, but is just waiting, I think, to snipe the big play from Fernando.
Yep. Yeah, you don't want to play it out and then get your opponent get away with a huge spell for free. So, so we've got another tower down. So we're still not hitting natural Tron. We're still a little bit shy.
We're, yeah, not quite online, but oh, there's a Karn. Now, what's the silver bullet? What are you trying to get here when you're Fernando? You've already got things fairly locked up, you know, not 100% obviously, but is there anything that puts the nail in the coffin here?
Yeah.
And importantly, if there is, did he leave it in the sideboard?
Did he leave
or
it in
did he
side it in? Yeah, that is hopefully left it hopefully left in the sideboard to get. And with the drones, not going to get a long time with Khan on the field.
Oh, and looks like we have a consign there on the Karn.
All right, no Khan.
All right. Nick deciding that that is the play. You know, not wanting to get even more under the thumb of Fernando here. Both players thinking long and hard here.
So we see it looks like Nick's drawn a Urza Saga for turn, which is now coming into play, so we can start building that Saga up.
And here's the Kappa Cannoneer.
Here's the Kappa Cannoneer. Big turtle. And we'll see more turtles next year as well, actually, with
that is true.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of our next Universes Beyond set. I'm excited for that one.
I wonder if we'll see a Kappa Cannoneer reprint.
Oh, that would be good. Actually, yeah. I would love it if there was some sort of, turtle, typal, turtle kindred deck that comes out of that that's also artifact skewed. That'd be really nice.
That would be really nice.
All right, so Kappa's down. One counter on it, of course. It triggers itself. And, Fernando is in a reasonably good spot, but does not have a lot of blockers.
No,
Notably.
we haven't seen some blockers down, but a lot of the blockers that he could play are going to be big.
Right.
So we've now got that Ugin's Labyrinth coming down as well.
A ton of mana here, but for Fernando, thinking this long, doesn't seem like he has anything to do with it, and it's just a pass back to Nick. This is a lot of damage being represented. And, Tron, not really known for a lot of instant speed plays to disrupt attackers.
No. There's no swamp in play to swing out of darkness or something,
Yeah.
Or a fog effect. So we're swinging in hard.
Over to combat, coming in for 7 here. And, yep, no blocks. That's just going to do it. Down to 9 for Fernando. And any main 2? No, it's just a pass.
We're just going to hold up some cards. We can do something with the Urza Saga in Fernando's turn, so there's not much more that I think Nick needs to do to build a board. We've already got a board state. We don't need to build too much. Leave it open. Look like we've got counter magic or interaction as well, so see what Fernando goes for here.
And it's just an expedition map. I feel like if you're in Nick Talbot's seat right now, you're a little sigh of relief. Yep, that resolves.
Yeah, expedition map, having to pay the 3 with Trinisphere, so it's quite an expensive map. So you want it to find something good.
And I mean, if you're Nick Talbot now, it's sort of telegraphing a really slow game plan here for Fernando. Has to pay more for the expedition map, assuming he's going to get the remaining piece of Tron. But even then, yep, there it is.
Activating the Urza Saga there was enough. Fernando's done, so.
Well done to Nick Talbot. He's going to take that round 2 match. They're having a little discussion there, thinking about maybe what they could have done differently, but Nick's got to be feeling good. Coming back from that round 1 loss, managing to take 2 in a row. Great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff from Nick there. Great comeback from like such a dire game 1, right?
Yeah. And that's kind of par for the course for Nick Talbot. If you've been watching our regional championships, of course, Nick managed to win, I believe it was RC number 7
it was the
or
last
8.
modern one
Yes.
that we had. Yeah. So
exactly, and went to Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Had a good run there. I think did really well in the draft portion. I think he is a very dedicated limited player as well. You may have seen it on his shirt there. He has Magic Mates, and that's a group from
Chromatic Games in Ashfield is where they kind of base themselves. Yeah. So.
Excellent. So we will get round 3 up for you in a while, but until then, we are absolutely enjoying our time here. We are at the ANZ Magic Super Series. If you are just tuning in and joining you all the way from sunny Melbourne. It's actually fairly sunny.
It's actually fairly sunny. It's actually very pleasant weather here in Melbourne.
And of course, 8 rounds. Swiss will cut to top 8 for tomorrow. And we've had quite the metagame shift. We talked about it a little bit in that match, but we didn't want to get too far into it. But interestingly, the top share of our metagame is Esper Goryos.
Esper's Goryos, which we haven't seen yet. So we may see it in no spoilers, but we might see it for round 3 or round 4. So
fingers crossed. And of course, following down from that, I believe in second place we had Amulet Titan at about 10 to 11% of the metagame. And that deck you of course saw in round one, being piloted by Brennan, who did an excellent job managing to take the win 2-1 over Isaac, who was on Brute Scale.
Brute Scale.
Yeah.
Girl Brute Scale. So, yeah, but we'll come back with round 3. So stay tuned. Go get a drink of water, go get a snack, and we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to coverage of Richard. Hello? Don't you think it's better? Let me know about it, because and yes, now. And yes. And yes, now I got it. Welcome back to coverage of. Welcome back to coverage.
Steady fucking drinking and shit. Trying to get this right, man. Sucks being up all night, knowing what you want to say, but can't find the words to express yourself, you know what I'm saying? This is what this one's gonna be about. You know it sucks when you can't write from your heart. When you're up until 3 a.m. looking for words in the dark, grabbing your head, drinking instead of hustling for that bread. This need to escape, playing a game of chance like roulette. Live with no regrets, give it your best instead of pleasing people. I started writing cause I just wanted to breathe a little. Give me my space, create a place to be myself. Take me away, I live and learn because knowledge is wealth. Picking up pennies, experience I've gained from the city. Yo, that's enough to spread some love and help the people with me. Do what you want, don't never let nobody tell you different. This is your life and nobody can tell you how to live it. I give it 100% and nothing less. Develop your talents, cause that's how I cope with the stress. The rest will follow suit. All that's gotta be done is be you. All you have to do is be you. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. The more that I write, it's like I find out more about me. The more that I see, embracing every soul that I meet. From Colombia to Vegas, I love the places I've been. When I search for inspiration, you know I just look within. Spending these minutes, testing my limits, constructing sentences. Passing emotion, that's how you feel what my lyrics is. Different perspectives is all that I really search for. When opportunity shows itself, I walk through an open door. Embrace the change, always learn from mistakes. Open your heart to love, that's when potential awakes. In space, I'm daydreaming, levitate through the ceiling. Clearing my mind so I can kick freestyles in the evening. Relieving stress that I gain throughout the day. Never lose motivation or focus on getting paid. Cause money ain't everything, just shit to keep us in line. Learn to love what's important, I guarantee you'll be fine. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. Lost in thought, got my mind rushing. Pacing back and forth, just trying to create something. Wish that I could pick this pen up and draw this picture and become the person I see when I look in the mirror. When I look in the mirror. Maybe one day, you know what I'm saying? Maybe one day.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, hello and welcome back. We are in round 3 of our regional championship number 10 here at the ANZ Magic Super Series. My name is Quincy. Joining me once again on the mic, it's Rihanna.
It's me. We're here for we're in round 3.
Yes. Round 3 of 8 rounds total today, and that'll help us determine our top 8. We've got our match all set up, so we'll pop on down to the table and start getting you into it. Alrighty, and we see our players up here now. We've got Sam Lewin on the left there on Domain Zoo versus Henry Sams on Esper Goryos. Both of these players coming from the Sydney area. Can you tell us a little bit more about them, and about their path here and the decks they're playing?
Yeah, I mean, I've also being a Sydney sider. I mean, we're both Sydney siders, so I think we've both come across one or both of these players before in tournaments, either me judging or you playing against Henry, I believe. So they've got their qualifications and have made the trip down to Melbourne. And they've both been in the game a long time. They're back when we had a different system for coming to these championships.
Looks like die roll is all good. We are into it now. You can see Henry Sams mainly playing out of Gosford, Elemental Arcade, and mostly out of Central for Sam Lewin. They're going to get into it here. Both decks they're playing fairly well represented in the metagame across the last few regional championships and the Pro Tour worldwide. Esper Goryos, of course, is somewhat of a combo deck. You are reanimating typically in Atraxa.
Typically in Atraxa. That's the one you want to see. That's the big one.
Or Gristlebrand, sometimes also just as good. And, you know, it's a little bit unintuitive if you're newer to Magic thinking about Goryo's Vengeance specifically. We'll pull the card up here in a second, but that one forces you to sacrifice the creature at end of turn. And so at first blush, you might think like, oh, why would I want to get back a creature just to get rid of it right away? But of course, these creatures are usually enough to swing the game just by entering the battlefield alone.
Just by entering the battlefield. So with the Traxxer, we have the amazing enter the battlefield of looking at the top 10 and taking the best of what we're seeing. And with Grizzlebrand, the main thing about Goes is we get haste. So we get to swing with that Grizzlebrand, we get to gain some life, and then we get to pay 7 and draw 7 cards.
And usually that spells the end of the game. So you're going to see Henry trying to navigate that. It's really all about setting up, trying to get that Grizzlebrand or that Atraxa in the yard, and then bringing it back with Goryo's Vengeance. Now, conversely, on the other side, we've got Sam Lewin on Zoo, and that is a deck that is almost entirely about an aggro game plan. It can pivot to a mid-range, but you're looking really to start things off with Leyline of the Guild Pack, hopefully on as a pregame action.
As a pregame action, we don't really like to cast it. We much rather get it in for free and make all of our lands all basic land types. So there'll be plains, islands, swamps, mountains, forests.
And I expect we'll see it at some point in this match, but Leyline of the Guild Pack, of course, pairs really well with Scion of Draco, managing to give all your creatures 1 million keywords, approximately.
Yes, approximately, and making the Scion, which is notoriously a very expensive card to cast, but with it being 12 colorless, or 12 generic mana, but because we have every basic land type, costs 2 for each, 2 less for each, so that's a discount of 10, so we get to cast it for just 2 mana, which is a pretty sweet deal.
Yep, so getting into it here, we've had a couple of sort of slow, steady first turns here. You see Sam Lewin now fetching off the wooded foothills, is going to go down on life. Getting the Surveil here, yes, it's a Thundering Falls, but that's one of the challenges of playing a Domain Zoo deck well, is really managing what decks you're fetching when, because the mana base is obviously all 5 colors.
You've got to get the fetching right in what lands you're getting and in what order you're getting, and then you're choosing if you're getting the Surveil lands, which are fantastic because they've got both of the basic land types, but they do come in taps. So you know it has to be on the end step of the opponent's turn, and you don't get to do anything with it. So, but then it leaves you up on your turn to be able to bring things that are untapped. So you can go get some of the shock lands if you want, which also have the same land types, but then don't come in tapped.
Right, more so than almost any other deck, you know, what land you're fetching is such a critical decision with Zoo. And it looked like on that Surveil trigger, Sam put a Flage in the yard. More on that later, I'm sure.
I'm sure we'll see Flage come back. It looks like we've got a Faithful Mending.
Yes.
To gain some life, draw some cards for Henry. And we may see it again because it does have flashback. So it won't just get forgotten. I mean, both of these decks, we've got cards that the graveyard, we don't want to forget about it. It's not something where something ends up in the graveyard and we're not worrying about it. We're definitely still thinking about bringing cards back. Either the Flage for its escape, or casting some flashback, or bringing back. There we go. We see the Atraxa in the graveyard, ready to go.
And is that also a
Goryo's in the Vengeance? So we've got to assume that Henry's got one in hand. If he's not keeping it.
All right, drawing. Oh, we saw a Doorkeeper Thrall flash in. Kind of a silver bullet in this matchup. You know, I imagine that's probably why a lot of these Zoo players are going with that variant of the deck. Of course, the other one leans more on Quantum Riddler and card advantage. But this is really great at stopping those really big, splashy, enter the battlefield abilities we were talking about earlier from Atraxa and Grizzlebrand. And you can see right there, Henry Sams does not want that Thrall to stick around, going with the Prismatic Ending to get rid of it.
And that'll exile it, so it's gone. So Sam will have to conjure up another one if he wants that effect to remain on the battlefield.
You know, kind of the small upside there of exiling it as well is that's one less card in the grave for Flage to get escaped.
Yeah. So it's gone. Like it's not a resource to be used later. It's one and gone.
So a Shock and a Godless Shrine here, and what is the play on turn 3?
a Scion. So, yep, checks out. We've got island, mountain, plains. Yep, we've got all 5.
The domain has been assembled. Now,
Domain
Scion
is
of Draco, of course, much less scary when you don't have the ley line of the Guild Pact, but, you know, a flying 4/4 is still no joke.
A flying 4/4 is no joke. And its mana value is so high that there's a lot of neat removal also doesn't deal with it.
Right,
so
yeah, Fatal Push is not going to be
Fatal
doing
Push
much
is
here.
not going to be doing much against the Scion.
Okay, looks like we have a Surveil there, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a Force of Negation. It's going to keep that on top for Henry. And yeah, you can see the Goryo's is in hand there. And I got to imagine there's not much keeping him from firing that off, especially if he's got the Force backup. Oh no, decides to Surveil it. Interesting.
Into the graveyard, so we're not keeping it on top. We don't want it. We're going with a different draw for turn. And it looks like we may have picked up an Atraxa from the top of the deck. And we're going for it. We're going with the Goryos, bringing back Atraxa from the graveyard.
Now, recognition there that on one land, Zoo is not going to have many answers here that are going to deal with the Goryos. And here we go, 5 cards off the top. Now, of course, Atraxa lets you take 1 of each type. Something tells me that there are not many battles in Henry Sam's deck, but we will be looking for the other types, certainly.
We've picked Ephemerate as our instant. We get to pick a creature, we get to pick a land, we get to pick a sorcery. It looks like we don't have a sorcery to choose from, so it's going to be down to what creature are we taking. Are we taking a Psychic Frog? Are we taking a Solitude? Henry's going for the Ephemerate instead of a Consign. And we're going for Godless Shrine as the land. Why not? Godless Shrine as the land, you know?
Yep. And I assume we're going to see an Ephemerate on this Atraxa, both to keep it around and get another look at it 10 whole cards. This is a kind of an uphill battle here for Sam to fight, to say the very least.
Yeah, the Ephemerate being such a good card in this deck, right? We're bringing the Goryos, which means we should have to sacrifice it. But with the Ephemerate, we get to exile a creature and bring it back to the battlefield, one of our own creatures, so we'll just get to keep the Atraxa on the field. And, as you said, get another Atraxa trigger. And Ephemerate with the rebound, we could see a 3rd Atraxa trigger. So there's a lot of options and a lot of utility with an Ephemerate.
Yes, and it's really going to be, the onus is going to be on Sam to find an answer here. His deck does have answers for these big creatures to sort of at least keep them out of their function in combat. You know, he could have the Leyline Binding to just get rid of it, hopefully not have it get Ephemerated again on the rebound like you were saying, but we'll see what happens here. And yeah, you can see we have our life totals updated now. Henry Sam's on 25 to Sam's 7. And there you go. That is the Ephemerate on the Atraxa. And there's the Leyline Binding. Interesting timing there from Sam to hold it until this point. And there's...
Oh, goodness. A second Ephemerate already in hand from Henry. So the Leyline Binding is just not going to get there. Leyline Binding would have exiled Atraxa and kept it bound under Leyline Binding, but with Henry having a second Ephemerate, gets to go with his game plan anyway, flickering the Atraxa and getting another trigger to look at the top 10.
Another 10 whole cards. You can see some of the other reanimation targets there. There's the Quantum Riddler. Not necessarily the thing you're trying to reanimate the most, but there is Gristlebrand as well.
And another 2 Ephemerates.
And another 2 Ephemerates.
If we see a 5th, we'll have a problem.
Now, Rihanna, I'm no Magic expert, but usually when you get to look at 20 cards in a turn, you're pretty well set up to take that game.
As long as you filled your deck with some good cards, I think you're pretty comfortable. You can kind of really sculpt a fantastic hand. And yes, Sam's going to have the knowledge of what a lot of that hand is, because Atraxa does reveal and you do have to show what cards you're taking. But it really just means that you're staring down at the bullet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not losing to the unknown, you're losing to the known, which is perhaps even more terrifying.
Yeah, like sometimes if your hand is that good, you don't actually care if your opponent can see it, because you know they can't do much about it.
It's just a flex at this point.
Yeah. All right, so that Atraxa is sticking around. We have the untap here from Sam. What's he hoping to draw off the top, do you think?
I mean, we're hoping maybe for another Leyline Binding, because we've got Henry I mean, we've got Henry tapped out, so it really would have to be a force
Yep.
to stop it. But yeah, another leyline binding would prevent the Ephemerate on Atraxa with the rebound that it has. So I think hopefully something to lock down, and maybe another creature on the field. Like if we can build up a bit more of a board state as well to also start hitting in and just trying to race, I think, at this point.
Yep, that is usually the plan from Zoo. If, perhaps there were enough cards in the yard to get the Flage out and enough mana to also answer the Atraxa, we would have a real game. Here, let's see what the draw is from Sam. What the play is just going in here. All right, no blocks from Henry. Recognizing that, having some damage marked on Atraxa is definitely not what you want to do. And if you're at 25, you've got life to play with.
Yeah, you're like, it's not worth the risk. We'll just take 4. Yeah.
And Flage from hand. Let's go in face. And like you sort of pointed out there, racing is really the only option here for Sam.
Yeah, I think the race and trying to remove is the only option, but it looks like we don't have anything to deal with the Atraxa at the moment. So I guess we'll see. I mean, if Henry ephemerates, the Atraxa won't be able to attack.
Right.
So that does give Sam another turn. But we'll see what we go. From memory, rebound it's a may. Like Henry's not forced to flicker Atraxa. If he wants to see 10 cards, which he may, he can do it. But if he doesn't want to, then it will remain.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the Ephemerate is now gone. And he's got so many options in hand.
Yeah, we've got a Thoughtseize, we have another Ephemerate, we've got a Solitude for removal. And it's the Quantum Riddler is that really splashy card I'm seeing. Yeah.
A card we've seen a lot of in a lot of decks, has kind of tied the room together, is probably the most played card from Edge of Eternities in these modern regional championships that have been happening recently.
Yeah, fantastic card coming out of Edge of Eternities. Some really great cards coming out of Edge of Eternities that we're seeing today. We're getting a white-bordered Swamp from Henry.
What set would that be from? 8th edition? No. Either way, excellent lands here from Henry. And there's a Psychic Frog.
Psychic Frog.
Now that is a card that really ties the room together in multiple formats across multiple decks. Very strong option here from Henry. And we've got the untap, the draw. Sam taking a second here. This is really an almost insurmountable advantage for Henry. And
it looks like, Sam's like, I can't get through this. We've got an Atraxa bearing down with Death Touch and Lifelink, 7/7, and the Psychic Frog, which can get bigger at will and gain flying. So that's enough for Sam. Sam's like, no, let's cut to sideboarding. See what I can change.
Yep. So they're going to get into sideboarding here. I imagine Sam's going to be looking, just for a couple silver bullets, something to sort of stop the reanimation plan from Goryo's, obviously. But I think Sam's really got to be looking for a more explosive start. Maybe the downside of Goryo's is that it can take a couple turns to really set up if you don't have a perfect draw. And one of the biggest strengths of Zoo is that you can just pump damage out of nowhere if you get a really explosive couple of first turns, Ragavan, maybe you're living in Magical Christmas Land and you have the 1 in 10 chance to have that ley line out as a pregame action.
Yeah, you get that ley line out, you get the Scion, you could get the Scion out on turn 2, and if you've already got, you could play a Ragavan turn 1, get a Scion the Draco out turn 2, get down some more creatures. You want you're hoping for that Doorkeeper Thrall to not only be there, but also to be able to stay around, to not get removed by Prismatic Ending. So yeah, and you can finish off, even if your board kind of gets a bit locked down, you can finish it off with things like a Lightning Bolt for that final 3. The Flage can come down as it with a trigger for ETB for that final 3. So there's definitely ways out for Sam here as we're sideboarding into game 2.
Yeah, a lot of one-ofs in Sam's sideboard, and I got to imagine that's to deal with various and sundry matchups, but Pest Control is an interesting option. I mean, not that Zoo runs a ton of one-drops, but the one-drops that it does run are very impactful.
strong, yeah.
Ragavan has been a mainstay of the Modern format since its printing in Modern Horizons 2.
Yeah, I mean, we can also bring out the... I mean, Henry has the options already with the Thoughtseize in main, but also to bring in yet another Thoughtseize to try and have more information on what Sam's sitting with, you know, get those leyline bindings out, get those threats away that are going to mess with his game plan. Because his game plan is, I want a big creature on the field.
Yep.
I want to get cards from Atraxa, or I want to keep it on the field with Ephemerate and kind of sit there. I imagine Henry would like to see like the Teferi down, because that's really going to prevent Sam from interacting. You know, Teferi has that static ability that means the opponent can only cast things as though they were a sorcery, so only on their turn, so can't flash in that Leyland Binding at a critical moment and really get more control of the game that way. So it's interesting to see maybe what Henry ends up taking out, what's not going to work against Zoo. Could potentially go down on some of these. Could potentially go down on some of the threats and just stick with only the really big ones. Potentially go down on... I mean, you want to... It's hard to say. There's some cards that you really want to see, but it's only in the certain exact context, right?
Yes, yeah. It speaks to that tension in sideboarding, especially when you're a deck that's so dedicated to a specific sort of combo plan.
Yes.
You know, it's not really like a combo that ends the game, but it's a combo that puts you in such a commanding position that it more or less ends the game.
Yes.
And your slots are so fine-tuned to get that out as soon as possible. Sideboarding becomes a real challenge because you don't want to cut too many of your critical pieces, but you still have to sort of hedge against what your opponent's doing. And of course, the best players navigate that tension really well. All right, looks like players have shuffled up, drawing now for game 2.
And we'll get Sam Lewin with the play for this one. So
thinking about it here. Is gonna keep
looks
looks like.
Looks like they're both happy, so...
Now the golden question, any pre-games?
No pre-game actions.
A little disappointing if you're a Zoo player, but I imagine if you are a seasoned Zoo player, you understand that, you know, you're not gonna have that ley line every single game, and you really just play a solid aggro game plan, and sometimes you just get to start off on, you know, a step ahead.
I think every player who's ever played a deck with any sort of the 4 of or close to 4 of ley lines knows the pain of missing the pre-game action, and then it's the first card you draw.
Yeah.
It's the risk you take with those ley lines.
Yes.
They can be pesky sometimes. So we're fetching a Triome, so three different land types on the field for Sam Lewin.
All right, looks like there was just a Surveil there for Henry on his first turn, and has chosen to keep it on top.
So it's not something he wants to see in the graveyard. It's not an Attractor. It's not a Grizzlebrand.
Now, I wonder how Sam's feeling about the game plan now. Obviously, I think in a matchup like this, you would have wanted a turn 1 play, something to put the pressure on. But it's going into turn 2 now, and how is he going to turn up the heat here is really my question. He's going to go ahead and fetch. Shortcutting it here to play Territorial Kavu.
So can't hear the players, but we'll know that they'd say, I want to go fetch a land that's going to help me cast the Kavu that I can then pay 2 life for, which is a perfectly fine shortcut. So we're going into getting a Territorial Kavu in the field. So Domain, so that's going to control its Parent Toughness.
Yep.
So that's what that little star, if you're unfamiliar with, characteristic defining ability. So the Parent Toughness is equal to the number of basic land types. So the biggest that we can get is a nice chunky 5/5, which is a 5/5 on turn 2 is not too bad. And then an attack trigger. It's not just a 5/5. It has more text. So we've got an attack trigger that can interact with the board as well.
Yeah, I was saying, as Sam, you really want to turn up the pressure. You want to push the pace of this matchup. And yeah, one way to do that, 2-mana 5/5. Who would have thought?
2-mana 5/5 is one way, one possible way to start putting the pressure on. That's only 4 hits.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 combats and we're gone. So
All right, the onus is on Sam here to answer, and we see him holding the Solitude there, is going to evoke it, pitching another Solitude. All right, an embarrassment of riches here for Henry Sams.
I just have too many Solitudes, you know.
Able to afford, and also has the Ephemerate to keep the Solitude around.
Yeah, so a Solitude, with an Evoke Solitude, Henry would normally have to sacrifice it, but with that sacrifice trigger on the stack, he's chose to Ephemerate, so it flickers it, brings it back, and keeps it around. So now he's got a 3/2 with lifelink that he can kind of build up a safety net with, really. Like, not only is it a little threat to start hitting with, but, you know, it's a blocker, gain some life, and will help keep Henry alive as the game progresses.
Now, Sam would have gained life there for Solitude exiling the Kavu, but of course, you know, getting rid of that Kavu, absolutely not a problem if you're going to present a ton of damage. But there we see Lightning Bolt.
Lightning Bolt dispatching that Solitude. So neither player with a creature now. If I can't have one, you can't have one.
Exactly. All right. Looks like we've got a shuffle up here.
Yeah, we didn't see as much shuffling in previous rounds because we didn't have fetch lands.
Yeah,
and
true,
now we've
true.
brought some of the key pieces of Modern, I feel, is the presence of fetch lands.
All right, we're going to surveil a Thoughtseize the Yard here. Kind of deciding hand knowledge, not as important in this matchup. You kind of know what Zoo's going to have most of the time.
Yeah.
All right, what's the play from Sam's here? You know, we've seen a lot of answers to the pressure that Sam has been presenting, but we haven't seen a lot of furthering of the Goryo's game plan. We don't have a big creature in the yard. You know, Solitude is there, but definitely not the target you want for your Goryos.
No.
All right, just going for the Undercity Sewers, it looks like.
Going for a Surveil, and then maybe we've got something like a to draw and discard, or hold up some interaction to see what Sam Lewin's got. Sam's fetching again for another Surveil land. Looks like we've got a Thundering Falls. So he'll get to look at the top and decide if he wants it on the top or in the graveyard.
Yeah, imagine if you're Henry right now, all you really want is like a Faithful Mending off the top, something to really give you some card selection, allow you to throw things into the yard. I can't recall if we've seen Henry's hand and if we know if he has any of those big reanimation targets in hand. But if so, of course, he's looking for a way to throw those in the yard.
Looks like we may have a Quantum Riddler in hand, but maybe not any of the really big ones that we're looking for.
The ones you dream of.
The ones you dream of Atraxas.
You know, no shade to Quantum Riddler. That card is an exceptionally good piece of cardboard. You know, such good draw. And, you know, later on in the match, 4/6 flyer is...
A 4/6 flyer is huge.
Yeah.
It can absorb a lot. And also a 4 beatdown is also a great strategy. So definitely no shade. It does get a little bit surpassed by an Atraxa, but...
just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
All right, and there's the Scion here coming down from Sam. Kind of a repeat of what we saw game one. A Scion does present some life pressure there, but it is not, obviously not as scary without the ley line. And we see in the end of turn, it looks like we're going for Faithful Mending.
It may be in response, or we may be in end of turn. So we could be digging for something to counter this Scion, or we're just seeing what our next turn's going to look like here. So Henry's going to gain 2 life, draw 2, discard 2.
And is that discarding 2 prismatic endings? Interesting. Yeah, discarding 2 prismatic endings while you have a Scion on board is an interesting choice. The rest of his hand must be able to answer the Scion pretty cleanly, I would imagine.
I would imagine potentially we may see another Solitude, or we may just play something bigger. You know, if we can get something bigger on the field, a Grizzleband or an Atraxa could very handily dispatch with a Scion.
All right, life total is going to be evened up here as that Scion comes on in for 4. Second main, what's Sam got to follow up? And it's another Kavu.
So that's presenting a lot more force on the field.
All right, we've got the Faithless Mending flashback. Really, really digging here. Does not have the benefit. Oh, never mind. Here we go.
We got a Grizzlebrand and a Faithless Mending in the bin now. So we have a good, solid reanimate target. Although Solitude could also be a good reanimate target here to get some removal.
Mm-hmm. And Grizzlebrand, like we were mentioning earlier, is kind of your second tier option. It's still a really great card. Typically you want Atraxa.
I never thought I'd hear Grizzlebrand as
the second tier option. Yeah, no, it's been a while, but Atraxa is just such a good card. Of course, Grizzlebrand's going to draw you a ton of cards, but you have to pay life for it. If you're not able to ephemerate the Grizzlebrand and keep it around, you don't really have that source of lifelink, but it looks like we're going for it anyway here. Goryo's Vengeance on the stack.
Stubborn Denial. Counter... Stubborn Denial is great because it's got Ferocious, which we have online because we have a creature with power 4 or greater. And so Stubborn Denial, normally you get to pay an extra 1 to prevent your non-creature spell being countered, but because Sam has the Zoo, it just counters it instead.
Yep.
So just a straight up counter spell for 1 mana is very nice in the Zoo deck.
Great play there from Sam, and it looks like we had a Riddler follow-up from Henry just to draw a card. Riddler now in the Warp Zone, and here we go, coming in for 9 damage. It's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, and we're going to exile the Grizzlebrand from the graveyard there.
Yeah, the Territorial Kavu with that attack trigger, we've got a few different modes we can pick, and one of those is exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard, which is fantastic against the Esper's Goryo list. And then if there's ever something you don't want to, you can always discard and draw a card instead.
All right, so a lot of mana, a lot of options there on Henry Sam's side, but if you're in Sam Lewin's seat, you've got to be feeling like you're kind of in the driver's seat here. You've got a ton of power on board. You've cleanly answered the first Goryos. And that Quantum Riddler is kind of lurking in the background, maybe threatening some more card draw there, but otherwise, you're kind of sitting pretty.
Yeah, probably feeling pretty good for Sam. Also got the life total to back it up if something swings in the game. But yeah, I mean, being able to have a Kavu that's attacking is huge. If Henry pops anything in the bin that Sam's scared of, he can remove it. So we've got that Quantum Riddler coming in play and then countered by the Mystical Dispute. Mystical Dispute being...
Oh, and there you go. That's going to do it.
Mystical Dispute being 1 mana to counter the blue spell, which is the Quantum Riddler. But we saw the Quantum Riddler, and then we didn't see the game anymore.
Now, I brought up the Quantum Riddler. I really wanted to talk about that card as we saw it for its first, full non-temporary presence on the battlefield. But it was not going to happen there. Good stuff from Sam. Had all the answers at the right time. And you can see both players here thinking about their sideboard. That's kind of an interesting aspect of sideboarding that's kind of hard to learn, especially as you get deeper and deeper into this competitive events, is how you side on the play versus on the draw. And you can see both competitors here are going to be thinking about that and whether they should make any changes going into this game 3.
Yeah, not only can you make changes, you can bluff whether you've made the changes. There's definitely there's ways to sideboard where you haven't changed anything, but it certainly looks like you've changed something. Like, I mean, I think if in the ideal trying to kind of mind game the opponent every time you sideboard, you're adding in 15, removing 15. So there's no knowledge known of what possibly has been added or removed.
Yes, I can't remember who's particularly known for that, but that is a pretty great strategy.
It's a strategy.
A lot of time equity eaten up there, as you have to filter through and be like, wait, which ones don't I want?
You gotta know. Yeah. You gotta be very sure of what you're doing. You don't want to accidentally leave too many in, but
you gotta be real dialed in. And speaking of, if you are at home right now and you're feeling real dialed in, you're looking at this match and you're thinking, I could do that. Well, if you're not here today, well, first of all, we miss you, but we've got opportunities coming up for more play. We have Command Fest in Melbourne coming up in December 5th to the 7th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, correct.
And Command Fest, obviously, a really great place to get in a lot of Commander games, but We also are going to have some events that are more competitive. You can see up here on the screen, 5th, 7th of December. Tickets are selling fast, so get in there while you can. tinyurl.com/cfmelb2025. And like I was mentioning, the competitive event here that we have is the 10K Australian Open. So $10,000 up for grab, nothing to sneeze at. If you want to try your hand at these professional REL events, you think it's your time, grab a ticket, get on in there. All right, and we've got our players shuffling up here, going into game 3. I've been really happy. We've seen a lot of really competitive back and forth in the 3 rounds we've had on the stream, on the broadcast so far. And it's we're just continuing that trend here.
Yeah, we've had no one's done the clean sweep. No one's done the
No,
2-0 and packing up and go off for a break. We've been grinding it out with seeing game 3, so we get that really nice back and forth, as you were saying. And so now we'll get to see the Goryo's Vengeance on the play, and we have one more shot to see the guild pack, to see a 10-0 pre-game action.
Now, I'm not sure if the mana's quite there for it, but that is a pretty intimidating 7 from Henry Sams there. Has the Atraxa in hand and a Psychic Frog, so that would be a way to discard it, but are there any lands in there? It's kind of one of the things you want
I think
there.
I see at least a polluted Delta.
Right, okay.
At least
that would
one.
be an absolutely wild keep, but Henry is a excellent player. Is not going to keep a no-lander with the Psychic Frog and Atraxa.
Hey now, if you're on the draw and you're keeping the 7 and you really need a way to discard,
Yep.
you can just not take a play, not take a turn.
All right, and while
Discard.
we've been rambling about lands over on Henry's side, we see for the first time pre-game action, Leyline of the Guild Pack showing up in force here.
It's here. It's finally here. So the beautiful pre-game action, we get to do it before we've even started. So there's no lands in play. There's no real way to help interact. So, and we're not casting it, so there's no way to counter it either. So it just begins on the battlefield, and it makes each non-land permanent all colors.
Yeah.
So any creature that Sam now plays is every color, and all the lands are every basic land type. So not only do they the fetching now matters a little bit less.
Yep.
A little bit less. You can be like, oh, well, I did fetch the wrong land, but it's all the colors I need, so.
And big plays there, we see a Frog get Mystical Disputed. And if you're Henry, that's got to be a heavy sigh for you. You know, you're on the play, you kind of have this plan of Frog, discard Atraxa, look for that Goryo's, but the combination of the pre-game Leyline plus the Mystical Dispute on the Frog, that's got to be
Yeah.
kind of a beating.
Yeah.
For it almost has eliminated that advantage you get from being on the play.
Yes, and that's the other amazing thing about the Leyline is it can turn these fetch lands into functional lands before they fetch.
Yeah.
So because it's an island and a plains and a forest, it can then tap for the blue to be able to do the Mystical Dispute. So it turns your lands into threats almost. So.
And certainly there are matchups where, you know, the pressure on your life total is really going to matter. And when you don't have to fetch and shock and, you know, deal 5 to 7 damage to yourself over the course of the first few turns, that also helps a lot.
Yeah, you're like, well, why would I fetch the Hallowed Fountain I need when my fetch land is, in fact, a Hallowed Fountain?
Yep. All right, we got a Surveil trigger here off the Thundering Falls. I believe it was a Lightning Bolt, and yep, it's going to go into the yard here. And on Henry Sam's side of the battlefield, we see there the Breeding Pool. And now you might be looking at the deck name and then looking at the lands and being like, Esper.
Esper.
That typically does not include green here. If you're wondering about that, that is because in some cases, in some matchups, the game goes long and you just end up hard casting your Atraxa. And
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to cheat it in. You can just hard cast your creatures.
Honest, fair magic.
Honest, fair magic. You don't see it often. It's very rare that I see a hard cast Atraxa, but it can happen.
And of course, it's just good to have that possibility of actually casting it in your deck. You know, the opportunity cost is not very high at all.
No, because, yeah, you're adding a land that adds a color that you're using all the time, blue, like with Breeding Pool. So you're not losing a lot of equity by giving yourself that small option to cast Atraxa is better than sitting there with all the lands, the Atraxa in hand, and not being able to cast it because you can't make green. So definitely worthwhile.
All right, Faithless Mending here. Faithful Mending, excuse me. For Henry Sams here, really taking a time to think about it. I got to imagine Atraxa is going to be one of the targets that ends up in the bin with another Psychic Frog. All right, setting up here. Really looking for that Goryos. Oh, and we've got the Doorkeeper Thrall flashed in.
That's going to hold Henry back. So Henry's not going to want to bring an Atraxa back under a Doorkeeper Thrall, with Doorkeeper Thrall preventing the trigger from Atraxa entering. So would get an Atraxa. It's just a 7/7. It's not as scary.
You know, a 7/7 lifelink, flying, vigilance. You know, the myriad of keywords it has on it.
It's not enough.
It's still pretty good.
It's still pretty good.
Nothing to sneeze at, but yes, if you're Henry here, this is kind of added an extra stumbling block to your game plan. Ideally, you want to get rid of that Thrall before the Atraxa, but it's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, but if you say don't have the Ephemerate already in hand, you then don't get that Atraxa trigger to be able to dig for it, to be able to keep the Atraxa around. And if you can't keep it around, it's really not much of a threat.
And there we see the answer coming down from Henry. He's got the Celestial Purge.
So that's going to exile Doorkeeper Thrall, the Celestial Purge.
An interesting bit of tech here. We'll pull up Celestial Purge, but typically can only hit red or black permanents.
But with the Leyline of the Guild Packets working against us there, because the Purge can now hit anything, because our Thrall is black, it is red, it's white, it's green, it's blue, it's all of them.
Yep.
So,
good heads-up play from Henry Sams there. I assume he sided those in on sideboarding.
knowing that Sam was playing the ley lines and could make things all colors.
Yep.
And the Celestial Purge hits other things, like it would hit a Carvu. So it definitely is a worthwhile permanent spell to have.
And it is just a one of in the sideboard there, so coming in handy. Exactly what you want from the sideboard card.
Exactly what you want from my sideboard card. I want it to appear when I sideboarded it in. That's the times I want to see it.
The one of that just shows up exactly when you need it.
Yeah.
So we saw Riddler there get Leyline Binding on the side of Sam here, and we're going to get another Faithful Mending. You know, we've already got our target there in the bin. I couldn't quite tell. It looked like he may have picked up the Goryos, but not quite sure.
Just be surprised when it happens.
Yeah, we'll be right there with you on the edge of our seats, seeing if Henry can pull up some advantage here to sort of run away with it.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the Ephemerate in hand, so he's getting the pieces together, getting it working out, and probably wanting to build up a little bit of insurance so that when he goes for it, it's gonna stick.
Yep, and there's a Gristlebrand in the yard here. Okay, so targets, reanimation targets, absolutely taken care of. We've got the land there. And we're gonna go Thoughtseize. Interesting, like you were saying, insurance.
Insurance. Gonna see what Sam's playing with the Thoughtseize. So Thoughtseize, Sam will reveal, and it was that great Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize revealed a land and a Leyline Binding. The only legal target to take there is the Leyline Binding, and that's exactly what Henry wants to take, is get that Leyline Binding out of here. I don't want to see it. I don't want my Atraxa or my Grizzlebrand taken from me too soon.
All right, so if you're Henry, you're looking for that Goryos, maybe looking for Force of Negation backup. But it's interesting. Both players right now kind of have one part of their A-B combo, and I say combo in air quotes here. You know, we got the targets, but we don't have the reanimation. And for Sam, he's got the Leyline, but he doesn't have the Scion or a creature to really sort of push damage through. But we've got Clarion Conqueror coming in.
Yeah, another great card that is going to be a thorn in Henry's side. So with Clarion Conqueror, which we got with Tarkia Dragonstorm, activated abilities of artifact creatures and planeswalkers can't be activated. So Clarion Conqueror will turn off Grizzlebrand if we return Grizzlebrand to the field. Henry won't be able to pay that 7 life, draw those 7 cards.
All right, surveilling here, swamp to the bin. Graveyard's looking mighty full over on Henry Sam's side of the board. A lot of mana here. And we'll see. Of course, Clarion Conqueror, you can see, is going to stop the activated abilities, but unlike Thrall, will not stop the enter the battlefield abilities. So I've got to imagine if we've got a Goryos, it's going after Atraxa.
It's probably going to go after Atraxa, get that trigger, and see what we see. See 10 cards, take the best of them. So but it looks like both players here are running low on cards and just kind of seeing what they get on the top to change this game around.
Yep. Everyone's set up for a really explosive turn to set up a really great advantageous board state, but neither player quite has what they need right now.
And
even on Sam's side, you would love something like a Flage right now, you know, push a little bit of damage,
little
get
Flage
in the
from
yard.
the top would be excellent.
A little Flage, just as a treat.
Just as a treat. But at least he has the Clarion Conqueror to swing in, so
Yeah.
3 damage isn't anything to sneeze at, and can take down this game if Henry doesn't find an answer, doesn't find a way to build more of a board state.
Slowly chipping away at that life total. Of course, oh, there's the Flage. You know, we just had to manifest it.
We manifested the Flage, and here it is.
And it looks like it's going face. It's going to be dealing that 3 damage. Oh, but we got a response here.
All right.
Solitude, all right, to get rid of it.
So Solitude coming down, hard cast, not a vote, which means that it gets to stay around, has the flash, and will exile that Flage.
Maybe a response here? Nope,
Nope,
that's
no
going to do it.
response. So we're going to exile the Flage. Sam's going to gain a bunch of life from that because Flage is quite large.
Yep.
And that gives Henry something to attack with. I mean, it's if Sam attacks in, does 3, but then if Henry attacks back, gains 3. So.
Now, I was going to say, you know, Henry can't wait around forever. He's got 11 life, which, you know, Zoo can definitely burst that down, but he's got to have to put some plays together real quick, and indeed he does. It's Goryo's targeting Atraxa, and it has resolved. We've got 10 cards to look at. Goes ahead and select the Ephemerate.
Just slams the Ephemerate straight away, does
Yeah, no hesitation
No
there.
hesitation.
Teferi.
Teferi for our Planeswalker. We've got a Flutterstrand for the land, and now we get to still think if what creature we want, and if we want anything else. We can take a sorcery. So there's a Wrath of the Skies there, and there's a Prismatic Ending. There's not much left to choose here. We took a Quantum Riddler as our creature.
And Wrath of the
And
Skies.
Wrath of the Skies.
Just a little extra insurance in case Sam can put together a wide board here. There's so much mana on the side of Henry that he can really answer anything fairly cleanly. His hand is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, absolutely stacked and fully visible. Like you know what I got, and there's a few extra cards on the side that you don't know as well.
And there we go. Both creatures swinging in here. That is going to dramatically change the life totals here. You can see both players tapping away there. Instantly there, Henry takes the lead, and I imagine that Ephemerate's coming down, targeting that Atraxa.
Yeah, we want to keep that Atraxa around because otherwise she's going to get it sacrificed.
You know, maybe there's a thought to you want to get the Teferi down, but really there's nothing here that's that threatening that you would want to have Teferi down instead of ephemerating that Atraxa. Another 10 cards.
Another 10. Oh, what a beautiful spread. It's sad when you see like 10 lands. That would be sad, but we're getting a nice spread again. So we get another Planeswalker. We can take another Teferi. We're not beholden to what we took before. We can take a Solitude. Or we could take the Frog, but it looks like Henry's picking up the Solitude. We can take another Goryo's and pick up another Lectus. I think Henry might have to discard some cards at the end of this turn.
I think so. Basically gets to keep his perfect 7. And what a swingy match, back and forth. You know, we saw at the beginning there was that Leyline of the Guild Pact and the Kavu to sort of put that pressure on. And, you know, you would think, oh, Henry's advantage here is kind of low, but he's really stuck it out, managing to answer the key threats when possible and, you know, rewarded with just a Atraxa and a Solitude and the perfect 7.
And a perfect 7.
No biggie.
No biggie. Don't worry about it. It looks like he's got 8. Still got to get rid of 1.
I mean, still mana available here. Still could play out the Teferi. It's going to go ahead and discard the hand size, it looks like. And yep, there you go. Pass the turn. Sam here. Not much to be done in this situation. You know, if you've got some more Leyline bindings, you snap them off. But instead, there is the concession. Excellent stuff. Congratulations to Henry for taking Game 3 in our Round 3 match. Thanks for joining us back here in the booth. My name is Quincy, joined by Rihanna. And that's been an excellent round 3. We are, a little less than halfway through our Swiss rounds for today. We'll get another one up for you just as soon as we can. We have hit time in the round. I can see players milling about, waiting for their pairings.
We will have a lunch break. We have a lunch break. We have a lunch break. So after this round, the players will have a lunch break, and we'll bring you some content while we wait, and then we'll come back to you with round 4.
So go ahead, grab a drink, grab a snack, go take a walk, and we'll see you back here in a little bit.
Welcome back to Regional Championship 10. I am Jim Dowling, and I'm here in the booth with Glenn Doyle. Glenn, how are you going today?
G'day, Jim. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You're our tournament organizer. You put on this show for everyone, but you put on other shows as well, such as Command Fest this year in December. When is it? Where is it?
That's right. So Command Fest this year, well, our second Command Fest for the year, actually. So this one is in December 5 to 7, and we're actually got Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre for that. Yep. So it's in bays 15, 16, so it's going to be great. It's 3,000 square metres. We've sold a lot of tickets already, so it's quite exciting.
Awesome. And hey, Command Fest, I'm not the biggest Command player going around. Should I turn up, or is there nothing on for me? What's the play?
No, look, this time around, we'd like Command Fest to expand to all of the Magic community. So to work with that, we've added in some spicy events as well, which are a bit more competitive, including what we're calling the Australian Open Championships this Command Fest. That's going to include a $10,000 prize pool for the top placings, and that's going to be, cop this, it's going to be 10 rounds over 2 days, which is going to be 5 rounds of standard and then 5 rounds of sealed. So it's multi-format. You could probably call this similar to what the old National Championships format was back in the day, that probably us old guys remember. But look, this is something we really want to trial. Over the years coming out of the pandemic, we've been asked for this to return. So this is a test to see if this is something that people still want. We think that they'll enjoy it. It's going to be a great event, as well as a lot of other side events and Mystery Booster 2 sealed and lots of Avatar, because Avatar will be out that weekend. So lots of other exciting events to go along with that. We'll have an Australian 7-Point Highlander event on the card as well. And currently I'm getting a lot of feedback talking about CEDH. We've had a few of those, and we're looking to add that too if we can get that up and running.
Awesome. So it sounds like Command Fest is really just one part of what's going on here at this event in December in Melbourne. That looks like there's something for constructed players, there's something for competitive grinders. You mentioned CEDH is on the cards as well. That sounds like there's a lot to do. How do people sign up for this?
You can go along to the ANZ MTG website, and there you'll find a link to destination events. You'll see Command Fest. Click on that, it'll have all the details. I'm telling you, a lot of the tickets have already sold out. We're sold out of the VIP passes. We're pretty close to selling out of the weekend pass. Still quite a few day passes, and of course that Australian Open Championship ticket. So quite a few tickets left for that.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you need to go and buy your tickets for this event right away. Glenn, thanks for joining me here at Regional Championship.
Thanks very much, Jim. We'll see you all out there at an event really soon.
Welcome back to Regional Championship 10. I'm Jim Dowling, and I'm joined here by Brett Shortall from Team Wellington. Brett, how are you going today?
Yeah, good, thank you. It was a good flight over. Good to be here.
That's great. Hey, we're here to talk about what deck you're playing this weekend. I heard you're playing a black-green Eldrazi list. Talk to me about this, or black-green coffers even.
Yes. So when I first started playing Modern, I actually started playing with mono black coffers. I qualified at BD&D games in Lower Hutt playing coffers. Since then, I noticed a few changes that needed to be done for things like Blood Moon, Piffing Needle, those type of effects. So I decided to go into a green there to bring in some answers through the forms like Beseiju, and I was playing some other things that's been cut a little bit, kind of fine-tuning it. But the addition of Sign Microspawn, Malevolent Rumble, and Ice Explorer really helped with just getting all the lands in the play I need. All the key ones such as Coffers, Urborg being the main two, and then Eldrazi Temple to help cast the K commands. As well as bringing in big hits like Sorrow, Seven Deaths, Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn to kind of tie things, end things out in the game if I can't get Khan into play. Khan being the main win con with Sundering Titan, Cityscape Leveler, Bridge to stop my opponents, and Extinguished Battleship just as a board wipe in the sideboard.
Yeah, a lot of sort of large destructive pieces in your sideboard here for Khan. Is there also some smaller prison pieces to go with them as well? Sort of Vexing Bauble, Tormod's Crypt, the usual hits we see?
Yeah. So I'm currently playing 2 Vexing Baubles main board. I've got another one in the sideboard if I don't find them, along with a bunch of other like controlling pieces, lock my opponent out of the game. Got stuff like Chalice of the Void and Stone Brain, and I don't have Tormod's Crypt. It's the one I'm looking at, still thinking about it. But so far, this is pretty much the list I'm looking at.
Awesome. The green package looks pretty strong here. Ice Till and Sowing Microspawn, very powerful in their own right, but together being able to tutor up your one-of Ghost Quarter here and replay it every single turn. How many games this weekend do you reckon you'll win by your opponents having no mana sources left?
Ideally, I would like most of them to end that way through the Ghost Quarter with the Ice Till Explorer, Sundering Titan. I can go Sundering Titan board wipe just to destroy everything with Yavimaya and Urborg in play. Hopefully destroy most of their lands that way, especially with the kicked micro-spawn.
Awesome. It sounds like you've made a lot of work on this deck, playing it through its mono-black iteration and now here into black, green and colourless. Well, best of luck this weekend, Brett, and we'll hopefully see you at the top tables.
Hopefully we'll see you there.
Thanks. Welcome back to Regional Championship 10. I'm Jim Dowling, and I'm joined by the first Last Chance qualifier winner, Riley Jones. Riley, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey, what did you play in this LCQ today? Are you going to play it tomorrow?
I played Amulet Titan, and I will be playing it tomorrow.
You're one of those people, I see.
Yeah.
Good matchups through the LCQ, or just some tight play? What do you think?
Oh, I got very lucky in a lot of my games. I don't think all my matchups are very good, but I got quite lucky and found some cool lines. So the Amulet Titan experience sort of came through for me.
Is this the deck that you would recommend to people to pick up for an event like this?
Definitely. It is very easy. Do not believe the hate online. It's not complicated. Pick it up. You could learn it tonight. I can give you pointers. I got a presentation.
Get it twisted. Amulet Titan, the deck to play, winning Last Chance qualifier #1. Congratulations and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Good luck to everyone, and thank you so much to the Quality Lines guys for helping me out with testing. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Riley. Welcome back to Regional Championship 10. I'm Jim Dowling, and I'm joined by the LCQ Last Chance qualifier #3 winner, Dylan Kakawa. Dylan, congratulations.
Thank you.
What did you play today?
I played Is It Prowess.
And is that what you're looking to play on the weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I think the deck is a lot of fun. It's right in my wheelhouse, and it's the closest thing to Infect, really. So,
did you have a bit of luck in your run through the LCQ, or good matchups, or was it all tight play all the way?
I think a bit of everything. I think I played all right. I think I got a bit lucky in some spots, and my matchup spread was pretty decent. So it was a good run overall.
Awesome. And where do you normally play? What's your local game store?
My local is Jolt Games in Canberra, but otherwise I'll play any sort of events and anywhere that I can find, really. Just love to play Magic.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win, and good luck for the rest of the weekend, Dylan. Welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10. I'm here with Nathan Basser, winner of LCQ #2. Congratulations, Nathan.
Thank you. It was tight.
What did you play to win this one?
Just got Ascendancy.
Ascendancy, okay. I think I saw one person playing that at the Pro Tour 4 weeks ago.
That's crazy. That may have been me who went 0-3, but please don't look at those results.
Well, we won't tell anyone. Is this what you're going to play this weekend?
Yeah, for sure.
And how's your run through the LCQ? Good luck, bad luck? A lot of good matchups, or what's the story?
A lot of good luck. I think the matchups were fine. I played Hanbin in the finals on Primeval Titan, and there was one turn where I got very lucky. I had like a 1 or 2 outer to draw off the top, and I drew it, and I won. So,
well, I mean, better lucky than good, as they say. Nathan, best of luck this weekend. Hey, where do you normally play? What's your LGS?
Plenty of games in the city of Melbourne.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Hopefully we'll see you on the top tables over the weekend.
Easy. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Jim Dowling, and I'm joined by Chris Campbell from Team Wellington. Chris, how you going?
Good, thanks. Happy to be here.
That's great. Hey, you and the team have travelled across the Tasman from New Zealand. We've had some inclement weather here in Melbourne. Did everyone get here safe?
Yeah, most of us made it yesterday, but we had a few people here for the last couple of weeks.
Awesome. And look, how big is the team? You say that some people arrived a few weeks ago, some arrived yesterday. Are we talking 3 players? Are we talking 20 players? How big's the contingent?
Probably around a dozen.
Awesome. And you've got a big testing house doing some last-minute testing, making changes to decks and figuring out the metagame and the sideboard options. What's the vibes like for Team Wellington?
There's about 7 of us in one house at the moment, and I'm sure we'll have the other team members over while we're finishing off testing. We're all more or less on different decks, but we will be planning out our sideboarding as a group, figure out what we're trying to play against, and then just have everyone contribute for everyone's sideboard plans.
Awesome. There's a lot of different ways to qualify for the regional championship. How have you and the team ended up here? Did you play in your local store? Did you win 8-player qualifiers? What's the story?
So most of us qualified through qualifiers at are several local stores: Cerberus Games, Calico Keep, Goblin Games, BD&D, and then a couple of us, myself and Matt Little, qualified through having a good result at the previous RC in the 5K.
Awesome. So we've got some players to beat here then. If you did well at the previous 5K, well enough to qualify again for here. Was that top 16 then?
I made 17th, but I got one of the past down invites.
Right. Well, sneaking in there at the bottom. Well, it sounds like Australia, you might have your work cut out for you. Don't sleep on these New Zealand players. They're coming for the spots here. Chris, good luck this weekend at Regional Championship 10.
Great. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Jim Dowling and I'm joined now by Sam Loy. Sam, how are you going today?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic, Jim.
That's good. You're already qualified. Don't need to play in the last chance qualifiers today. So we're here to talk about your deck and what you're playing. You're playing Blue-Red Prowess. What led to you playing this deck?
So, as you know, Jim, I love myself an aggro deck. So this was one of the ones that I felt the most confident about in the metagame, and access to things like consigned memory out of the sideboard sort of answered a pretty open field that we're likely to see at this RC.
Awesome. And talk to me about a lot of these card choices. There's very little in the way of blue mana and blue cards in these decks. Just the Preordain's Expressive Iteration. What's the draw to that over playing, say, a mono-red strategy?
Yeah, so I think in these decks, you want the fuel to keep on coming. So while we're getting some benefit in our Prowess package from casting a lot of spells, we need to not run out of cards. So whether or not that involves just throwing your whole hand on the table or drawing a few more things over the course of a game, you really want the Preordained and Expressive Iteration to help that happen. The other reason for these is that the threat package, which is only 16 cards, has really variable value depending on what your matchup is. So some matches, a Corey Steel Cut is amazing. Some matches, you're really after a slick shot. And having that card selection to find those right pieces for the right matchup does go a long way towards your win percentage.
Awesome. That makes a lot of sense. I'm looking at your mana base here, and I'm seeing a Sacred Foundry. What's the white mana for? Not many white cards in the deck that I can see.
Yeah, so I've got a pair of Wear Tears in the sideboard. This is designed after the RC Top 8 that Gage Herberger had at Houston, I believe, was the event. And I really like the idea of chucking that white mana in just to answer things like Urza Saga for one, as well as finding some percentages in matchups where they're able to do things like Amulet Titan, or they're able to do stuff like Brood Scale, where they have a combination of enchantments and artifacts in their deck. So a card that isn't dead in either sort of draw that those decks can have.
Awesome. What would you say the worst matchups in the room are? How much of the field do you have to dodge this weekend?
Well, I think, I could certainly lose to myself, but also the mirror isn't great. So the mirror is really play draw dependent. There are things you can do, but I think this room's pretty skilled. So, I'll try and fly by the seat of my pants on that one. The other one is Jeskai Blink, again from the RC. I've found quite bad. They've got a lot of life gain as well as a lot of interaction with what you're doing. So, while you can do things like mutagenic growth to escape a Flage trigger, for example, they do play bigger creatures and they play a lot of value in their deck, and their card court is just higher as well. So that's one that I'm trying to avoid.
Right, makes sense. It looks like you've done the research. You know what's good and bad for you. Hey, how did you qualify to get here? What's given you the right to play tomorrow?
So I top 8'd the last RC. So yeah, that'll do it. That'll get you there.
Awesome. And that's normally where I ask people, where they qualified and what their local game store is. So where do you normally play?
Coburg Town Hall was the place. I normally play at RCs, apparently, although it was about 6 months ago. So it's been a while. I haven't actually had much time as an adult to get into game stores recently. So very fortunate to be already qualified for this one.
Awesome. Well, best of luck this weekend, Sam, and hopefully we'll see you at the top tables.
Thanks, Jim.
Welcome back, Magic players, welcome back, everyone, to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. Welcome back to Melbourne, everybody, after lunch. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's time for more Regional Championship 10. We're playing Modern this weekend. Welcome back to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. We have all just had lunch. Hopefully you've also enjoyed the break, and we're back here now for another few rounds of Modern. Welcome back, everyone, to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. We're playing Modern today. Welcome back to Regional Championship 10, Magic fans. Here in Melbourne, Australia, we are playing Modern. We are playing for a Worlds invite, 10 Pro Tour invites, $15,000 and now that everyone's been able to refill their energy tanks over lunch, it's time for the remainder of our Swiss rounds. So far we've had 3, so a few players in the field unfortunately already had the chance to go home. A few players already maybe the most unfortunate players have already been eliminated. $1,000 and now it's time for the bulk of our Swiss rounds. This is the real meat and potatoes of the tournament where winners and are made and champions have their chance to qualify for tomorrow's top 8. Welcome back to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne.
working on like production really. Help, you know what I'm saying? That's from the time our last album, that's what we've been doing on this time period, working on our beats, production, working on our
Welcome back to Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne. We are playing Modern today, cutting down from over 200 players at the start of the day, down to just 8 by the end of it. It's a grueling process. We're only about halfway through, but everyone's just had lunch. We're refueled and ready. Kira, we're about to take into our round 4 match. What are you looking forward to?
Oh, I can't wait. This is a heavy control versus energy, a classic. Let's head on down and get into it. All right, now, as I've said, we've got Paris Pandy is on Jeskai Days Undoing, and we've got Daniel Roper on Boros Energy. Boros Energy, a really classic mainstay in Modern at the minute, is falling off a bit. Energy in our metagame today is really only at about 5%. Jeskai variants, probably a bit higher up, but this particular version, the Days Undoing, this is a Narset combo deck.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We were talking about this right before commentary came back live, and I was looking over the deck. Okay, Jeskai Days Undoing. It's interesting to see how different players identify their decks, and it's not incorrect to say, right? Days Undoing is arguably the win con of the deck. A lot of decks are named after their win cons, but this is, to be clear, a Jeskai control deck. It's just that the control decks, I feel like they've been refined in Modern over time more and more and more, to the point that now you almost don't need to play other win conditions. Narset and Teferi, who are obviously huge interactive parts of the deck, just become the win condition. And we've only evolved this technology we've been seeing at recent events like the Pro Tour or SCG Houston. So the Days Undoing is one way to lock them out with Narset and Teferi. There's also the Isochron Scepter Auram's Chant element of the deck, which is actually, they're going up in total card count for that combo. And even the Gaia's Reach Sanitarium, so lots of ways to effectively eventually just win the game out of nowhere with cards you were already playing, and on top of that, tons of interaction.
Well, look, this version that Paris is playing as well, it's largely a blue-white control deck. We are splashing red for the Galvanic Discharge, which we do think I saw that in Paris's opening hand. And you're eventually going, you've got it for Flage in the side and Molten Rain in the side as well. But look, you've got some pretty pip-intensive spells in Paris's main deck. You've got main deck Supreme Verdict, and that's pretty heavy on the blue-white.
Yeah, it's one of those things where in Modern we rarely talk about the mana base. It's sort of largely an afterthought just because the combination of fetches and shocks, and now as we're seeing both players run out these Surveil lands, is so good. How real is the concern if you're really pushing the boundaries like this Jeskai list is, that you run into mana problems?
I think you'd have to play very carefully. I like Paris opening on the blue-red Surveil. That locks red down really easily. Also gives you a chance later when you're fetching to just pull out blue and white, and then you know that you've got the red locked up for the Galvanic Discharge. I'm more concerned seeing this Guide of Souls hit the graveyard off of the Surveil on the Elegant Parlor, because that is one of the mainstays. Like, Guide of Souls is such a core part of the Boros energy deck. Seeing my opponent surveil that away, I'm not feeling too great because that tells me they've probably got one in hand already.
Yeah, whenever your opponent is willing to forego a card that you feel like they would always have, that probably means they already have it. And obviously we skipped to the turn 1 for both players with those enters tap land, but Daniel coming back strong on turn 2 with a Johnny Nakadal Pariah, and we are going to see, so this Galvanic Discharge. Do you want to talk a bit more about that? Because I think we've seen a lot of blue-white control lately, but this Jeskai build with more of the energy focus seems to have drifted out of the meta. Why do you think Paris is still rocking it?
Paris is going to be running the Galvanic Discharge specifically to power up Wrath of the Skies later. And, it's also just a very good disruptive threat. Paris isn't playing too much direct creature removal in this. This is far more a control element rather than like kind of a nickel and diming, one-for-oneing your opponent's creatures. And so you need to deal with those really important threats. But ultimately as well, later on this energy can be used for Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a great way to pump up that spell, which is huge in the format, obviously, being a Wrath that hits non-creature permanents as well. It deals with a lot of the wacky angles from combo decks, as well as the traditional role that sweepers fulfill in control. But as you say, you still need some ability to deal with certain threats. Like even if you're not worried about combat damage, being able to snipe that Ajani before it has any chance to flip is a big upside for the control deck. So it's always cool when you see someone make a very distinct choice against the meta like this, and it immediately pays off for them. But Daniel, not slowed down at all.
Here comes Seasoned Pyromancer, and we're discarding 2 Flages. Ooh, and Arena of Glory was the land for turns. Those Flages in the graveyard are really intimidating now. Daniel just needs 1 more card in the graveyard to escape Flage. And with that hasted granted by the Arena of Glory, that's pretty threatening for heading, into Paris's turn 3.
Yeah, I don't want to dob in anyway. This is an open deck list event, so in all seriousness, I can't. But to reveal a little bit of a glimpse behind the curtain for the viewers who don't have the deck list in front of them, Flage is also in Paris's 75. That is the other red card that makes up the Jeskai part of this list. It's in the sideboard, I believe, no main deck Flages, but I would assume that it can come in after game 1 because the life gain and the body it represents, if you can escape it, obviously very good against a small creature aggro deck that's playing fair like Boros Energy largely is. So potentially a very Flage-heavy matchup here.
The Lightning Helix style effect from Flage also going to be really good for Paris, potentially in the future, just because, again, you don't have too much direct creature destruction and interaction in that way. Arid Mesa land for turn for Paris, and it's a pass back to Daniel, and that's exactly what the control decks want to do. Land pass.
Yeah,
I'll let you figure out.
Especially since we can't see the hands. Like Paris obviously isn't going to, give too much away just with body language and emotions. But for the aggro player, we have a lot better of an idea of like how is Daniel doing right now. Obviously if you're an aggro deck leading with an enters tap land, playing an Arena of Glory, getting your first creature, bolted effectively, it seems like a potentially rough start. How confident would you be in the energy seat right now?
Right now, I'm feeling good.
Okay.
I'm feeling really I think going straight to combat here is really smart because you can push that damage first and see what the reaction from Paris is. You don't have to third Flage.
Okay.
Count them, 1, 2, and 3. That is the third Flage. And the target is pretty obvious here. The target is going to be Paris's.
Yeah, both players might end up using Flage in this matchup, but both of them using it in very different ways. Like here for Daniel, that's just 1 more card that goes face and does damage. And now, as you mentioned, we're very, very close to some of those Flages potentially escaping, and thanks to the Arena, they can escape with haste. And here is the other key card of Boros Energy, right? The Ocelot Pride. Is this the best 1-drop ever? Maybe the best white 1-drop. Mother of Runes, probably the only run for its money.
This is definitely one of the best cards in, I don't know, 1-drop card for sure. And I don't know, I'm feeling real up on Ocelot Pride. And especially, of course, you get the classic Guide, Pride, Ragavan kind of movements from the Boros Energy deck. And now going into Daniel's next turn, that's the City's Blessing.
Yeah,
that is
true.
10 permanents, so we're going to start doubling up on things as well. And this is where Voice of Victory is really, really critical to the deck.
Yeah, it's an interesting little quirk for an aggro deck to have to keep up with, and I think it might have been why some people didn't quite rate how powerful Ocelot Pride would be when it was first spoiled, just because, well, how often do you have to get like 10 permanents in play? That seems like a lot for an aggro deck that's trying to be low to the ground, but all it takes is a couple of these token-making effects, and now, as you can see, we're generating a cat token, and we are almost immediately getting City's Blessing. Now, granted, all of this can be swept away by a handy Wrath of the Skies if Paris has that sweep in a hand.
Supreme Verdict as well would do it, and Supreme
4
Verdict.
mana is almost always bad news for the aggro player.
That was a very clean, easy, this spell can't be countered, I'm going to destroy everything. And that's really, you know, again, Paris is in a bit of a squeeze, even as the control player. 8, you know, looking at 22 is really tough to be in.
Yeah, especially when normally you go, okay, well, I took a lot of damage, but I made it to turn 4. I cast my Supreme Verdict. This has been the way that it works in Modern for control for a decade now. But Flage in the graveyard is something that you can't necessarily count out just because you've happened to sweep away Daniel's board. Even if Daniel has very few cards left in hand, 8 damage is not a lot to deal with a Flage.
You can escape the Flage at this point. There are now enough cards in the graveyard that you can escape the Flage. I'm pretty sure if I'm counting properly as well, you can haste it with the Arena of Glory. And that's really, really tough. On my math, that's pretty much Paris done for game 1.
Yeah, I think it could just be one of those situations where you were sitting there thinking, as the aggro player, you have plenty of time in a best of 3. You can afford to stop and really think through whether you're missing anything, can my opponent have interaction, but there's only so many free counterspells in the format. They're pretty particular about what they can hit. You have had a chance to look at your opponent's deck list before the round starts. They are not allowed to check opponent's deck lists during the round, but someone like Daniel should know it's pretty safe to go for this. There's very few ways it ends up bad for you. And even if this didn't win the game right away, it's probably still the right time to do it when your opponent's tapped out and you have an empty board where you know this Flage is representing a potentially lethal threat.
We did exert the Arena of Glory, so Flage will have haste, and I believe it's a 6/6 as well.
Yeah, it comes into play, and then it's the 6/6, and it Lightning Helixes them. It's so much damage in one turn thanks to this Arena, and that's why, obviously, the deck's willing to play a potential tap land in Arena of Glory.
And Paris sees the writing on the wall, and the writing says, Flage.
So you were correct to be confident for Daniel. Even with a tap land start into remove 2-drop, the deck has so much, I don't know about late game power, but so much reach with that Flage, hasty Flage, that tapping out for a sweeper is almost worse for the control deck. Like, you can't afford to not sweep there, but you also can't afford to be defenseless against Flage. It's going to be a tough riddle for Paris to try and solve in the upcoming 2 games.
That definitely was, you know, I'm looking at that, I'm Paris, that's the correct thing to do, because if you don't, you're dead.
Yeah.
And you know, the best hope that you have is that your opponent, you know, misses a land drop and they can't exert the Arena of Glory, or they're missing, you know, exactly 1 pip. But as we head into sideboards, Mystical Dispute, huge, but not really against Boros.
No, yeah, thankfully there are other cards in this Jeskai sideboard, but you're right, probably not bringing in the disputes. On the other hand, I'm seeing a couple of Flages, which we already discussed.
Yep.
I would assume the Jeskai player brings in here. That life gain plus removal effect's pretty strong. We've also got Wrath of the Skies. If you felt you needed additional Wraths, especially ones that are potentially easier on the mana base, that could be good.
I'm looking at Surgical Extraction. Get that Flage out of the bin.
Yeah, it's that classic Surgical Extraction is the classic skill tester sideboard card, right? The question of when do you bring it in? Because you can almost always hit something, but I think Flage has a pretty strong argument as a surgical target. There's just a few other ways to deal with the card.
It's really difficult. If you're Paris, like, you know, one of the risks that you run in a situation like this is over-teching and like over-sideboarding and sideboarding too much and bringing in too many potential, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna need the Flages in, I think I'm gonna need the extractions in. You know what, maybe let's get some more card refinement, we'll grab the Consult the Star Charts. Oh, I need to really address your, you know, your Ocelot Pride or your Guide of Souls, I'm gonna dress down, and it can just start feeling like you're bringing in way too much and you're starting to go way too hard.
Yeah, I think the thing that interests me when sideboarding with control specifically is that for certain other decks that, like if you're a combo deck, you have to avoid boarding out too many of your combo cards. Or if you're aggro, you can't board out too many threats. Control, you're already mostly answers, so it's sort of like you can upgrade a lot of these slots, and it sort of seems if you have stuff like Celestial Purge, you bring it in. On the other hand, Boros Energy, this is one of those decks where it's like you really need to not overdo the sideboarding, but is there anything you'd bring in here?
Understanding how control tends to play, I'm looking at Vexing Bauble just to absolutely prevent Paris from abusing cards like Force of Negation. We know that Paris has Solitudes as well. So just making sure that Paris is casting these spells fairly is going to be really important. But again, that game 1 went so in Daniel's favor. I'm almost not really interested in changing too much. This Auram's Chant's not going to do anything because Paris is playing control is not, and you're not controlling through attacking.
Well, that's something I was going to ask, because we have seen it since these control decks started really main decking the Icecrown Scepter, and Paris is on 2 main deck, as well as the 4 Orum's Chant. There are situations where, depending on how fast the aggro player's start is, especially if aggro's on the draw, you can run out a turn 2 Icecrown Scepter and then basically have them locked out of the game from turn 3, assuming you make your land drops. They can't attack either if you kick the chant, and they can't cast spells. So all they can do is try and have, say, a Wear Tear on your turn to remove it if they board that in. So it's kind of like that obviously is a slim chance. It's a 2 of, they have to have it on curve, they have to have the lands, you have to not be already so far ahead. But I was going to ask, it's a question. Some players might be scared and try and bring in removal. Other players might just trust it's not going to hit them like that.
Now, look, I was watching a lot of the SCGCon Houston showdowns, and one of the matches that I watched, the player used an Orum's Chant to push through a card, making sure, like, I'm going to do this Orum's Chant on my turn, but you can't cast spells this turn. I don't want to see any counter spells. I don't want to hear anything from you. It's my turn, and I'm going to cast my spells. And it was essentially, this spell costs 1 more, and now it's uncounterable.
I think there's a big reason why that's another card that is in both players' lists. It's just, I was almost surprised it didn't immediately impact the modern format when it was reprinted, but it's been pretty widely adopted now. It's just so versatile. Like, obviously, it disrupts a lot of combo decks, because just being able to interrupt someone's chain of spells, it's almost like white counterspell, white stack interaction. Silence has come a long way, sort of, backwards.
Yeah.
I understand a much older card.
There's also a chance as well that we see the Clarion Conquerors come in from the sideboard to really, put a control on those Teferis and Narsets that are in Paris's deck. Because again, Paris's deck is largely relying on the Narset Days Undoing Lock, as well as we've said, the Gaia Reach Sanitarium, to really prevent their opponent from, playing the game.
It's such an interesting interaction there, because on the one hand, yes, it does answer the Planeswalkers pretty well. On the other hand, the 2 Planeswalkers in this deck, you'd argue their strongest abilities are the static ones.
The static ones that you actually can't interact with.
You can't turn them off, although Clarion Conqueror arguably can turn off Narset and Teferi by hitting them in the air. If you don't have removal, you can turn them off the hard way.
Look, one way to prevent a Planeswalker's passive ability from being utilized is to remove the Planeswalker.
But hopefully the Boros Energy deck, I mean, if I had to bet, I might bet leave the Clarion Conquerors out. They seem a little bit slow. If your opponent has removal for your other creatures, they have removal for the Conqueror. It's still only a 3/3. The flying doesn't necessarily seem relevant unless the game goes on for Paris to pull the Companion Kahira in from the sideboard. So yeah, I would be probably not boarding too many cards, I think, as the energy play, but we'll see what Daniel ends up doing. The players have taken a while to sideboard. I think there was a little bit of a judge interaction there, maybe just clarifying something, how much time they have in the round, perhaps. And
we're working on our opening hands now.
Yeah.
Paris is going to feel good being on the play this game, I think.
I mean, if that Supreme Verdict had been a turn earlier, it's a classic thing to complain about, but if you had that turn in the previous game, who knows what would have happened.
If only I had been on the play. There's always something, right? If only I'd drawn an extra card.
Exactly. Well, it's like what you said about the play of the Supreme Verdict. In some ways, you're just dead, but in other ways, you have to give your opponent the chance to miss their land drops. Sometimes people get unlucky, and you have to play it out the best you can from the situation you're in. But you're definitely, Paris would prefer to be on the play against this deck.
You're forced into making certain decisions that you might not necessarily want to make, but, it's in an arena like this, you either make the decision and hope that you don't die, or you just, passively assume, like, okay, well, this is going to happen to me, and you scoop the cards up. And I really respect playing it out. I respect, you have to have it. I'm going to make you have it. I'm going to make you, hit your land drop, exert Arena of Glory. You need to have exactly everything.
Absolutely. And not to mention, this event is high stakes, it's professional REL, there's a lot on the line, players qualified to be here, some people have traveled to be here. In fact, Daniel representing MTG Mate in Brisbane, that's not a short journey. If anyone's watching from overseas, you're not familiar with Australia, to say someone's traveled from interstate here means a lot. Brisbane is a while away from Melbourne. That's a significant plane ride, that's hotel bookings. Why, if you go to all that trouble, would you scoop it up early? Just give yourself a chance. Who knows what your opponent does or does not have in hand. Paris, I think, kept 7, so probably some good cards in there. Daniel had to mulligan down, I hope only to 6.
That is an elegant parlor, and I did see that Surveil. That was a Solitude on top, and we are keeping that on top, and that tells me that Paris is really prioritizing disruption.
I don't think I'm mischaracterizing the matchup to say that as long as you can stall out the first few turns for Paris, you can take over the game. So it seems like the more removal, the better. I don't know if there's such a thing as too much interaction for this matchup.
Just a little bit of a judge question here for the minute. And I think that's because the Solitude became revealed information is what it looks like. Daniel indicating they've noted down Solitude on top, so that unfortunately, not in Paris's favor, that Daniel knows that that's the card that's on top.
Right. It's like, am I allowed to write it down that if I saw the card, which I'm not meant to see, but, you know, things happen in paper. Guide of Soul. So we saw this surveilled off the top in game 1. It didn't end up hitting the battlefield thereafter, so who knows whether or not there was a copy in hand and it just didn't sequence in. But as you mentioned, one of the key cards in this deck.
Look, a sequence that I would love for Daniel right now is Land, Guide, Pride. I'd love it if that's turn, that is such a good turn for Burrows, because then you can immediately jump the Guide of Souls.
It's such a crazy pairing of 1-drops, and it seems like Paris, you know, you really don't want any card to hit play while Guide of Souls is around. It's such a potent enabler for the deck, even if it doesn't look like much on its own.
Windswept Heath for Daniel, going to go fetch up. This is also a situation where the follow-up of Guide Pride would feel like a bit of a blowout. At least you got rid of one guide, but the 1-2 punch follow-up would be a little bit tough.
Yeah, there's almost it's the kind of thing where it's so powerful, even if it comes down a bit late. Any scenario where Daniel has both those cards in play is, you know, alarm bells ringing for the control player.
And Goblin Bombardment. Talk to me about this card.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting one, and it's not like a splash card. There are 3 of them in Daniel's list, and that's not even particularly surprising. It's a really cool card if your opponent is running Flage or other removal that incidentally gains life, because obviously you can sacrifice your creature for value, right? You can get an extra 1 damage out of something that's going to die anyway. But if your opponent has lifelink blockers like Solitude or life gain removal like Flage, you're effectively fizzling that removal and that life gain by killing your own creature before it resolves. So it actually can effectively deal your opponent a bunch more damage than it says on the card.
And here comes Narset, and I said this to you previously. I think this specific version of Narset, this is my favorite Planeswalker.
The Potter of Veils, you might not have many friends in that camp. I mean, it's a lovely looking card.
Magali Villanueva, she did the art for it. It's so beautiful.
It's so great. Narset's such a nice seeming person. This card is not a nice card in the least, and neither is this. So now we're seeing, again, that part of the deck pay off potentially. Wrath of the Skies, I'm not sure how much this is.
We're taking the Wrath of the Skies from the Narset -2.
Yeah. It only needs to be for 2 energy to get rid of the bombardment at present, but you have that extra energy from the Galvanic. So there's the flexibility that Paris has kind of bought for themselves by playing Jeskai and playing this particular removal spell.
And I see your Galvanic Discharge, and I raise you my own Galvanic Discharge. No more Narset.
Exactly, right back at you. And there's the Pride. So the Guide Pride combo was at least available. Paris certainly not feeling any worse about the decision to bolt the Guide, although Pride by itself still a pretty pesky threat, especially with that bombardment in play. This is a token generator, so can't leave this in play either for very long.
And that's going to be an Island Cycling from the Lorien revealed.
Yeah, Lorien revealed such an unassuming card. It's funny which cards make it to Modern, right? The bar, as I think we said in round 1, very high for cards to kind of enter the pool of Modern playables. But turns out Island Cycling for just 1 generic on a spell that you sometimes maybe want to cast, that gets it done.
A lot of the other, you know, the Lord of the Rings commons that cycle for a basic. Pauper playable, Pauper All-Stars.
Legacy All-Stars even.
Oh my gosh, they're good for every format.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of a difference making that ability cost 1 generic instead of, I think, almost every standard set these days has the land cycling for 2 creatures. Yep. But if you make that 1 and the card's halfway decent, even just a big-bodied creature, that's such a low opportunity cost to include in your deck. And
Meticulous Archive is the grab.
Yeah, I was about to say, sometimes you even want the shuffle. Now you get extra information out of the Surveil as well. And Paris seems to be in a decent spot this time. The wonders of being on the play.
Definitely, this is a pace of play that Paris is going to be so much happier with. 1 creature, you know, each turn, I deal with your creature, and then we move on. It's going to be a lot more, you know, it's more on Paris's terms than it is on Daniel's terms.
So if things continue this way and Paris continues to kind of set the tempo of the match, we've seen 1 Narset already, mostly used for card advantage. We obviously have a Sweeper on deck. We're not even using it yet. We're going for the spot removal first. That's a Prismatic Ending to take care of the Pride. When does the gear start to shift? Like, if you're Daniel, how many more turns do you have to try and apply some pressure before things get bad?
Look, the thing with control players is they can spend as long as they want. The whole point with control decks is we're going to play the game at my pace. And it gets to a point, you know, for Daniel where it's going to be really difficult to land and stick threats. Even, you know, the constant spot removal and also the open face Wrath of the Skies here. This is just a tough position to be in where every single creature is getting nickel and dimed away. You're not having the chance to develop a board state. This Goblin Bombardment is looking just like a really pretty card on the side.
Yeah, I guess this is the danger of running a handful of bombardments, is that it is one of the worst cards in the deck on its own. It does nearly nothing. It at least like primes your future plays to be worth some amount of damage, but I'm looking at this list now and I'm sort of thinking, if I'm behind as the Boros Energy list, you obviously don't build to be behind. What card's explosive enough to come back? There are 2 main deck Blood Moons.
I'm really hoping for a Ragavan at this point as well. If I can eat it, if I can eat away cards.
Guess
There it is.
what just showed up?
There it is.
Out of all the cards in the deck, this is one of the very few that is enough of a game changer on its own and hard enough to interact with that I feel like if this resolves, maybe it can turn around Daniel's fortunes here in game 2.
Paris has 4 mountains on the battlefield.
I guess this is where the mana comes into it, right? Like maybe you can always get your perfect mana, but when your opponent has a Blood Moon, suddenly all those non-basics are a lot worse for you. And Daniel has a basic Plains or 2 in play, so not even suffering under the Blood Moon himself. And now can take the aggressive mantle back by playing out Seasoned Pyro. That's a decent combo for Guided Souls. Maybe not Ocelot Pride, but still pretty good.
Well, look, I take it back. Things are now definitely in Daniel's favor, and all that needed to change was a Blood Moon.
Yeah, I'm just managing to find your way past the counter magic with maybe the most important spell in the deck, so sequencing really matters, folks. Solitude, of course, still a play that you can make without having lands that tap for white mana.
It's true. Solitude, pitching a Solitude as well. Look, the fact that Paris, you know, did not Force of Negation the Blood Moon, that's you know, free permission, basically.
Yeah, that's the card you had to dodge, right? There's 2 in the main, though, and there's not more to bring in. It's not really a card, I think, that you would even bring in more copies of if you had them available, because, again, the energy deck doesn't present you with a ton of targets for it, but that, unfortunately, is the key spell you would have needed to hit. So,
Basic Island, huge for Paris here.
Massive. Yes, because you have to draw that as well naturally. You can't fetch for it once the Blood Moon's down. So now you can use that to consult the star charts. This card's been huge for control and hopefully find your way further out of this Blood Moon conundrum.
Paris, unfortunately, can't kick this consult either because they don't have the second blue mana source. Aram's Chant going to be the get here. And I was going to say the reason you would pick this is because you have an Isochron Scepter in hand and you can imprint the Orim's Chant under the Isochron Scepter, and that is going to be really, really key for Paris. This is part of the lock. This is part of the control lock for Paris.
And Paris is not all in on this lock, but going up from 1 to 2 copies of Isochron Scepter is a pretty big investment for control. That said, it's a really interesting spot we're in. Paris does not have a basic Plains that I can see, right? So Isochron Scepter makes it colorless to cast the Orim's Chant, but the kicker cost is still white. And the kicker is what says you can't attack.
Yes, and at this stage, you know, Daniel could go through the next few turns not casting any spells. And how many attacks would you need from an Ajani and a Seasoned Pyro before you're just dead?
These are the kinds of situations I love in Magic, where it's like you would not expect, looking at the sheer firepower both these lists have, all different cards and interactions. We see a rare Ajani flip happen. You wouldn't have expected the question at the end of the day would be, how many turns of attacking with these 2 smallish creatures can I get before you top deck basic Plains?
And, you know, that's not really the situation you want to be in. The cat token to flip Ajani sacrificed by the Raid Bombardment, that damage went upstairs. Flip the Ajani, make another Cat Warrior. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, it's not the only reason the bombardment's in the deck, but the fact that you can easily access this super powerful backside of Ajani, it's another thing that kind of gives this Boros energy aggro deck extra dimensions beyond just attacking with a lot of small creatures. It's so cool.
Unfortunately, like, the Wrath of the Skies would be so good in this position, but we're missing the 2 white pips at now.
It's a pretty big ask if you weren't proactively fetching for those basics early game, and I suppose it's a downside of any Wrath. There's not really a pip, unintensive Wrath that these decks play, but it just goes to show why these main deck Blood Moons are such a cool choice for Daniel.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you didn't make me not be able to cast spells this turn.
The issue as well is, you know, there's only 2 Plains to fetch up. And in what situation are you anticipating the Blood Moon? At what point are you, you're hoping that you can time your Force of Negation with the Blood Moon, right? You're hoping that, that's the lineup that you want to have happen. Otherwise, you shut off a lot of your own, your other spells if you're fetching up basics. And a Johnny number 2, and here's the great part, you can have both of them out because they've got 2 different names.
Yeah, that is how, sometimes you need to double check how does the legend rule work, but yes, as long as they're different names, the game does not know that these are the same character from different parts of the timeline, and happily now rocking all the cats in play, Daniel in a huge commanding position.
Counting here as well, I believe, does the Ajani Plus target, yep, I was going to say, so counting up there, between the attacks, the Ajani Plus, and the Goblin Bombardment, that is enough damage. Paris sees the writing on the wall. That's going to do it. And that was a swift 2-0 for Boros.
Yeah, and totally different games as well. Game 1, I think you'd call maybe the textbook aggro win, but Game 2, totally different.
That was a fast aggro match.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see it. I'm a fan of aggro, especially white aggro decks. So I'm quietly over here, pumping my fist for Boros aggro. It's not even the big meta game, bully anymore than it was. Like you said, it's sort of an underdog here by sort of deck percentage standards. So all the more reason to cheer for Daniel, and especially when you see something cool and a bit different, like in Game 2. Player's tech choice, those 2 main deck Blood Moons, as you said, kind of difficult for the blue-white deck to play around, or the Jeskai deck to play around, and in the end, it really turned around what looked like it was going to a 3-game match.
For a moment, I was solidly convinced Paris had it tied up, and then Blood Moon.
It's brutal, and there was a chance to come back, but unfortunately, when you're playing against Blood Moon in an aggro deck, they really shut the door on you quickly, and we saw how quickly things kind of spiraled out of control from there. So congratulations to Daniel. I would assume maybe now 4-0 and looking really good to make day 2.
4-0, looking really, really good for top 8.
Exactly, and to just remind everyone what we're playing for today, of course, we are here at Regional Championship 10, and there are $15,000 prize pool. That's the first thing. Already enough to come out for. But then also, top 10 from this event make it to the Pro Tour. 10. It's wide. So if you're a 4-0, you're looking at those 10 Pro Tour invites, and you're not getting too far ahead of yourself, but you're starting to believe maybe it's real. And of course, once you get to top 8, you can start thinking, well, maybe I can win this whole thing. And then you get the invite to Worlds, Magic Worlds 2026, which of course, you can't really imagine a much bigger prize. Just look at that. So, both of those players still in contention for that. Kira, I don't know, would you be feeling the pressure in their seat? I can't really imagine right now.
I'd be feeling, I think, your X and 1s could be, you can work your way into the top. But the pressure comes down when you start getting into those, 4-0s, the deeper that we get into it, round 5 is going to be a huge decider for our top end. So very excited.
It's almost like the closer you get, the more real it is, and then that pressure becomes real as well. Like, at the start of the day, you also don't have any losses. But once you've won 4 in a row, you start thinking, the other shoe's got to drop soon. I've got to run into my bad matchup. I've got to have some trouble. But of course, this is not the only big event, even between now and the end of the year. You can see on the screen right now a shot of the lovely Flinders Street Station, landmark of Melbourne, because Command Fest Melbourne, 5th to 7th of December. And you might think to yourself, maybe you're watching this broadcast, you're a Commander player. Great, you're probably already going to Command Fest. But if you're not a Commander player, keep in mind, there is another event at the Command Fest which you might be interested in.
We've got standard and sealed open entry events, and they are it's a 10K Australian Open at Command Fest Melbourne. Whew.
So Australian Open there, not just a pun, that's an open entry event. You just show up on the day, play big ticket Magic, the kind that we're playing here today. As you said, mix of standard and sealed is a really fun kind of combination format. I mean, I'll be looking at it. I don't know if I'll be playing that event. We might be here in the booth.
Well, I was saying we might be back exactly where we are right now. Just come December. Make sure to grab your tickets. They are selling out fast. And we'll be back shortly for round 5 of RC10.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Jim Dowling and I'm joined now by Sam Loy. Sam, how are you going today?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic, Jim.
That's good. You're already qualified. Don't need to play in the last chance qualifiers today. So we're here to talk about your deck and what you're playing. You're playing Blue-Red Prowess. What led to you playing this deck?
So, as you know, Jim, I love myself an aggro deck. So this was one of the ones that I felt the most confident about in the metagame, and access to things like consigned memory out of the sideboard sort of answered a pretty open field that we're likely to see at this RC.
Awesome. And talk to me about a lot of these card choices. There's very little in the way of blue mana and blue cards in these decks. Just the Preordain's Expressive Iteration. What's the draw to that over playing, say, a mono-red strategy?
Yeah, so I think in these decks, you want the fuel to keep on coming. So while we're getting some benefit in our Prowess package from casting a lot of spells, we need to not run out of cards. So whether or not that involves just throwing your whole hand on the table or drawing a few more things over the course of a game, you really want the Preordained and Expressive Iteration to help that happen. The other reason for these is that the threat package, which is only 16 cards, has really variable value depending on what your matchup is. So some matches, a Quarry Steel Cut is amazing. Some matches, you're really after a Slick Shot. And having that card selection to find those right pieces for the right matchup does go a long way towards your win percentage.
Awesome. That makes a lot of sense. I'm looking at your mana base here, and I'm seeing a Sacred Foundry. What's the white mana for? Not many white cards in the deck that I can see.
Yeah, so I've got a pair of Wear Tears in the sideboard. This is designed after the RC Top 8 that Gage Herberger had at Houston, I believe, was the event. And I really like the idea of chucking that white mana in just to answer things like Urza Saga for one, as well as finding some percentages in matchups where they're able to do things like Amulet Titan, or they're able to do stuff like Brood Scale, where they have a combination of enchantments and artifacts in their deck. So a card that isn't dead in either sort of draw that those decks can have.
Awesome. What would you say the worst matchups in the room are? How much of the field do you have to dodge this weekend?
Well, I think, I could certainly lose to myself, but also the mirror isn't great. So the mirror is really play draw dependent. There are things you can do, but I think this room's pretty skilled. So, I'll try and fly by the seat of my pants on that one. The other one is Jeskai Blink, again from the RC. I've found quite bad. They've got a lot of life gain as well as a lot of interaction with what you're doing. So, while you can do things like Mutagenic Growth to escape a Flage trigger, for example, they do play bigger creatures and they play a lot of value in their deck, and their card court is just higher as well. So that's one that I'm trying to avoid.
Right, makes sense. It looks like you've done the research. You know what's good and bad for you. Hey, how did you qualify to get here? What's given you the right to play tomorrow?
So I top 8'd the last RC. So yeah, that'll do it. That'll get you there.
Awesome. And that's normally where I ask people, where they qualified and what their local game store is. So where do you normally play?
Coburg Town Hall was the place. I normally play at RCs, apparently, although it was about 6 months ago. So it's been a while. I haven't actually had much time as an adult to get into game stores recently. So very fortunate to be already qualified for this one.
Awesome. Well, best of luck this weekend, Sam, and hopefully we'll see you at the top tables.
Thanks, Jim.
Welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10. I'm Jim Dowling, and I'm here with Glenn Doyle, tournament organiser for us.
G'day, Jim. Player happy to be here.
Hey, we're here to talk about Command Fest and what you can see there outside of the events. It's a fest. It's a festival. What can we do if we're not playing the events? What's all the added extras? What's the sell here?
Well, some of the things I'd like to talk about today is the artists that we're going to have there. So in the past, we've had a few artists at each event. This time we have 7 artists. 7 artists appearing at Command Fest Melbourne. 3 of those are international artists that we've brought in for this. And then 4 this are our lovely local Magic artists that keep on doing what they're doing and producing great art for the game we love.
Yeah, I think it's very cool that, Australia's pretty small geographically, when you're talking about our player size and that sort of thing, but we have 4 Magic artists. That's so cool, and that's just the ones that are going to be at this show. But can you tell us more? Can you tell us who will be there?
Yeah, so our local talent coming to this event is Kellogg's Loops. Hugh, who's a really great guy. We love having him along. We also have April Prime, who's here today at the RC as well. and we'll have Alex Stone coming along again for our events. And then we will also have Benjamin E as well, who's been to a few of our events as well. They're all lovely people and really great to work with. So I'm really sure players will be able to come and see them and have a chat to them, get cards signed. You know, they'll be able to purchase their play mats and things like that. They do a great job.
Awesome. And then you mentioned some international talent. We're not just got the local travellers and paying domestic flights. We got the big dogs in from overseas as well. Who have we got?
Great, yes, we do, Jim. I think everybody will remember fan favourite RK Post. So RK will be along. If anyone's seen his setup at any of our events previously, there's heaps of tokens and things you can buy. Any token you like from him. He's a really great guy. Also good to have a beer with. Secondly, Jeff Laubenstein, who has produced things like Recurring Nightmare and in the past, and also another lovely guy coming along. So, and I'd like to announce just here with you, Jim, the last of those international guests that we can confirm is Mr. Rob Alexander. So Rob Alexander is pretty famous. He obviously did Underground Sea and all of the original Shocklands. He's also a good friend of ours. 10 years ago, he appeared at CanCon with us a couple of times. So we're very happy to have Rob back again. So it's going to be great.
That sounds awesome. That's a really prime opportunity to meet these artists, see them in their natural element, maybe get some cards signed, some artist proofs and play mats. Is that sort of, what do they do for the weekend? Is that what they do?
Yeah, exactly. Each one may have different things. Like Kellogg's Luke's always comes along with his special wrapping paper, if you've seen that, and obviously RK will bring 1 million tokens along for people. So each one has a different thing to get, but usually they'll have like artist proofs. Maybe they might have play mats or something cool to do. But look, hey, just getting to talk to some of those guys too, particularly the international guys, is good and great to do. So I really say the players coming along to the events should definitely go over to the booths and say hi and tell them how much you like them.
Awesome. It sounds like there's going to be quite a show here at Command Fest Melbourne. Welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10. I'm Jim Dowling and I'm here with Leonard Barker, winner of Last Chance Qualifier number 4. Congratulations.
Thanks.
What deck were you playing today?
I just net decked the number 2 seed from the PT, like the Orum's Chant Narset Wheels deck, blue-white control.
I've seen you playing blue-white control at pretty much every event forever. Okay, well that was unexpected, but here we are. Is this what you're going to be playing tomorrow now that you've qualified as well?
Yeah. I'm going to consider whether I take the Chance and the Scepter out. I'll probably just run back the same 75. It seemed to do fine today.
Awesome. And how was your run through the LCQ? Good luck, bad luck, good matchups, long games?
Yeah, so I had some very long games for the first 2 rounds. I played against Affinity twice. I played against the Samwise deck. And I played against Amulet Titan in one of them. There was one game that I played that I kept a 7-card hand and I got to turn 10 with 2 lands, and I lost that game. That felt rubbish.
So you only had 2 lands and it took them that long to get there?
Yeah, it was well, they mulled to 4. So it was kind of like, I'm not sure who's the worst off in this situation, but I guess I lost. So.
Okay, so what you didn't tell me then is you lost to a mulligan to 4.
Yeah, that's right. And so I feel like sometimes you just got to lean in when you've got to lean out,
Well, the world entirely knows that now. Hey, where do you normally play Magic? What's your local game store?
Plenty games.
Awesome. Well, congratulations and good luck this weekend. Hope to see you at the top tables.
Thanks. It's been awesome.
Welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm here with the winner of Last Chance Qualifier number 5, Max. Max, congratulations.
Thank you.
What did you play in today's qualifier?
I played Boros Energy.
Boros Energy, and is that what you would play, what you will play tomorrow, I suppose?
I think so, yeah, just maybe a couple sideboard changes, but otherwise, yeah.
Awesome. How was your run through the tournament? Was it good matchups, bad matchups, a lot of luck, or long, grindy games?
Yeah, pretty clean. The first LCQ I lost immediately to Prowess, and I hadn't really tested against it. But I made sure after that, because I saw a lot of people were playing it, to get some help, make sure I knew how to play the matchup for future, and then I got there in my second try.
That's awesome. That clears up as well, What prep do you need to do for tomorrow? Is there any other good matchups, bad matchups that you need to shore up and study up on?
Yeah, I heard Goryo's very, very popular, and I know Goryo shares a lot of cards with Blink, so I think it's probably pretty useful to test against that deck specifically, because I'll kind of be testing against 2 decks at once. Other than that, yeah, probably a little more against Prowess, and I think those are going to be the main, 3 decks that cover the tournament, and maybe some Control, because that's always, the most difficult to play against, especially under pressure.
Awesome. And where do you normally play? What's your local game store?
Yeah, I play Mazer Fitzroy and plenty of games usually with the team.
Awesome. Well, hey, congratulations again, and hopefully we'll see you at the top tables tomorrow. Hello and welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10. I'm here with the winner of Last Chance Qualifier number 7, Alec Ferguson. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
What did you play in this event?
I played a little unknown brew. I found this cool card, Amulet of Vigor, and it untaps lands or permanents, right? And so I found these old lands that enter tapped, but they produce more mana and stuff. And I put them together. It's a bit of a homebrew. Yeah, I'm hoping I do well this weekend with it.
All right, so is this the deck that you're going to take tomorrow in the RC now that you've qualified for it?
Yes. Yeah, I'll make 1 or 2 card changes. But yeah, in this homebrew that I'm the one that worked on it. I just played Amulet Titan. I dodged 2 horrific matchups in my LCQ pod. So pretty happy about that, and I'm hoping tomorrow I continue to dodge stuff like Mono Blue Belcher.
Awesome. Hey, where do you normally play games? What's your local game store?
Plenty of games. I think it's the best store in the city, but I think everyone will be biased when they mention their LGS. They'll say it's the best. But yeah, check out Plenty of Games. If you've got a LGS that you think is better, let me know about it, because that would be cool. That'd be cool if your LGS is good.
That's right. We're hyping up all of our LGSs this weekend. Well, Alec, congratulations on your finish. And I can't... Welcome back to coverage of Regional Championship 10. I'm Jim Dowling, and I'm joined by Glenn Doyle, the Premier Play Coordinator for Wizards of the Coast for Australia, New Zealand. Glenn, how are you going today?
G'day, Jim. Welcome to the event. Happy to be here. Hope you're having a good time.
I am so far. Hey, look, we're here for the last Regional Championship of 2025. What's on for Premier Play in 2026 in Australia, New Zealand?
That's right. So this RC is actually the start of the next year's program, but for next year, we've got some big things to talk about, because the plan from here is to have 1 regional championship in Melbourne, which will be this one usually, and then also 1 regional championship in Sydney. That Sydney one next year will be at Bankstown Sports Club on the 13th to the 15th of March. But what we want to now try and do is take 1 regional championship every year to a different location around the region. We know players have been asking for this as best we possibly can. We've been trying to do this for a while. So I'm really happy to announce that on the 22nd to the 24th of May, which will be the second RC for the year, we'll be in Adelaide at the Adelaide Convention Centre in that lovely city there.
Hey, awesome. I've never been to Adelaide for a Magic event. So I'm looking forward to a nice little holiday over there, do some coverage out that way, meet the local talent and see what the local game stores are. But regional championships aren't all that's on the docket for 2026, right?
That's correct. And by the way, I've never been to Adelaide, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. It's one city I haven't been to. So, outside of the RCs, the Regional Championship program, we've also got some other big things on. We've been very lucky. Wizards of the Coast have decided to give us a spotlight event, which is pretty huge news. It's a massive tournament, $50,000 in prize money, spots to the Pro Tour, etc. And that's going to be in Brisbane. So we're also really happy to be able to take another event to non-Sydney, Melbourne places. So we're having that at Brisbane Convention Centre on the 28th to the 30th of August, and that's 2026.
So that's the middle of winter. Good time to be in Brisbane instead of
trip to go to Queensland.
Cloudy Sydney or Melbourne down here. Brisbane sounds great. So you said that was August 26 to 28?
August 28 to 30. August 28 to 30.
Awesome. And there's a big competitive main event, but what is there alongside that?
Look, there'll be pretty much everything. Brisbane Convention Centre, we've taken one of the big bays there. It's 5,000 square metres, so it's massive. We've got to fill it with players and events and artists and all sorts of activities. So the main event, there'll be details later next year, but the main event will be around the Hobbit set because it comes out in a similar time frame. It'll be a big event, stacks of side events of anything you can pretty much imagine, I think, Jim. Like we'll have heaps of different sealed and limited and constructed events. I'm sure we'll have a 7-point Highlander there because I love that format, as well as anything else we have on the go. So it should be exciting.
Awesome. And one last thing that it was announced this week, the limited championship. I heard that there'll be some limited championship qualifiers. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
Yeah, I can. Haven't got full details yet, Jim, but basically, as you would probably all know if you're coming to the regional championships, that on the Sunday we have a Sunday 5K. This is basically going to replace that. It'll be a sealed event. It'll be open to everybody. There'll be similar kind of prize money that we have for the Sunday 5K currently, but as well as that, there'll be 2 qualification spots for the limited championship that'll happen in 2027. So it'll be a big day. It'll be a long day. We're figuring out the format of how that's going to work. But look, I'm really excited to do that. It's making a sealed, a competitive thing, and I think that's going to be great. So we're looking forward to doing that. Full details next year or soon once we sort out with Wizards what's required. But there will be a limited championship qualifier at each of the RCs. So at the Sydney one, the 13th to 15th of March, and in Adelaide, 22nd to 24th May. And then we'll have one at the Spotlight, I believe, as well.
Awesome. That sounds like more opportunities to make it to the big leagues and travel international, see the world and play the game. Absolutely. Glenn, thanks for joining me here at RC10.
Thank you very much for having me here. Thanks, Jim.
Rejoining you live from Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Tom Anderson. With me is Kira Turetsky. We're up to round 5 of our Modern action for today. It's flying by, and we have already seen a lot of the really cool decks that Modern has to offer, Kira.
I am so excited heading into this. These are our 4 and O's. These are our top players today. We've got 2 really cool decks down on the table, so let's head on in. Down here on the feature match table, we have Nick Chow on Is It Affinity, Julian Oyston on Domain Zoo. Julian, really interesting journey. Used to be a mainstay Magic player long time ago. Took a break for 5 years, I think I heard him say, before coming back. This is his first big event since his break. And, you know, nothing a Worlds invite couldn't fix, you know, first time back.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a crazy level to be playing at the first time you're back, and showing you're clearly playing at a level of skill that reflects the level of event you're at. Here we are already starting with the key card of the deck in play, Leyline of the Guild Pact. But as you say, to go for that speed run from I'm not actively playing Magic to I am qualified for the PT and potentially 2 events, it's a lightning rise for a player out of Playback Arcade in Gympie.
PT speedrun, I think is a good way to put it.
And of course, Nick Chow representing Maze of Fits, classic Melbourne games store. So a great Australian Magic matchup here. What do you think about this Domain Zoo deck? Because this has actually been one of the metagame rises here for us, Kira, in today's meta relative to, I think, the broader Modern scene.
I'm really liking Zoo. You know, it's not the deck I normally play, but I love what Leyline of the Guild Pact has done for the deck. It's definitely given it some really strong legs. And, you know, the power that it has is immense. Nick Chow doing the typical Is It Affinity thing, which is dumping as many artifacts onto the battlefield as possible. That's 2 Tormod's Crypt, a Mishra's Bauble, and that's a Springleaf Drum as well. Springleaf Drum, really important when you have your Pinnacle Emissary out and you are generating all of these tiny little robots. The Springleaf Drum gives you all access to that extra mana. We can see a Kappa Cannoneer in hand for Nick as well. And that is going to face a Metallic Rebuke because the Doorkeeper Thrall, that is, and we were talking about this before we went live, Doorkeeper Thrall is going to be really important for Julian against Nick's Affinity deck. Making sure that the trigger from the Pinnacle Emissary, you know, the artifacts entering the battlefield, making sure that doesn't trigger is very important. And here comes, it looks like a Dashed Ragavan.
Yeah, I mean, you say obviously it's typical of Affinity, typical of Modern more broadly as well. Little time to introduce these players or decks. This action is absolutely explosive. One player starting with their key piece of their deck already in play and the other dropping their hand on turn 1. But it's interesting, Nick Chow, the Affinity deck, as you say, it's not just about the cards that you're playing. Those Tormod's Crypt's main deck against a deck that's not really got a lot of graveyard action going on, the Baubles, they're not really played for their own effects. They're played to power up specific cards like that Pinnacle Emissary. But that has to be on the battlefield already. So you kind of know, we see actually Nick Chow just shuffling their Kappa Cannoneers in hand. But until that hits the battlefield, this deck isn't really doing too much.
I do love, we did see a Lava Spur Boots as well. And here's the Kappa Cannoneer. And that's going to enter with the counter on it as well. Kappa Cannoneer, this is, you know, one of the powerhouses of this deck because whenever an artifact, whenever this creature or another artifact enters, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It can't be blocked. I have seen so many matches come down to just a 7/7 Kappa Cannoneer.
Well, it's not just essentially unblockable, because there's basically no turn with this deck where you're not triggering that ability. It also has Ward 4, which isn't quite Shroud, but in practical terms, given how fast you deploy this, your opponent does not have 4 mana, so even free removal like Solitude is not getting there.
I would say it's essentially hexproof, it feels like, and Nick Chow going to get in for a casual 6.
Yeah, so when you have a creature that is unblockable and broadly untargetable by your opponent, it's more or less just a clock. It just does this much damage to you per turn, and you have a couple of turns to deal with me. And Julian, to be fair, did have the answer, right? That Doorkeeper Thrall really slows down that Cannoneer. It makes it blockable, and this is a deck that can definitely present blockers for it, but now you have to just deal with the card some other way.
Here's another Dash Dragavan. Again, a really good opportunity for Julian just to get in and part and parcel that damage, but that's going to be met with another Metallic Rebuke. So no Ragavan for you. Kavu is going to get in instead, and Leyline of the Guildpact doing some really good work with these fetch lands here, because it allows them to tap for mana of any color, because they are every basic land type.
Yeah, Leyline of the Guildpact, there's a lot of decks in the room, so any sweeping statement is hard to make, but to me it almost feels like the biggest impact single card for any of these decks. Like, the difference between having Leyline of the Guildpact in your opener and not is huge for this deck with how much it powers up all the different cards.
Flage into the bin as well. Never like to see a Flage in the bin. That is, if a Flage is going to be anywhere, it's in my graveyard, ready to escape. Back to Nick. Usually as well, Boots goes on to the Cannoneer pretty quickly, and there's a second Cannoneer in hand for Nick there. And that is going to really have the potential to run away with this game. We also see a Mishra's Bauble. So Bauble going to increase the size of the first Kappa Cannoneer. I'm wondering about sequencing here as well, if it would have been more worthwhile to play the Cannoneer that's in hand and then play the Bauble to get the counters on both Cannoneers.
If you kind of follow the logic, I suppose, it only makes sense that Nick Chow really values having that land untapped. Obviously, playing the Bauble out, you lose a trigger on one of the Cannoneers, but you are able to produce a colorless mana effectively using Improvise. So now you have the mana to equip those boots, because you obviously couldn't pay for that with the Improvised. And now you have the option to double your clock, essentially starting this turn.
Yep, so that's going to be an attack for, what is that? 11, it looks like? Wait, no,
so
it's bigger. It's
fast.
8 for 13.
Is it? It's just, it's not quite lethal. Julian.
But it's Julian to 1, and I think that's enough, and he's seen enough for that. So as we head into sideboarding, what are we looking at? If we're the Zoo player, and we just had to quickly stare down 2 giant turtles, what are we looking to do?
Well, one thing that struck me in that matchup was how good the interaction from the Affinity deck actually was. It's interesting, Affinity, not just an aggressive deck, right? Those Metallic Rebukes really mess with Julian's ability to present effective answers to the Cannoneers, and because the threats from Affinity are so cheap, they can be paid for by tapping your artifacts, you have the mana available to really out-tempo your opponent. So maybe something like Teferi Time Raveler seems like a pull against this sort of list, but I'm not sure what else you can do, because there's not that many cards that actually answer the Cannoneer. You can bring in cards to attack the other parts of the deck, perhaps, like Wrath of the Skies.
Mystical Dispute as well, possibly, for the Kappa Cannoneers.
True, it's another way to fight counter magic. Just do it on the stack yourself if you've got the mana floating, and Leyline of the Guildpact makes it easy to have blue mana available. So Wrath of the Skies, I think, is the obvious you bring in, because so much of Affinity relies on just having a bunch of cheap artifacts lying around. You can very easily mop those up. Beyond that, Consigned to Memory has some targets in this matchup, but the threats are colored artifacts. So, at that point it becomes less good. It's interesting. There's not that many amazing pulls, it seems, in the Zoo sideboard.
Looking into the Affinity sideboard, though, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't feel like I'm changing too much. You could look at bringing Ashiok in to prevent those fetches from really doing anything effective. But, I'm feeling pretty comfortable if I'm Nick. That went pretty squarely in the direction of Affinity. I'm not feeling too nervous going into game 2.
Yeah, I suppose. I'll admit, I'll be the one to say I don't know everything about Magic. I'm not sure if you can force a negation. You can't stop the pre-game Leyline in any way, and if your opponent doesn't have it pre-game, there's no real reason to bring that in. So, yeah, I think you maybe just rock with what you had. A lot of the removal that you would bring in for creature decks from the Affinity deck, it doesn't really touch the big creatures out of Domain Zoo, so maybe you just do what you did in game 1 and say, my plan is kind of just better straight up, and I'm going to run you over.
I wouldn't even, even though I am a known Blood Moon enjoyer, I wouldn't even be bringing Blood Moon in this match.
No.
The Guild Pact, with the way that these multiple overriding, effects work, I don't think it's putting in the exact right work.
Exactly. It's kind of one of those things where maybe your main board plan is just your best plan. We talked about you have to be careful to not overthink things, don't take out too many cards, because that's the other thing with the Affinity deck. There's so much synergy involved. If you're boarding out even some of these like low impact cards, like say a Tormod's Crypt, well, that's a 0 mana artifact. Don't board that out too quickly. You're not going to be boarding in another one to replace it, and that lowers the power of your Cannoneers and Pinnacle Emissaries.
I'd be inclined to, if I'm Nick, I'd be inclined just to run it back. It
Yeah.
felt pretty smooth. And you didn't get a, we didn't get a chance to see too much of Julian's Zoo deck, do the Zoo things. There was the, the Doorkeeper Thrall, but that meta counter spell. There was, a second dash argument, ate another counter spell. And that kind of spelled defeat for Julian. So if I'm Nick, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. And again, how much are you thinking about potentially, faking your sideboarding in terms of, moving cards around back and forth? Yeah, I'll take this in, I'll
Yeah.
take this out as a, a little bit of a psych out game.
Take your 60 cards, shuffle them into your sideboard, and then take 15
And then
cards out.
Go find
They
your
don't
15
know.
sideboard cards.
Yeah, if you just take the same 15 out again, they are going to know. But, it depends how much you think that the mental game is worth the extra shuffling and bother. I mean, to flip it from the other side, right, we're talking about maybe Julian has more work to do here to make up ground in game 2. You don't want to make it all about the coin flip, but if I'm Julian and I'm thinking, what can I do better than game 1, the answer is be on the play and then have Doorkeeper Thrall plus Stubborn Denial mana. Maybe that's just all it takes to get there, because that turns off so much of the deck, right? Not only the enters abilities of actual cards, but cards like Cannoneer that care about artifacts entering the battlefield are also shut down, so it really turns off a ton of the synergies for one cheap creature.
Kappa Cannoneer also going to be a really, really important part of Nick's game plan, because, we can see in Julian's deck, the Leyline Binding, that Leyline Binding is going to cost 5 regardless. Even with Domain unlocked, if you try and target a Cannoneer, that's still going to be 5 mana.
You go to all this trouble to discount your Leyline Binding down to just a single white mana, and then your opponent does something rude like make it cost 5 again. It's really disrespectful when you think about it. But yeah, it seems like a lot of this Domain Zoo deck, like Ragavan again, another card that I think completely changes character between whether you are on the play or on the draw. So Julian, even though that game 1 was a bit of a beatdown, bit of a show of force from the Affinity deck, there's a lot of Domain Zoo decks doing well at the tournament today. The deck definitely has the legs, and you've got to just back yourself to win on the play in game 2. And then in game 3, maybe you just have a slightly different sequence.
Players shuffling up now, getting ready to go. I'm loving this event. We're seeing so many high power, high synergy decks. It's been such a joy.
Exactly, and the modern meta feels pretty decent right now. There's a good mix of aggro, control, combo. The room today is very diverse. I don't know, there's a lot of, I think, the players on Rogue decks in the X and 1 brackets. We might meet some of them in the coming rounds. But first, we have to do the tour of, the real favorites, the decks that do have significant metagame representation. Of which these are certainly 2, and players now looking at their openers. How important is it for Julian to mulligan to that ley line and have it again at the very start of the game?
It's tough to say. Domain is not a deck that I've played too much of. It feels like the ley line is super, super critical. But at this point, I'm genuinely wondering if in a position like this, you're actually really more worried about the Doorkeeper Thrall. And Affinity look like it's going to do Affinity things. This is a warped Pinnacle Emissary, and that to me says Nick has a ton of 0 mana artifacts in hand.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do is we are just going to ping, ping, ping. We're going to start plopping down those 0 mana artifacts so we can create a ton of robots.
Yeah, Julian fetching in response, but there's not a lot that you can necessarily do about this creature. It's warped in for 1 mana, so it's going away at the end of turn anyway, and it's just about, unfortunately, how much work that Affinity deck can get done in 1 turn, making those drones. It effectively, of course, doubles your artifact count, which then makes it very easy to get subsequent threats like the Cannoneer online. It's such a perfect card for this Affinity deck. No wonder it's brought the archetype back in a big way.
Mishra's Bauble, Trigger, make a robot. I would also like to shout Nick's choice of basics here.
And there we go.
Gorgeous.
So, we had to wait because, of course, you can't respond to Pinnacle Emissary just entering the battlefield on its own. There's no triggers or anything to create a stack. But at the first opportunity, Julian, having patiently fetched out the Steam Vents, is like, I'm not tolerating that. Lightning Bolt.
And look, it's a really good target. This also means that the Pinnacle Emissary warp doesn't happen. So Nick won't get a chance to cast this later. It just goes straight into the graveyard.
It's not game-ending by any means for the Affinity player, but it might be game-saving for Julian. And I actually, really agree with what you said. Didn't get the chance to reply immediately, but I kind of agree after that game one, it does seem like the Domain Zoo deck has to kind of take a more defensive role in this matchup, perhaps. And that means that maybe you are looking more for answers like the Thrall or this Lightning Bolt. And if you endure that initial flurry from Affinity, they are a deck that is taking their draw step for turn and hitting a Mem Knight. You have a chance to catch up.
We can see part of Nick's hand here. That turn one would have been really aggressive. There's a Tormod's Crypt as well as a Mem Knight. So that would have been a really aggressive start. Thoughtcast is going to be the next spell here, and we are going to... And the Affinity is really important here. This, only costing 2 mana, very sweet. And Stubborn Denial, really good there as well. Just forcing that additional 1, not possible, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You have a deck again that is so good at discounting its spells and playing things for cheap or free, but the mana, the exact amount of mana can still matter. And those Stubborn Denials are unknown. Obviously, it's an open deck list event, but you can't play around them forever. And a deck like Affinity is built about going pedal to the metal. Sometimes you just run into it.
Bobble you in response. And this is the really classic Zoo get. Indatha Triumph plus Steam Vent, that is Domain.
Yeah, it's funky, running tap lands in Mod, and you always look a bit askew and go, that has to be doing a lot for me. But being able to have 5 basic land types after 2 land drops, that's pretty good for this deck.
Very, very important. This also means that if Julian has a Scion of Draco in hand, that's probably going to be hitting the board this turn.
Yeah, so we saw the other big threat last game, right? The Territorial Kavu. Like, when you talk about the reason this is called Domain Zoo, these are the cards that make that, the name of the archetype. And Scion's arguably the more powerful.
And here it is. My powers of prophecy are unmatched.
It's almost as though you are the format expert and you've been seated at this commentary table specifically for your astute awareness of Modern.
Who, me?
Surely not.
And Scion of Draco. So that's going to be a cheeky, my 12-mana artifact dragon. Nope, that's going to be 2 for me, please.
Yeah, if you're glancing over your reading glasses at home to double check that Julian doesn't in fact have 12 lands in play, that number is sort of ornamental. It's a bit of a joke.
It's a suggestion.
The developers are sort of giving you a wink and a nudge, like, wouldn't it be funny if this cost 12 mana? Anyway, actually, costs more like 2.
Here's another thought cast from Nick as well. Really important to start refilling the hand. I do see a Kappa Cannoneer in there as well, and that is certainly going to be hitting the battlefield next turn.
But we've seen this is a much less aggressive start from Nick. And obviously, if that Lightning Bolt makes so much of a difference, right? The being on the play makes so much difference, even if you're not being aggressive yourself. Because you can imagine if Julian hadn't had the chance to play a land and Nick got to just run out a bunch of drones and zero-cost artifacts, that Cannoneer would already be in play, those thought casts would have already resolved, and there's just no chance to catch back up.
This is going to be the backside of Sink into Stupor. This is Soporific Springs as land for turn for Nick. Always really happy when your spells are also lands. Makes your land drop getting a lot easier.
Yeah, it seems like Sink into Stupor / Soporific Strings is definitely the standout, but a lot of these MH3 Bolt lands, because they can be a spell or an untapped land, that seems to be the bar where once you clear it, that's definitely in consideration for any Modern deck in those colors.
Here comes Sacred Foundry, shocked in. Julian not seeming too worried about his life total in this position. We are just going to get threats out and we are going to move quickly.
I don't mind it at all. I mean, we've seen how much every mana counts, and especially when each land might unlock like your first or second pip of that color, you can't really afford to sandbag any of them. And if you let the Affinity player like resolve spells undeterred, it's going to cost you a lot more than 2 life. So now, a bit of proactive interaction. That's Clarion Conqueror, I believe, out of the sideboard.
Yes, that's going to be our artifact hate piece. Clarion Conqueror is a beautiful dragon, and it says activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers cannot be activated.
So we've seen the Doorkeeper Thrall to beat the triggered abilities. This shuts down the activated abilities, which is a smaller part of this Affinity deck, but still relevant.
Yeah.
And it's a 3/3 flying body.
Look, this is also, low-key, a dragon deck all of a sudden. I've got 2 dragons on the battlefield.
I hadn't twigged that. I don't know if there's a sneaky interaction, like having Ocelot Pride with Ajani and Boros Energy. It's like, oh, cat, red-white cat type-all. But, dragon fans out there rejoice. Playable Modern Dragons deck, sign up now.
All you need is Domain.
So it's not just a 3/3, right? Or 3/3 flyer. Scion of Draco is a very generous creature.
I believe it's now going to be oh no, lifelink is if it is black, and then for white it's Vigilance, and that's going to be really important going forward.
Yeah, so obviously once you have, if you do have Leyline in play, it's just bananas, right? You have every keyword, they're all a chroma basically, but even these individual keywords can make a lot of difference. Having a 3-3 Vigilance in a matchup like this where both players are swinging and there's smaller creatures on the other side of the battlefield really helps.
Here comes that Kappa Cannoneer. We do also see a Mox Opal down this turn as well. And back to Julian. I'm feeling pretty good in this position. I've got 2 flyers. One of them has Vigilance. I'm feeling pretty protected. The life totals are pretty even here. Arena of Glory is land for turn as well. Flage.
Okay, I was about to say I was feeling good. The Cannoneer gives me pause, right? Because again, that we saw last game, Julian really did not have a lot to interact with that. Without the Thrall, you can't stop it becoming unblockable. But Flage is such a great card in this spot. If you want to try and race a Cannoneer, you need something that can gain you life as well as deal damage. And you're kind of hoping, I guess, at this point, if you gain enough life, Nick may not have multiple artifacts to hand, may not be able to grow the Cannoneer as fast, or might even miss a turn of unblockability if you get really lucky.
We'll also make sure that Clarion Conquer, it does have Vigilance, so it shouldn't stay tapped for very long.
And with the, yeah, hopefully...
Would you, the Flage targeted the Robot, I would have gone face for the Flage trigger, just pushing aggressive damage as fast as possible. You know, I've got flyers that you can't block. I'd be inclined to go face.
It is interesting. I wonder whether Julian did some quick count of the artifacts and tried to think about, okay, so how close are you to hitting, you know, the certain thresholds on cards like a second Cannoneer, right, which you really couldn't race. Pinnacle Emissary also quite threatening. They're not as immediate as, you know, second Cannoneer haste it like we saw in game 1.
And that's a warped one as well, and that's going to be Engineered Explosives.
So this card has a really cool function in the deck with, unfortunately, a piece we haven't seen yet, weapons manufacturing. But even right now, it's a pretty cool piece. Are we playing it just for X0 to get another token out and have it on the field for later? It looks like it.
Looks like.
Okay. So Nick, having warped an Emissary for 1 and then played a 0-drop, you'd think that the warp on the Emissary implies that there's more to be cast, but I don't think there's that many more cards in hand.
I think Nick's got at least one more card in hand.
Nick really thinking about how to use that one card.
I mean, look, the Kappa Cannoneer is starting to become a threat as well.
Definitely. Like, Julian's the one on the clock here, weirdly enough.
We do have... Julian's got Nick on the board, the 4 and the 3 between the Clarion Conqueror and the Scion of Draco.
The drone can block flyers, right? So the more Emissary tokens you make here, right? We saw the Flage trying to fight them off, but there is the ability to block currently.
Flying drones. It's the future we live in.
It is a shockingly relevant and timely token typing that Wizards chose for that one. And they are just as pesky on the Magic battlefield. So we've got Tormod's Crypt here.
Can't be activated,
so you can't take out the Flage. You also, I believe, can't tap the Mox Opal there. Because Clarion Conqueror, it does not have the sort of mana ability, you know, exclusion mercy text, right? So that's one less mana that Nick has to play with.
Look, and I don't fault Nick not remembering the text on the Clarion Conqueror, because that one is in Japanese.
That's a very fancy version of the card. That's another one, if you know kind of thing. So both players here. This is obviously a critical turn of the game. For Julian, maybe his last chance to stay in this matchup, and
Nick's swinging with the Cannoneer, it looks like, as well, and that's a 7/7 Cannoneer. Consigning the warp trigger?
No, it stays alive. So, consigning... So what will happen now?
Ooh.
Okay, so wait, if you're consigning that to stop it being exiled, that can only mean that we're about to see a sweeper, right? This has to be Wrath of the Skies.
I would expect if you're...
If you consign your opponent's trigger to let them keep their 3/3.
Yeah.
Very spicy play. Sink into Stupor.
Sink into Stupor on the Clarion Conqueror, and I believe that's going to put it back on top. It's to the hand.
Yeah.
Back to hand. I thought it was on top of the library. I'm thinking of the... I was thinking of a Terminus to go to the bottom.
The counterspell fight continues.
Mystical Dispute on the Sink into Stupor. And that will be the end of this counterspell war.
Okay.
Arena of Glory, and that is going to be exerted to haste in the Flage.
What a land drop there to just have ready to unload.
Flage is going to target the flying drone, and that will open the way up. Pinnacle Emissary, I believe, also has flying, if I'm not mistaken, but it's not enough, I'm afraid.
It doesn't actually. It only makes flying tokens.
Oh, good.
It's one of those ambiguous looking artworks, right? Where it's like, yeah, that totally has flying.
Surely it has wings. This robot, my robot, has wings.
Yeah.
Well, and that will do it with the hasted in Flage taking out the flying drone. That leaves the full way open for both of the dragons to swing in, plus the hasted Flage, and that will do it. And now we head to game 3.
Yeah, I'd love to see a game 3, love to see the Zoo deck fighting back, and that was a really tensely played great last flurry of spells there.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure I caught everything there. That consign was a really interesting timing thing there, but in the end, the important interaction is Flage, once again, comes up trumps, burns those flying blockers, and that's lethal. So both these decks kind of showed that they've got a little bit more than raw aggro in the tank, and now in game 3, I wonder what changes sideboard-wise.
I don't know. Both decks felt really strong in that match. It felt like there was a lot of, there's tit for tat. Here's my sideboard piece. Here's your sideboard piece. Here's my Clarion Conqueror. Here's, it felt very nice, back and forth, really good, There was a moment I felt like Julian was falling a little bit behind. You've got, yes, you have domain, but look at all my artifacts.
Yeah,
wow.
It's the key thing there is you look at all those artifacts, it's really intimidating, but Julian opened up just enough of a window there, right? Like the Kappa Cannoneer came down, 2 turns slower that game?
Yep.
And there was no second Cannoneer. That does seem like the key card in the matchup just because Julian really struggles to answer it. Perhaps if you had a Leyline and Scion of Draco giving your whole team lifelink, you could actually feasibly race those huge turtles, but otherwise it sort of seems like you have to have that happen again, where you disrupt Nick, the start is slower, and you get under Affinity.
Look, and I will say as well, I take it back. Targeting the drone, great idea, because it just opens the way for you to push damage. I said it should have gone upstairs. I'll admit that I was wrong. I think it's a great decision.
It's the kind of thing though where it's not necessarily, mathematical to just say, oh, it's always better, right? These are the decisions that bring players to the cusp of greatness or even, unto it themselves. And this is that event where if you're making these decisions, those are going to add up over the course of the day. That's how you're going to make it through to our top 8 cut tomorrow. Obviously, both these players still have to win a few more rounds to get there, but they are playing their way towards it, right? At 4-0, you can't be doing much better.
Look, and whoever wins this is well on their way to the top 8 tomorrow. Whether it's Affinity or Domain Zoo, both are fantastic decks and really, kind of representative of the format as it is. And as we've discussed before, the metagame's wide open. There are definitely top decks, but it's pretty open.
Yeah, I can't help but notice Nick Chow wearing a shirt representing Team Brain Prawns. Here you have a bunch of really strong players. So it's the kind of field that really rewards, I think, having that kind of testing environment, having a lot of players around who can work with you to refine your deck choice and the sort of individual tech cards. So it'll be interesting to see how many of these well-known Australasian teams are still sticking around at the end of the day and into day 2.
Brain Prawns definitely better than, my North American brain goes, shrimps, and then I think Brain Prawns is probably better than Brain Shrimps.
I didn't come up with either of them, but it's closer to being a legacy pun, so I think they went with it for that
reason.
There
we go.
I think my favorite Australian team name is the Grey Merchants. I really like that one.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that. I will say, I'm a big fan of Team Bus Stop.
Oh, yeah, there's been some great team names in Magic recently. I don't want to go into a full tangent
here. We don't have time.
As the players are shuffling up, be aware if you're coming along to an event, why not have a fun team name? It's only value added, right?
Looks like Julian's going to be taking a mulligan here.
I'm not going to count anyone out at all, of course, but we saw in game 1, right? Nick Chow on the play with Affinity won fairly easily. Not that Julian didn't try and fight back, it was just overpowering. Julian on the play in game 2, much more of a close fight, even though he did get the win. So now, as the domain player again, I'm like, what can I do to try and do more than I did in game 1? Starting with 6 in hand, not great.
Affinity as well has an intense first turn. Really has the ability to just dump the hand. I do believe this is a pre-game action of Leyline of the Guild Pact, and I thought I saw that in hand. That's going to be great for Julian.
Yeah, absolutely. Like step 1 for Julian, I think, is have that card. Did win without a game 2, so that was impressive, right? But okay, now we're going to say interesting start there. Aether Spellbomb.
Aether Spellbomb from Nick Chow. and kind of deciding, are we going to play anything else out this turn? I do see a Tormod's Crypt, and I think that's the one of Claws of Gix as well.
Yeah, Claws of Gix, another piece that's pretty much there for the combo with weapons manufacturing, but obviously has some niche play. It's a sacrifice outlet for any permanent. But this is definitely a slower start for the Affinity deck. Not a bad one per se, especially, you love to see Urza Saga in an artifact deck, but it is not turn 1, Pinnacle Emissary, 3 drones, Kappa Cannoneer somehow. Now we're starting to see more of that.
Claws of Gix, and I do think this will now be a Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Nick just wanted to have a bit more mana to hold up some protection, perhaps, or just couldn't get that many artifacts into play. The Cannoneer does cost a lot, so...
Look, a turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer is not bad by any means.
Not at all, not at all. So Julian, like I said, there are ways to race this, right? Like masked large threats with lifelink, with all those other keywords, with flying, crucially from last game, that could do it, but we have to see Julian follow up, right? If your opponent fires off that kind of turn 2, you have to reply in kind.
Thundering Falls is the get off of the Flooded Strand. I have to imagine that this either means, like, this potentially could be an Indatha Triumph, or, but we're not really worried about, we're not too worried about Domain anymore. I take it back.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, with the Guild Pact in play, you do not need to fetch a tap land, which is great, because I don't think you could afford to have a land enter tapped right now. Julian has to have big play right now.
We are exerting the Arena of Glory for a hasted up Scion of Draco. I love this play act. I think this is great.
This is the line, right? Like, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a master of this deck, but this is the most obvious way that you can keep up with the firepower that Affinity is displaying. You have a huge threat. You have a huge threat that's really difficult to interact with. Well, guess what? So do I.
So do I.
And any other creatures I play, even if they aren't Scion of Draco itself, they're also going to be pretty tough to answer.
Yeah. Huge turn 2 from Julian here. Even though Nick has far more permanents on the battlefield, I think Julian's got more raw power this turn.
Yeah, so normally Scion of Draco with the leyline in play just shuts down combat, right? Because you have a large creature that's vigilant and first striking and life linking, and it's hexproof, so you can't really remove it. The Cannoneer being unblockable means that you can try and race, but it's still vigilant and life linking, and it's going to stop any other creatures getting in. So if Julian can follow up with like any other threat here, it's going to be tough for Nick to break through, even with what I assume is a very large construct.
Yeah, so we have utilized the Chapter 2 of Urza Saga to create a very large construct that is going to be 7/7.
Quickly counting on our fingers and toes in the booth.
Quickly counting. That's a mere 7/7 construct, and that construct likely is only ever going to get bigger.
Yep.
Here comes another attack from the Scion.
Still doesn't, yeah, the construct huge, and for all its other merits, still doesn't fly. So as long as Julian, maybe the plan is if you can keep fading Pinnacle Emissary, there's really nothing here to block you. Can this Urza Saga get a Shadow Spear for the Affinity list, some way to keep up with the life linking?
That is going to be the 3rd chapter resolving for Nick. I reckon getting a Shadow Spear is a good way to go. Grabbing the Shadow Spear, popping it on the Cannoneer, and again, like, I totally agree. Keeping up with that, you know, the life gain here, Julian's gone back up, gained 8 life over the course of 2 turns. That's not nothing.
Not especially, like, normally the Cannoneer with the Affinity deck, you kind of assume it's going to kill them in 3 turns maybe, and it basically can't be blocked, but neither of these decks are really doing much to block each other right now. So if you're not gaining life while also dealing damage, you're not winning this race, and you really don't have time to even play out a second Cannoneer or grow this one. So this looks like really the main answer. Can Julian interfere with this in any way, right? The Cannoneer is hard to target, but the Shadow Spear itself could be vulnerable.
That is going to be the Shadow Spear. Nick deciding, I think, whether to equip to the Cannoneer or the Construct, possibly.
Construct would gain more life, I think, still.
Construct gain more life, but that Cannoneer is basically hexproof.
Yeah, it's a real decision. Your opponent is representing open mana. They have plenty of interaction in their deck.
Fiery Islet. This has been a really cool include for the Affinity decks, just to be able to push a little bit of extra card draw if you start running dry.
With a deck that has so many 0 cost rights, it just makes sense. There's situations where you really value the cards more than the mana. We haven't actually, so have we cast that Shadow Spear already, or is this being cast right now?
I believe that was got off of the Urza Saga.
It seemed like it was only tutored so far, right? Because one of the key inflection points is you could interact with it. This is a colorless spell. It can be consigned to memory. Julian seems to be allowing it to go through, and now boots come out as well.
Oh dear. Look, if we've given the turtle a sword.
Oh.
Oh, and we're gonna flash in a doorkeeper thrall.
Okay.
And it looks like that's in response to the lava spur boots, which will prevent another counter from being put on the cannoneer.
Very interesting timing on that play from Julian. So, and an additional blocker as well for anything that's not named Kappa Cannoneer.
Very interesting tempo. Nick is really hurting for life at this point as well. So really going to be wanting to attack in regardless.
It doesn't seem like there's any way, unfortunately, for Julian to interfere with the Cannoneer at this point. So unless you can, bounce that Shadow Spear for 0 cost, it seems like Nick is inevitably going to take a huge chunk out of the life lead Julian's built up here.
Julian also can't favorably double block the Cannoneer. So, if there was a potential to get the Cannoneer away, it would have been potentially through damage. But this is going to be a huge swing for Nick here. That's going to be a 7/7 Cannoneer, and I believe an 8/8 construct as well. That's going to be 15 coming in.
Do you value the Doorkeeper Thrall ability more than you value 8 life, right? Because
Julian says no.
Okay. I suppose you can always argue I can just block it next turn, right? Your creatures are hexproof. It's very unlikely they get interfered with between now and then.
I'm wondering, that Arena of Glory, so we had this last turn, it was exerted. I'm wondering now if the reason Julian's willing to take this swing is because he knows he has it next turn. There's a chance, exert the Arena of Glory for another Scion of Draco.
Oh, so it's coming off exert this turn.
Yeah, it's coming off. But with all the life gain that Nick's gone from 9 back up to 17. He's feeling pretty comfortable here.
Those are the kinds of calculations you have to make. Again, normally in creature combat, we're talking about blocking and do I have enough damage? What's my first strike like? And if you have a second Scion, right, you can attack it, haste with it, it's vigilance. You're getting to the point where with those 3 creatures on the battlefield, you're representing 9 first striking lifelink power. It could be enough to discourage the construct from attacking, and that way you preserve your life anyway.
This is going to be a shocked in Temple Garden for Julian. That's going to be an exerted Arena of Glory. Now, importantly, again, all of these creatures, I think, Julian's willing to take the life down because of the lifelink from the Scion.
Everything is flying, trample, first strike, lifelink, vigilance, and with the Arena, haste as well. They have every keyword. They're all a chroma. And Territorial Kavu is going to refund the life you just paid. It's worth a 5/5 right now. Those triggers could also be interesting.
We're going to loot with the Territorial Kavu attack trigger. That's going to be 10 life for Julian as well. We are just swinging back and forth with life totals. It was 9 to 21, 17 to 3. Now it's going to be, I believe, 13 to 7.
So now you're mostly, in terms of dying immediately, you could die long still, but in terms of dying immediately, you're mostly concerned about second Kappa Cannoneer, equipped boots. Still though, Julian, that was a great play, and of course if you can continue to sequence out those threats, you might be able to keep up. Now that you've got 2 big lifelinkers hitting, it seems like you can probably stabilize against the single Cannoneer. But the Cannoneer is also gaining a like amount of life back with the Shadow Spears, so I don't know that the difference is big enough that Nick is going to die soon either, and Nick has more potential, it seems like, to put more power on the board quickly.
Big moment of thinking here. I believe Julian's still...
It's still in Julian's turn.
Are we still in Julian's turn? I lost track.
I thought that I saw Nick untap, and I think this is sort of where we're doing Urza's Saga things. Because there's always that decision point. You're about to lose your Saga, right? Unless you do something crazy with the trigger. But so now it's, do you want to make a construct?
Yeah.
It's a pretty big construct.
It's a pretty big construct.
Careful with those cards, Nick.
I'm wondering as well, I could see a really weird line of deciding to consign the 3rd chapter ability and just make another.
I want to see someone do it. I want to see someone do it.
It'd be interesting to do it to yourself, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, this would arguably almost be the situation, because if you assume that the Cannoneer is life-gaining enough to keep you from dying to flyers, then theoretically, how many creatures can you play out if your hand doesn't have gas that are going to be bigger than that construct?
Yeah.
But it won't. That's the other thing, is the Cannoneer is not actually unblockable so long as that Thrall's around. The Thrall came down last turn, I think, too late to prevent that trigger from happening. So actually, if the Cannoneer can't grow anymore, you might end up moving the Shadow Spear to a construct and trying to make that the biggest creature on the battlefield.
definitely a difficult spot to be in. Affinity often seems very straightforward. You've got these like really easy, you know, yep, I'm going to zero mana artifact, zero mana artifact, zero mana artifact.
You say very easy. Maybe I'm just a full brainlet here. I don't know that I've ever looked at a deck that plays this many spells in this shorter period and said, oh, that's a really easy deck. I'd know what to do with a Claws of Gix.
Well, it's again, similar to, you know, earlier we got to see that Brute Scale combo. It's very face-up. Artifacts doing artifacts things. It's very, you know, it's very laid out for
There's
you.
different kinds of skills that different decks test.
Yes.
You're completely right about that. So it's like certain decks test your ability to, you know, play answers, match answers to threats or make cantripping decisions. With Affinity, it's a lot more like where you have a big button.
Yeah.
When do you press it? Because you're kind of, is it good to go now? Because once you've dumped those zero-cost artifacts, you can't get them back in hand. Do I wait another turn? Maybe I top deck a Pinnacle Emissary. I can warp and dump them all. You know, how long can you sandbag that kind of thing against a deck like Domain Zoo? Because you can do a lot in one turn, but you still only have so many turns in the game.
Looks like we've thumbed up a Mox Opal for Nick. That could be the grab this turn. If you grab a Mox Opal here, I am guessing you'd have to, okay, so we're playing it. I would have guessed that you would have had to have had a Pinnacle Emissary to warp to make more bodies.
Well, that still doesn't answer the Doorkeeper throw, right?
So it's true, it doesn't.
So that's right. Most of the things that Mox Opal
Yeah.
does for you as a zero-cost artifact aren't live right now. It can improvise still, I believe. But mostly what you tap... It
can improvise, it's true.
technically impactful. Right now, though, we're counting mana, right? This is almost like the Springleaf Drum fetch we saw a couple of rounds ago, where out of all the things, it was, I just need the one extra mana. So you're tapping the Urza's Saga, presumably before it dies, because this is all happening main phase. Your Opal is another mana. If you're someone who's just missed your, you know, land drop off the top, and you've got some play that requires 4 mana in hand, maybe you just need a little extra juice.
Well, this is true here because, like, you know, Nick is still only on 2 lands at this point. You know, you wouldn't think it looking at the board, but then when you look at the mana cost of the board, it starts to all make sense.
I mean, if we're in a really dire spot, you might just be counting how many permanents you need to be able to pay to sacrifice to Claws of Gix to not die.
It's true.
I don't know that there's any line where that is your play that then leads to you winning down the road, but stay alive is step 1 if you can't think of a better out.
Looks like we're... So we've had that floating colorless.
What is in Nick's hand? Is that a drum? Very hard to see. They're all foils as well, so it's quite glaring.
I think one of them is a Grafdigger's Cage, which doesn't feel very live. That feels like that was a get for the Flage, which we just haven't seen in this match. Really difficult here because you're kind of priced into attacking with the Cannoneer because of the life gain. And you know, that would make sure that you stay in the game. If you hold back and you don't do anything, all of these flyers are just going to spell game.
The issue is the first strike, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have a big enough creature, it's not. It would be one thing if you were, as you say, priced into attacking, you're like, I guess I have to trade or even chump attack. But you can't even do that. You're chump attacking for nothing in that situation.
This pesky ley line.
They're pesky. And you've even got this 8th. You're like, I have the creature interaction, but for some reason they're also all hex-proof. You have how many keywords over there? That can't be fair. Did you play a 5-mana permanent on turn 0? Judge.
Even it's a 4 mana. It's a 4 mana ley line.
So
Can you believe
sorry,
it?
4 mana, 5 color. It's all the hybrid symbols. I can't count. But okay, so speaking of being priced into attacking, Nick understands you can't just do nothing and expect to get into a better position in the game. You have to represent having something. You have to force something out.
Look, and this, again, this represents, you know, quote unquote, lethal before you get into the, but all the creatures have first strike, but all the creatures have lifelink.
Yeah.
You know, on its face lethal until you remember everything
So
else.
you are forcing your opponent, if nothing else, they are forced to block in some combination here. The question is, are you multi-blocking one creature to just kill that and gain a bunch of life? Or are you chumping a creature? Are you blocking the other creature if you do? It seems like Julian's decision is going to be to put the smallest creature in harm's way, which will be enough to stay alive, and you preserve 2 threats against any kind of trickery Nick might have, and you say, I'm still calling game on my turn.
Exactly. So Nick back up to 15, Julian down to 6. We'll just keep swinging these back and forth, up and down.
It's really interesting. I wonder how, you always wonder how much the mental game plays into things. Julian obviously has some decisions to make there and is in a great spot. I wonder the fact that Nick tanked for so long and got such a kind of neutral value card off the Urza Saga, maybe that makes Julian more confident that this is kind of a desperation attack. You don't have to do anything drastic there. You just take the block and assume you've got the win in hand.
Pass back to Julian. Arena of Glory exerted, so no hasty threats this turn, methinks.
Rereading Shadow Spear because it does have an active ability and it's really easy to forget what it does. I believe it only removes defensive keywords, so you could actually see something sneakily happen with the Aether Spell Bomb with enough mana.
It's true. Losing Hexproof until end of turn could be really significant in this position.
That might be what the Mox Opal mana was for.
We've still got the Fiery Islet as well, but Mox Opal important.
Second Scion.
A second Scion of Draco has hit the board.
Not hasted. Metallic Rebuke, it has not yet hit. Okay, now
Metallic Rebuke
will hit the board after a little bit of a scuffle on the stack.
Yeah.
So there is that sideboard piece we were talking about. Vindicated.
I like Mystical Dispute.
I've liked it. I mean, I remember how nuts it was in Standard, and it's never really gone away. It's such a value counterspell. But here we're moving swiftly on because Julian has some decisions to make. Having that second Scion is such a nice insurance plan because you can't get completely blown out, but picking up the Shadow Spear is a pretty big tell that Julian knows what could happen here. It's not just a fait accompli. You have to think this through.
Really smart from Nick, keeping open the blue from the Mopal for that Metallic Rebuke. Could also, because again, like that could have telegraphed to Julian as Shadow Spear activation.
Yeah, I think it might have been intended as Shadow Spear activation, but unfortunately now I'm not sure because you don't have the mana available, it seems like. I'm scanning the board. Have I missed anything that can tap for mana at all, right? Because it costs 1 generic to activate the Shadow Spear, and it costs blue to use the second ability of Aether Spellbomb.
Unless the Fiery Islet, I believe you can tap Pay Life to add.
But where is the...
mana.
Yeah, so there's 1 mana. Is there a second mana available, or is there some other way to get around it?
You're 1 short. And again, like being stuck on those 2 lands really seems to have done it.
Okay.
Tough spot for Nick. I don't envy his position here. Counting.
Did Julian not attack? I guess
Julian did attack. Oh, we couldn't attack with the second Scion of Draco because it was not hasted. We did attack.
The other 2 flying creatures.
Yep, they have vigilance.
Yeah, because we're sitting here talking about lethal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steam Vents, Mishra's Bauble for Nick. Not really the cards in hand I want to see, but our enter the battlefield artifact abilities are switched back on thanks to that pesky Doorkeeper Thrall being out of the way.
It makes such a difference. You're still chipping away at this wall of kind of static abilities and keywords that Julian's built up, and in this case now a wall of blockers.
Again, really difficult. You can choose, there's, we've said before, you can make the decision to be proactive and advance the game state in one way or another, or you can kind of idly sit by and let the game happen to you. And Nick here, really, going to make the right decision to advance the game, and, we're going to swing in.
Yeah, I like, well, exactly as you said. If you're proactive and you force your opponent to make decisions, you gain information, you maybe give them a chance to slip up. I've heard some people characterize it as you should avoid giving your opponent choices wherever possible because, especially at this level of play, you assume that they're making the right decisions. But if you don't put pressure on them in that way, in some senses, you are not challenging them at any point. It's very hard to expect that they're going to lose the game on their own.
Julian looking like he's debating double blocking the Cannoneer.
It's the same question as before in many ways, but you do have more resources this time around in terms of just raw power and toughness.
That looks like that is going to be the decision here. Kavu in front of the Construct. The Scion is in front of the Cannoneer.
Well, is the Cannoneer actually being blocked here? I think it's unblockable, right? We removed the Thrall.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, that is it is unblockable this turn.
So that Construct's enormous, right? I haven't really counted how big, but I think
it's a 10-10.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's large enough that 2 creatures could not block and kill it. So if you triple block it, you expose the blockers to the Spellbomb interaction, right? Because now Nick has the mana up again. So this is where Julian actually, unfortunately, has, despite playing another creature last turn, fallen a little bit behind in the overall power toughness war. That Doorkeeper Thrall was really kind of holding it together, and Nick is back in the driver's seat somehow.
Really significant, and Bobble You. I'd like to know what's about to happen next.
Yeah, I don't know if Nick has any cards left in hand to threaten to interact with whatever's happening next, but the information's always welcome.
I can see in hand, that's a weapons manufacturing for
Oh,
Nick.
that would be such a great way to end this game right now. And potentially, I mean, you need other cards to interact with it, but it's still a nice thing to have in your back pocket at this stage when the board is kind of in a lock state.
Yeah. The Claws of Gix as well is already on the field, which is one part
Mhm.
of the weapons manufacturing combo. The only thing right now is Nick is missing another artifact to trigger the weapons manufacturing.
Yeah, that would be the key, obviously, and you'd ideally trigger it a few times. But yes, as you say, one of the sacrifice outlets you need to really make this card impactful is already in place. So whether or not Julian knows about that card, you're aware that the Affinity deck does have reach. It's not just combat damage you need to worry about. We have the Arena back online, so when speaking of burst damage, Julian's sort of main form of it, it seems, is available again. A Flage would be lovely here.
Flage would be huge here.
No.
And again, just because of like the life gain alone that's happening.
Obviously, we don't have one in the graveyard, and we don't have the Doorkeeper Thrall, so it wouldn't be attacking in this case, but casting it normally is the first step towards escaping. And it seems like Nick is in a confident enough position to finally pull the trigger on that interaction we keep talking about. The Aether Spell Bomb gets through the Hexproof on the Scion with the help of Shadow Spear. And Julian now really behind on board, unfortunately.
It's just a frustratingly, it's a frustratingly good for Nick tempo play.
Yeah, the fact that Shadow Spear exists and is tutorable off of Urza Saga and gives lifelink and Hexproof negation all in the one package is kind of insane.
Very good card. I definitely discounted how good that card even is in Commander, like way back when.
When it came out, it was kind of hard to evaluate, right? Because it's got a lot of what seemed like situational text, but you'd be surprised how often you need Trample or you need Lifelink or you even just need the +1/+1. So it really has been a value piece in that Urza Saga.
Wow, so here, this is really interesting. This was a Scion of Draco pass from Julian.
Yeah, again, the pressure here is massive from Nick. Julian is just like praying these lifelink creatures can keep him in the game.
This is, I'm seeing Nick's hand here. It's an Otawara was the land for turn. That's huge. The bounce ability would be really huge in pushing damage in this moment. But of course, he's still got one Scion of Draco to get through. And all that's really missing to make this Kappa Cannoneer unblockable is one artifact.
Yeah, and the weapons manufacturing, I mean, we've talked about how great the card is, but ironically, it's one of the few cards in the deck that is not actually an artifact spell. So unfortunately, until you find another artifact, that's representing a dead draw. We're seeing the judge stepping forward. Time has been called in the round, so we're now in turns here, already in game 3. So, a fitting climax here. A few more turns was going to decide this game either way, I think, because Julian now going for it with a multi-block, and we're seeing that channel land played.
Otawara on Leyline of the Guild Pact.
That is brutal.
That's huge in this moment. What we also saw is the Lightning Bolt targeting the Construct, I believe it was, in attempts to favorably double block with the Scion. Nick, channel, target, Leyline of the Guild Pact. This will mean the Scions no longer have First Strike, they no longer have Lifelink, they no longer have Hexproof. You have nothing.
It's such a cool play because we've been talking about how do we get through the Hexproof on these creatures. But that's because Aether Spellbomb can only target creatures. Otawara not restricted in that way, and that is such a blowout. You go from eating the Construct with the Lightning Bolt help and life linking off the First Strike to you trade both your creatures and a Bolt for one token, and your Guild Pact is back in hand where it's so difficult to recast. And maybe Julian even had a piece of interaction, but Otawara, of course, an activated ability of a land out of the hand is so difficult to interact with.
Julian can't even replay. Oh, can? Oh, it looks like can replay, but what would you do?
I mean, you can't just take a turn off to recast the guild. It's not impossible to recast for hand, but you're on 6 life staring at a Kappa Cannoneer. It is effectively impossible to recast. And what else can you have, though? Again, this has to extend the hand. Nick Chow with that amazing Otawara play snatches game 3 away, what was ultimately a very, very close feature match. Congratulations to Is It Affinity.
So they have Arena, game 2 had the Arena, right? Yeah. And then they had, then chopped the second one. Yeah.
That was an awesome game 3 there, Kira. I'm glad we got to see that. Not just a game 3,
Wow.
but a really tight game 3. We've seen some sets already go long, but usually there's some key sideboard card or something that messes up. That was just a haymaker exchange.
Swings back and forth, back and forth. I'm leading by 10, you're behind by 8.
I love Lifelink.
What a match. Nick Chow takes that. Nick Chow is now 5-0 here at Regional Championship 10 here in Melbourne. We are playing Modern this weekend, and our players are in the running for 15,000 of prizes, US dollars on the line, a Worlds invite, 10 invites to Pro Tour. Wow.
Yeah,
What a way.
Exactly. And now you're getting to that point, we kind of touched on it before the match, but you have to start to have that creeping into your mind. I'm pretty close to, queuing for the PT, re-queuing for the PT, but you can't get ahead of yourself yet. Still 3 rounds of Swiss to play. At this point, anything can still happen for these players, right? They have to stay locked in. So huge credit. If that's the match, you may have 3 more equally grueling best of 3s to come, and we'll be here to cover those future rounds, or rather our commentary partners will, after a short break. But before we go, if you're watching this and you're just catching the Magic bug, if you're so excited to play Constructed, if you thought that looked awesome, where can I play more Magic, more high-stakes, constructed, competitive Magic? What do you have coming up?
We've got Command Fest Melbourne coming up, where there is a 10K Open event. This is from the 5th to the 7th of December. This is the 10K Open. It's open entry, and it's going to be standard and sealed. There are tickets for this event. They are selling out fast. You can get your tickets at tinyurl.com/CFMelb2025.
Yeah, I love the open events. Not only do I love that it's this combination of constructed and limited, right? If you're a sealed enjoyer, if you think that's a way that you can kind of get a skill edge over some other players, or you just want to play the new cards, that's there. It is that classic format. But the fact that it is open entry, if you just decide that weekend, like you said, we had a player in that feature match area who only recently came back to the game. That could be you at Command Fest. So make sure you get in there before those tickets sell out and sign up. We'd love to be broadcasting your feature match in just a couple of weeks' time.
ladies and gentlemen, Magic aficionados of all denominations, hello and welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is the ANZ Magic Super Series. My name is Quincy Cohen, and joining me on the mic, as always, Rihanna Milton.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're back to round 6 of the ANZ Super Series Regional Championship here in Melbourne. So we should be able to join our players here and see what they're doing down at the table.
All right, a little bit of a mix-up there, but we are in round 6. We're going to have Changgu going up against Jinhao Yang, and the matchup is going to be Dimir Midrange versus Is It Prowess. 2 decks we have not seen on coverage yet today, but 2 decks that I think are interesting to say the least in this modern metagame. And obviously, they're doing well if they're here in round 6 on pretty decent records.
Yeah, they're already doing well, and we'll get to see who's moving even closer towards making that coveted top 8 after this round.
All right, looks like we are all good to go. Players are shuffling up. Gonna take a look at their first 7s here. So Is It Prowess is actually fairly well represented here today. Is such a streamlined, super straightforward deck. You know, it's kind of burn adjacent. It almost feels like that sometimes, where you're just rattling off a bunch of spells, getting those prowess triggers, and really swinging in for damage on turn 3 or 4 to try and end the game. Dimir Midrange, on the other hand, has been a little less common, but I'm excited to see it here.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see it here. We've had it's not super represented in today's meta, but the list that we've gotten have a bit of variation. But the core is really, you've got some good threats, a hell of a lot of removal, and some counter spells.
Yeah, generally the mid-range Dimir decks come in 2 flavors. Either you're really reactive deck with a ton of interaction and you're trying to reanimate Oculus, or you're just playing a really solid mid-range game. You've got your Tamiyo, you've got your Murktide and Orcish Bowmasters, and that's the variant we have here. A couple of very typical first turns for our competitors here. DRC on turn 1 is absolutely what you want to see as the Is It Prowess player. And Chong here just fetching. I imagine we're going to get a Surveil, Undercity Sewers indeed.
And we'll see what decides to stay on top of the library or what goes into the graveyard.
Yeah, I didn't quite get a peek at Chong's hand, but, you know, as a Dimir mid-range player, really your hope is that you get that turn 2 frog down, and that really sets the stage for the rest of the match going forward. It's such a good threat, but it doesn't look like we've got that option here. And I did just see a Kaito drawn for turn, but here you see the other benefit of playing a Dimir deck with a lot of interaction is that you just get to say draw go a lot, and your opponent is really thinking about what they can jam and what they can get away with.
Absolutely, you get so much flexibility. You can play that threat, you can hold back and play that counter spell, or you can hold on to removal for the threat that you don't want to see. So lots of flexibility there.
Yeah, you can see there's counterspell in hand and subtlety, I believe, also on Chong's side. So it's got a lot of options here. We're going to go in with the Darcy.
Dragon Rage Channeler getting in there for a little bit of damage. And then...
Now, obviously, we're pretty far off Delirium at this point, but, you know, a DRC left unchecked can quickly become a lot of damage. And it looks like instead we're going to plot the Slick Shot Show-Off.
Yeah, which is, it's exactly what the Is It Prowess deck wants to do, isn't it, right? Because we're building up for a more explosive turn in future turns.
Right, yeah, Slick Shot Show-Off is a card that had a lot of use in Standard in the Prowess and Mono Red decks probably about a year ago, I'd say, but it's kind of settled and found its home in Modern in this Is It Prowess deck. But you see there, the DRC got answered. Very clean Shoot the Sheriff there, actually. One that does not work on Slick Shot Show-Off, I am pretty sure, so it's good to get use out of it there. Get rid of the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Non-outlaw creature.
Yep. All right, but a Thoughtseize here from Chong and Jinhao. Looking at a pretty solid hand here, but I imagine that Corey Steel Cutter is going to get taken because that card represents such a good amount of damage.
Yeah, Corey Steel Cutter, banned in Standard, so has found its home in Modern. In a fantastic card that it belongs in any Prowess deck. It cares about you casting your second spell, and you get to make a body to put it on, which a lot of equipments don't get to do. A lot of equipments require you to find your own creature, but this one you can make it itself. So.
Yeah, really powerful, really synergistic. Of course, it's a non-creature spell, and that's going to trigger your prowess and your other creatures like DRC, and you're going to get the surveils, et cetera, et cetera. But we're really in the tank here, trying to think about what to take.
Yeah, I mean, Thoughtseize is such a... It can sometimes be a hard card to cast, because not only do you need to get the timing of it right, a lot of the time you do want to cast it early, but sometimes you do want to pick it up in the later game before you're making your next big move. And you have to make a choice. Like, you need to choose what am I scared of the most?
Right. And you see they're selecting Monastery Swiftspear instead of the Sakori Steelcutter, and it's an interesting choice. I guess is sort of hedging on there being not that many non-creature spells to trigger it imminently, but yeah.
Potentially, or they're thinking using a Thoughtseize for it instead of using a counterspell on it later, potentially, and scared of like just an unkept Monastery Swiftspear taking the game away.
Right, looks like we got Sink into Stupor as the land from Chong. And 2 mana available. You know, this has been kind of a slow start to this matchup, and it's not quite what I would have expected. At least if you're in Jin Hao seat, you really want to be going fast. You want to get those Quarry Steel down, you want to get all those triggers. You still got the Slickshot Show-Off on plot, but
that could be pulled. The trigger could now be pulled at any time. We could do it this turn, or we could wait for a later turn. So, I mean, this turn could be very explosive, depending if Jin Hao wants to kind of go for it this turn or hold off. So.
Yeah, there's a counterspell in hand, a subtlety as well. Really, so many answers here. And as Jing Hao, you've got to really make the decision on when to pull the trigger. It's really, really tough to do that looking at 2 blue mana across the other side
you're
of
like,
the board.
okay, well, surely they have the counterspell. So if they have the counterspell, do we want to build kind of like, it's still a board, like with another Dragon Rage Challenger, and then try for it a little bit later? Because there's going to come a point where Chengyu can't just take a turn essentially off holding for a counterspell on spells that they don't want to counter.
And it looks like we got that Slickshot Show-Off on the stack. It's going to be answered here by Subtlety.
And we've exiled, we've lost the Kaido from hand to pay for that evoke cost of Subtlety. Now, if you're unfamiliar, we've got Subtlety up on the screen for you. So Subtlety's effect will put the spell on the top or bottom of the library. So now Jin Hao will get to choose if they want to see the Slickshot again, or if they want to draw a different card.
It's such a tough spot to be in. You've got to take so much into account and figure out what your best path to victory is. And these are like the kind of critical decision points that Dimir gets to put you in.
Yes.
Kind of put you in the blender, try and make you overthink, you know, does this go top or bottom? And indeed, it's going to go bottom.
Go bottom. Yeah, it's the choice of like, well, what is my best draw? Is my best draw Slickshot Show-Off? In which case, absolutely, I'll put it on the top. But maybe there's something better that I want to draw.
And we got another card here on the stack, and that is a printing I have not seen before.
No, I'm also unfamiliar with this printing. There's a lot of printings of a lot of different cards at the moment.
Is Mishra's Bauble, I believe.
It's very pretty, Mr. Bauble.
Yeah, I was going to say, I haven't seen that one. I've got to pick up a few of those.
We need to be more familiar with all of our Secret Lair printings, I think.
All right, so it looks like that resolved. There was no counterspell. Maybe hoping to hold it for something more impactful. We've got land for turn. A very, very slow start to this match. Bloodstained Mire, it's going to crack, fetch.
And we're not quite at Delirium yet either for the Dragon Rage channel that we have. We've got 2 creatures, land, artifact in the bin. So we just need one more card type there.
And a heads-up play from Jing Hao to go ahead and fetch the Surveil land. This might be the Delirium difference right here. Thinking. Oh, nope, keeps it on top.
Keeps it on top, so we just need to get an instant or a sorcery in the bin.
And you would think that would be fairly easy, given the really high density.
Given the build of an Is It Prowess deck, I would normally expect for more instants or sorceries to be in there at the moment than even creatures, but
8 sorceries, 14 instants. I got to imagine he has some in hand at the moment. Oh, we've got Preordain on the stack now.
I must say I'm enjoying all of these printings that these players have brought with us today. We've got some really nice printings with some different arts.
Absolutely. You know, I think of myself as being pretty dialed in, but even still, I'm like, oh, another one. All right, and it's a pass here. That counterspell has been threatening for such a long time, and even Orcish Bowmaster's in hand as well. So the reactive game plan from Chong right now is working out. So many answers here. Can answer a pump spell, can counter a really impactful spell like Corey Steelcutter, but it looks like we're going for Expressive Iteration instead.
Yeah, and now Chung's got an interesting choice here because we can Orcish Bowmaster to kill the Dragon Rage Channeler before it gets bigger, or we can counter the Expressive Iteration, but can we counter the Expressive Iteration, then the Dragon Rage Channeler gets bigger. So it looks like we're going with the play of the Orcish Bowmaster, which will deal 1 damage to the Dragon Rage Channeler and amass 1 Orc army. Right, and in response to this happening, it looks like Jin Hao's cast a Violent Urge instant to fill up that bin just enough to make that Dragon Rage Channeler survive that damage.
Great pacing there from Jin Hao, knowing he has the answer for a Bowmaster. He had to have been thinking about it. There was just so much mana represented on Chong's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like played that out quite well to have the best of both worlds, really. Get your Expressive Iteration to resolve, which is what you want, and keep your creature alive.
All right, so I got to imagine that flying DRC is going to be coming in for a ton of damage at this point. Yep, there you go, no blocks. Oh, sorry. Oh, we've got the attack trigger to deal with first. And now we're thinking about it. Down to 9 here for Chong. He's got to find something. All right, we're going to fetch. And I think if you're Chong, you're really hoping to just draw a big blocker at this point.
A big blocker. A big blocker would help.
You know, a Murktide would be
A Murktide is
great.
ideal. We need something with flying, so...
Slightly down from there is a Psychic Frog that you can exile cards to make flying, and slightly down from there even is Tameo, which is flying. Not the creature you really want to be blocking with at this stage in the game.
No, that's not the ideal use of Tameo, but sometimes we must sacrifice the cards that we don't really want to lose.
Yeah, if your choices are play the Tameo to block a lethal attack or perish, I think it's pretty...
Yeah, I think the choice is clear that we go with block with Tameo.
Yep. Oh, just going in with the Orcish Bowmasters. You know, not a lot of damage, but you got to start somewhere.
And it looks like we've top deck a Fatal Push, a very timely Fatal Push, which has quite cleanly answered the Dragon Rage Channeler.
Yeah, Fatal Push, one of the most important removal spells in this Dimir list, because you want to have those answers early. A lot of the aggro decks sort of snowball on the strength of one or two drops, and Fatal Push is just such a clean answer to them. Fatal Push also, not really relevant in this match, but a very clean answer to Flage as well, which is something that a lot of people don't consider.
A very clean answer to Flage, yes. Fatal Push, excellent card. So much versatility, and it's been played constantly since it was printed.
All right, and finally we see that counterspell. That's been hanging out in the hand there for
It's
maybe
been
5 or 6
hungry to
turns.
go,
Yeah.
and it's finally had its chance.
All right, so Corey Steele out of the equation now, and what is the follow-up play from Jin Hao?
I think I can see a second one in hand.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Oh no, it's going to be the plot for.
All right, we're
the
setting up
slingshot.
for. We're setting up for it. Well, it looks like we're setting up to go for that Corey Steel cutter with the next turn
Looking for that alpha strike to
close
end
out the
game.
game.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Orc Army coming in. All right, I can see the rate of play here speeding up from Jin Hao. Looks like he's got a plan. You know, there's a lot of mana there, but at some point you got to make them have it. 2 mana.
Yeah, not a lot of cards from Chung, so not a lot of opportunity to have a great answer.
Corey Steel Cutter is good. Slick Shot is good. We are going to see the trigger on the Corey Steel.
Get a 1/1 monk with Prowess that is equipped.
Now the question is the last card in hand some sort of burn spell, something to trigger Prowess and push through a little bit more damage? This game could be over this turn.
Yeah, we could have another Violent Urge for lethal here from Jin Hao.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look over the list. There's so many options, you know. Pick your poison. It could be Mutagenic Growth, Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart, Flashback Lava Dart. It really could be anything. Looks like we're going to go for a Preordain, though. That is going to trigger the Prowess there and maybe draw him into another spell to try and close this out.
Got the Prowess trigger, and we have the pseudo Prowess of our of our bird wizard.
Swinging in now. We're doing the calculation. The classic Magic player tapping the table, counting it up.
Yep.
And that's going to do
And
it.
that's going to do it.
All right, we're going to move to sideboard here. If you're in Chang's seat, you've got so many more answers to bring in. Pest Control is an option. Mystical Dispute. Dreams of Steel and Oil, probably not, but maybe if you're trying to clear some stuff out of the graveyard, exile them instead.
Yeah, an empty graveyard would work, or an emptier graveyard would work against Dragon Rage Challenger, but probably not the top of the list of what we want to bring in here.
Yep. And I think if you're on the Izzet Prowess side, you're probably just looking in to bring a little bit of interaction. You know, maybe you're thinking that first game has gone a little bit slower. You always have the option of that explosive start, but if you know you're going up against a deck that's going to have a lot of on-the-stack interaction, maybe you bring in a little bit of your own. There's a couple of Spell Snares.
The spell snares are pretty good. The spell snares will pick up what the Orcish Bowmasters, the Counterspell, which are kind of your main two.
The Shoot the Sheriff.
The
spicy one.
The spicy Shoot the Sheriff. Yeah, absolutely. So.
Yeah, a lot of things to consider here.
And we now have the Dimir player on the play as well. So our really fast Prowess deck loves to go first, loves to get as explosive a start as possible and just take the game over. But now having a turn behind, that explosive start could still happen, but there's a few more answers that Chang could have in the early couple of turns.
Definitely. And it's nice to see two players on stream here. We had a Sydney Siders earlier on the round when we were on the mic, and now we've got a couple players. Chang is from Melbourne. Nice to see a local. And Jin Hao coming down from Canberra.
Yeah, it's good to see people traveling from different places and representing different game stores. It's nice to see we've got such a wide variety of game stores thriving across Australia.
All right, post board. I think I still give a bit of an edge to the Dimir in this matchup. It's hard to say. It's really volatile. Izzet Prowess can kind of win out of nowhere, but Dimir just has so many answers, and it really just depends if Chang can draw them in a timely order.
You got to draw them in the right order at the right time.
Hopefully a Psychic Frog on turn 2. That could be wonderful. But we'll see. It looks like our players are done with their sideboard and choices, just shuffling up now, and we'll get back into it imminently. Let's see, I'm just taking another look at the sideboards here. So the options on Chang's side: 4 Consign to Memory, 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Pest Control, 2 Teferi, and 1 Nihil Spellbomb. I imagine the Spellbomb is in, because that's a pretty low opportunity cost to get rid of the graveyard if the DRC is going to be a problem again.
Yes, Spellbomb's pretty good. There's some of those that aren't, like a Harbinger of the Seas is probably not really going to be the best choice here.
Yeah, definitely not. There are enough basic mountains in there to mitigate that as a plan. And then over on the Is It Prowess side, the options in the sideboard here, we've got 3 Consigned to Memory, 3 Unholy Heat, 2 Meltdown, 2 Murktide Regent, 2 Spell Snare, 2 Surgical Extraction, and 1 Spell Pierce. Now, how about this for a proposition? Is bringing in the Murktide Regents something to think about? If you think the match is going to be grindy and go long, maybe you think that, you know, having a little bit of late game is something that you need in order to fight this matchup. Although the longer the game goes, I think the more of the edge goes to
Yeah, I think more of the
Chong
edge
on the
goes
Dimir.
to Chong on the Dimir, so it's a hard balance to strike. It's definitely I think it would catch a few players out, not expecting a Murktide Regent and then not potentially having the answer for it.
You know, and not the case with the Is It Prowess list here, but I have seen some lists that have, instead of Murktide in the sideboard, they have Oculuses in the sideboard.
Ooh, a spicy Oculus in the side would be good.
Uh-huh. All right, Chong on the play here is just going to fetch. Going down to 17, so it's a fetch and a shock, meaning we get the turn 1 play.
We're thinking Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize, Tamiyo perhaps?
A Thoughtseize, yeah. Thoughtseize would be down to 15, which would be quite painful, but early Tamiyo also works.
Oh, Dreams of Steel and Oil, we do see it brought in here.
So Dreams of Steel and Oil, sort of a Thoughtseize, but we're not going to lose the 2 life, and we have a little bit narrower choice of what we can take. So
Thoughtseize Light.
Thoughtseize Light, yes. We can take an artifact or creature, and it exiles the chosen cards, which is relevant for not having them discard and filling up the bin, but just you don't get that card.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to deal with it. It's gone.
And, I mean, the benefit here, at least for us in the booth, is that we get a very good look at Jin Hao's hand. We've got a Bloodstained Mire, Mutagenic Growth. Can't quite see that third card, but we've got Slickshot Show-Off, Lightning Bolt, Dragon Rage Channeler, and a Mountain. I mean, honestly, I would have kept it.
Yeah, that looks like a great keep. Nice explosive start, plenty of creatures, plenty of spells to prowess or pump.
And it looks like Dragon's Rage Channeler is a choice. That's going to go ahead and be exiled over on Jin Hao's side. And we got to pass. The turn 1 play taken away from Jin Hao.
And we have that, and Chan has that knowledge of what's in the hand for the most part. So knows a little bit more of when to start using the removal, what to hold on to a counterspell for. And when it's safe to start putting down a threat. So knowing that playing the Tamiyo now probably gets lightning bolted.
Exactly.
Can make more decisions about that.
It's going to run it out anyways, but I think, I mean, you're not necessarily happy to see your Tamiyo go, but knowing that 1 less spell is able to be directed at your face is probably,
yeah, that's Tamiyo needs to take it, I guess. But also, like, then your opponents might not choose to hit Tamiyo. So I mean, you have to make them make the play. So.
We'll see what the play is here. We're going to fetch.
Looks like we've gone for Steam Vents, so fetch Shock. A very common line we see in Modern, don't we? The fetch Shock.
Yeah, we'll get the life totals updated for you, but indeed it is a Lightning Bolt. Tamiyo is not long for this world. R.I.P. Tamiyo.
R.I.P. Tamiyo.
Turn 2 to turn 2.
Gone but not forgotten. We might see another one pop up.
All right, Mountain, maybe a plotted Slick Shot, trying to set up again. More or less go with the same game plan as game 1. If you know it's going to be a little bit long, you just, you put that Slick Shot in the safety deposit box, and you can bring it out.
It can't get pulled out of your hand if
Exactly.
it's off in plot land.
Can't get Thoughtseize, can't get Dreams of Steel and Oiled. And indeed, that is the play from Jin Hao here. Back over to Chong.
You're 18. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
yeah, and we're just fixing that life
Getting
total
our
discrepancy
life.
there.
Yep.
Cool.
All right, I do see a Psychic Frog in hand, maybe drawn for turn here. An excellent threat to run out, but of course you leave yourself shields down for something that you really need to counter. Gonna go ahead and grab the basic island. You can see now, even though Chong is at 16 life, being a little bit more conscious about the life total, given how explosive Is It Prowess can be.
Yeah, got to be really careful about how many shock lands you're willing to take. Because the fetch land's 1. Do you really want to make it 3? So going and getting an island is a safer bet.
Yeah, in Modern in general, you kind of tend to not think of them as much of a liability. It's just kind of the cost of playing the format.
It's the cost of playing the format, yeah.
Is that most people's life totals are effectively going to start at like between 15 and 17, but against these burn decks, against these really fast decks, you kind of have to be like, oh, maybe this turn I get the basic instead. But Psychic Frog is down. No answer yet. Corey Steele is good on the other side for Jin Hao. And there's the trigger. This is looking a lot like game 1.
This is looking a lot like the end of game 1. So we're back to having our Slick Shot and our Monk.
And we do know that Mutagenic Growth is in the hand. So I imagine there's going to have to be a Jumped Frog to block. Maybe not representing quite enough, but it is a lot of damage.
I think I can see a Fatal Push in Chung's hand, which...
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Which will help with this.
Attacks have been declared. And, yep, there it is. Fatal Push.
The Monk's gotten in. Our Frog lives to see another day.
Going with the Frog, get a draw, set yourself up. Counterspell. Murktide also available. You can see
Murktide is
him.
also there in hand. Looks like we might have another Tamio and a Spell Snare. So it's a pretty... I'd be feeling pretty okay as Chung with this kind of hand.
Absolutely. The card quality is kind of off the charts if you think about it.
We have to make decisions.
That's the hard part. What do you run out first? What do you save? Thinking now, and it is going to be the Murktide. Exiling the 5 cards. 2 of them instants of sorcery, so of course it's going to get 2 counters.
Yes, Murktide having delved away our entire graveyard so that we now have a 5/5 flyer on the field.
Yep. We're a little far away from the heyday of Murktide. You kind of think of it when it first got released, is that Murktide was such a strong deck and it's kind of found its home in this Dimir shell instead, but not quite the boogeyman of the format that it used to be.
It's definitely not the boogeyman of the format it used to be, which seems to just be how we have these shifts with the meta. We get new cards printed like the Corey Steel Cutter, and people change how they want to build their list. They want to go even lower to the ground, even faster. And sometimes things like Trample and those explosive things are just going to be better than these really large and in charge plays that we see with the Murktide Regent.
Yep. But I mean, on the other hand, quite a good blocker. Now,
Excellent blocker.
Of course, Jin Hao can push through, but it's going to take a lot of resources for not enough damage on the actual life total of Chong. So we'll see. A really tough decision point. You've got that Mutagenic Growth. He's going to crack the bauble. Take a look at what he's looking at for next turn. So we know there's Mutagenic Growth, but there could be...
We know there's Mutagenic Growth, and we've already had the 1 Prowess trigger from the bauble. So... it's a calculation of how big can we possibly make this Monk.
Mm-hmm. You know, ideally you want to force a block from the Murktide Regent, secure your own life total, and hope there isn't too explosive of a follow-up on the next turn. And we're going to combat. I imagine if you're Chong here, you know, you don't have the Fatal Push. I think you have to block, and indeed, that is the play.
Have to block and then see what happens. So we know that the Mutagenic Growth was going to come out. So we're getting a Prowess trigger and making our Monk bigger with the Mutagenic Growth. And then also making another Monk, because that's also what Corey Steel Cutter does. And it doesn't have to move. We don't have to move the equipment across.
All right. And we've got Spell Snare here. Could come in handy for Chong. Counterspell, obviously not online. We've only got 1 mana available. And there it is!
They did it. Just what you said. You've manifested it again, Quincy.
Maybe I should talk about what they sideboard more, but you know...
Maybe they can hear you.
Oh. I sure hope not.
All the way across the other side of the room.
I think we're safe in that regard. But yes, there you see it. You know, you think that matchup's going to go long, you think it's going to be grindy, and you bring in your own Murktides. You know, fight fire with fire.
Fight Murktide with Murktide.
Yeah, and this really looks like it's going to work out for Jinhao. We'll see. We might have a 2-0 here, but there is, well, a lot of counter spells now, but not much in the way of board presence, just the Tamiyo.
Yeah, the counter spells are here, and it's just like, if only
like,
I could have countered the thing that I needed to counter, which is that big old Murktide.
If only it was one turn earlier.
One turn earlier, we would have been okay. We still have a frog.
We still have a frog, but a frog that can't really get through at the moment.
No, can't get through. Can help block and leave us alive for a little bit longer.
Oh, okay, we're going to discard. Make that frog bigger.
And send it in.
Now, believe it or not, I don't think I have thrown Psychic Frog up on the stream here, but let's take a look. A card that, for a lot of people, needs no introduction. Obviously a reference to Psychotog of old, but a really, really excellent 2-drop. And one that is threatening here. And no blocks is going to be the answer. Preordain.
Preordain seeing
Into two lands. That is rough.
Get rid of the lands, see what else we can get.
Orcish Bowmasters is not nothing. Unfortunately, Orcish Bowmasters does not have reach.
It has a bow. And
It
yet,
has a bow.
And yet can't reach. The arrows do not fly far.
Uh-huh. All right, we're going to flash in the Bowmasters anyway. Take out one of those monks. Looks like we're maybe checking in about the current power and toughness of the monks, given the triggers that have happened. Yes, the second spell for that turn would have made the third monk, but it wouldn't have had the prowess trigger from the spell that created it, obviously. All right, looks like we're just going to clear that up. But it's really getting down to the wire here. There's these decisions where you have to be absolutely crystal clear on the state of the board state, and all right. All right, while we get that sorted, one thing I wanted to talk about is the metagame here today. We touched on it a little bit back a couple rounds ago, but Is It Prowess is actually fairly high, I believe 3rd or so in the metagame. There's a pretty good representation. It's a deck that has, oh yeah, here we go. Yep. In 3rd place, 21 decks entered here. Is doing pretty well so far, but you can see King of the Hill here. We've got Esper Goryos up top, 12% of the field. Amulet Titan, a deck that has, you know, persisted throughout, I mean,
that's a
decades
classic.
At this point.
This is like, when I think of Modern, Amulet Titan and like Tron are the decks I think of, and I feel like Tron has changed a lot, but I feel like Amulet Titan still at its core has stayed relatively similar. Like it's gotten some new toys to play with. Like we got the Spelunking, that was a nice little pickup we got from Lost Pacific Salon. But for the most part, it really is Amulet Vigor and Primeval Titan just beaten in.
The more things change, the more things stay the same. Of course, Titan has that reputation for being a really difficult deck to pilot well.
Yes.
It's you know, got a ton of intricate, really complicated lines that you have to be on top of. But we actually see a lot more of it in paper events as opposed to MTGO. And that's because in paper, it's a lot easier to, you know, just communicate with your opponent, explain what's happening.
Yeah, explain what's happening, because in MITGO, we don't get that. You can't just tell the software, hey, I would like to do this shortcut, or I would like to like represent this mana floating without quite a few clicks.
Yep.
So you do, yeah, we get the different lines, don't we?
And yeah, that ends up with a higher representation as a share of the metagame. Moving on down from there, we've got Jeskai Blink, which is our most recent regional championship winner over in Houston last weekend. We've seen the Blink variants, you know, they've come and go, started as Orzhov, moved into Esper, and now seem to be trending towards Blink. It turns out, hey, Flage, good magic card.
Flage, like being able to Lightning Helix, very good. Very good card. And Failure also a very good card. Like we want that core white because we want the ephemerate, we want the failure. So then it's like, well, what are the best things to blink? And a 3-mana 6/6 turns out to be one of the best things we can blink in a low, like a more aggressive style deck.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Moving on down from there, we've got Domain Zoo, a premier aggressive deck. Not the most complicated, not a lot going on under the hood. Kind of a complicated mana base to manage, but you're just good cards, a little bit of trickiness with the ley line for pre-game actions, and just trying to smash through. Down from there, a deck we have not seen on coverage, and a deck that has had a downward shift in the meta game. It's Mono Blue Belcher.
Yes.
You're just trying to flip that Belcher, dome someone for 20, win the game that way. Had a really high representation at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in Atlanta, and then dropped off significantly despite the fact that it won Pro Tour Edge of Eternities Atlanta in the hands of Michael DiBenedetto Palmer.
I always find that the Pro Tour format sometimes can be quite insular, and everyone's like, oh, well, now I want to play the Pro Tour deck, but the format's already kind of shifted on from the meta because I just feel like it's a different beast handling it at the Pro Tour, and what the pros are doing isn't always necessarily what you want to be copying.
Definitely. And at about the same percentage of the metagame, we've got Affinity, a deck we've seen on stream many times today. On the back of Cap Cannoneer, Pinnacle Emissary, and a couple other cards that have really revitalized the archetype. It's really seems like it's here to stay, at least for the foreseeable future. And moving on down from there, oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Oh,
Boros
energy. What happened?
Was once leading the field of most events at about, 16, 15%.
Yes.
And has just slowly stepped down. It's really ended up in sort of a fair place, but it has its explosive turns, turn 1 Guide of Souls, turn 2 Ragavan, Ocelot Pride.
Ocelot Pride.
You're off to the races.
There's some fantastic cards in the energy deck, but yeah, really underrepresented in this meta today. So I definitely have seen a few of I've been looking at some of the pairings out there, and I've seen it mirror matched a few times, which it's interesting to get a mirror match when there's only 11 of you in the room, but it does happen.
You get the team kill aspect.
You get the team kill. No, we were supposed to win.
All right, we've also got Esper Blink, and you can see kind of dropping relative to Jeskai Blink. Jeskai Blink really is the flavor of the month. Of course, Jeskai Blink did win the most recent regional championship in Houston in the hands of Vinny Fino, so we maybe are seeing the effect of that on the metagame as well. And then there's Tron, like you were mentioning. The more things change, the more things stay the same.
The more things stay the same. The Tron lands tails all this time. Like they look like, I reckon, like when we were watching some of the earlier coverages, the Tron lands look like some of the oldest cards we were seeing in the room.
Yep, definitely.
They've been here that long. So.
And of course, with any event that is at this level, this amount of people, you get a huge other category. And there's some spicy deck lists in there, and who knows, maybe we'll see one of them on coverage. But we're going to throw back to our table now and finish up that match. All right, let's catch up here with the board state. Got our Orc army up, and it looks like that token did get taken out, the one that was created with the Murktide Regent triggering Corey Steelcutter.
Yes, we've lost that monk with the Orcish Brewmaster trigger, and we've got quite a large Orc army that we've amassed at the moment.
And now we are thinking. The onus is really on Chong to find something to do here to deal with that Murktide, because it's representing so much damage. Your Psychic Frog is tapped, so you can't jump it to block.
No, can't jump it to block, so it's a case of, well, how much damage am I going to be taking from this Murktide? And is the Murktide going to swing in? Do we want to hold it up to stop the Psychic Frog?
Right. Nope.
We're going all in. We're going with Monk and Murktide, and it looks like Chang's chosen to double block the Monk on the ground.
And what's the play here? Yeah, I imagine Jinhao would not have made this attack without something up his sleeve, and with no mana available on the side of Chang. Really all you got to be worried about is the Force Negation. All right, and it's going to be a bolt on the 3/3 Orc army, creating a Monk, getting another Prowess trigger. Maybe going to damage now? perhaps? Is the Orcish
When you-
Bowmasters not long for this world?
Yes, I don't think this Orcish Bowmaster is long for this world, and we'll see how much damage is going to trample over from the Corey Steelcutter equipment. Taking Chung down to 4. I kept clicking down, 6, 5, 4.
All right, it's do or die now for Chong. It's got to have something. I can't tell if the double face placeholder card there is Tamiyo or Sink into Stupor. No, we're going to discard, get another counter on the frog. No blocks here.
Drawing a Fatal Push. That seems like a good draw for Chung here, but not enough to get rid of that Murktide.
And it looks like it is Tamiyo. That is a flying blocker. It looks like we've got a couple more turns to play yet. Very grindy. All right, what's the draw for Jin Hao? Does he have a way to get rid of this Tamiyo? Maybe push through a bit of damage. Surveil trigger. Land in the yard. And of course, there is still the counterspell available, but not enough mana for counterspell and fatal push. So the decision points are going to have to be very important here.
Yeah, you can only do one, and it's do we counter this Dragon Rage Channeler? Do we counter potentially the next thing that's going to come down?
You've got to be so scared that there's a kill spell for Tamiyo. But nope, there it is. Counterspell has been spent.
And we're paying the equip cost to move the Corey Steelcutter across to the Murktide, which should be lethal. That would be 2 over from Tamiyo, and then
Yep.
the 2 on the, yep, and that is enough.
There you go. So a clean 2-0 for Jin Hao. Very grindy games. Not exactly where you want to be as it Prowess, but managed to take it.
Managed to take it. Very nicely done. That Murktide coming in. That Murktide really won that game. So that was some excellent sideboard strategy and thinking about how winning on the draw looks. That was kind of a little masterclass there in Is It Prowess, I think.
All right, so an excellent round 6 in the books there. Great heads-up play from Jin Hao to have that sideboard card available and make that choice. We will get our next round up for you momentarily, but until then, don't go anywhere. All right, you know what? Maybe go get a snack, get a drink, but stay tuned. We'll be right back.
don't stop.
Let me explain something.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're here at the ANZ Magic Super Series, here at our Regional Championship number 10. My name is Quincy. Joining me on the mic, it's Rihanna.
Hello, everybody.
So we're getting on in the day, moving closer and closer to our top 8 cut to figure out who's going to take those Pro Tour invites and who's going to battle it out tomorrow for their prize, their share of the prize. We've got our match set up for us, so we will head on down to the table and talk about it. All right, Rihanna, so round 7, what are we in for here? Who have we got and what are they playing?
We have John Lowbridge on Mono Blue Belcher, a deck that we haven't seen yet that has taken a pretty decent share of the meta, so surprised it's taken this long for us to cover it. And we also have Oliver Berry on Dimir Oculus. Dimir, this being a different Dimir list to the one that we just covered.
Yes. You know, as a certified Dimir apologist, I have been eaten these last 2 rounds. So I mentioned it last round that we generally see 2 variants on Dimir in Modern. We either see a mid-range variant that's more focused on Tamiyo, Orcish Bowmasters, sometimes the Kaito, Or you see the spicy Reanimator list, the ones that are trying to sneak in Oculus, discard it to Psychic Frog, unearth it. But this list takes that even one step further. It's not just Oculus you're looking to bin and reanimate. We've also got Archons of Cruelty in the list.
I love an Archon of Cruelty. Yeah, it's almost like a different variation on the Goryo's list. So instead of bringing back a nice legendary creature, it's like, well, what's the best non-legendary creature I can bring back with Persist?
Exactly. And Archon of Cruelty has been a classic reanimation target for a number of years. Its ETB is a really oppressive effect, and if you can... it's ETB and attack, so if you can keep it around and keep getting that value, usually the game is ended if you've gotten one attack or maybe two.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it was the animation target, and then Atraxa came along, and people were like, oh, 10 cards though.
What if I could look at 10 cards? And on the other side, Mono Blue Belcher, a combo deck that's looking to basically find and cast Goblin Char Belcher as fast as possible, activate it, which is going to flip a whole bunch of cards, and usually end with a bunch of damage.
Yes. It's a funky little deck that, I mean, the Belcher Belcher has existed for a long time.
Yes.
But it's only in the recent years that we've had I say land base in quotations, the land base to support a Goblin Char Belcher deck at this level. With all of those modal double face cards, where they're not lands on the front, so they don't count for Goblin Char Belcher. When we flip through, we only care about the card on the front. We don't care that there's a land on the backside, so we get to swing in with all that damage.
Yeah, exactly. The deck more or less exists by a quirk of the rules, but it makes for a really interesting play pattern where you've got this option of having a deck where you can make your land drops, but then still search for your combo pieces and have them work.
Yeah, and you're looking at a deck that is 60 spells.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because all your lands do something else. Which a lot of the other decks don't get that benefit. Their lands are just doing what lands do, which is making mana or finding lands, as we have with the fetch lands.
Yeah, and on the back of that, you can kind of play a grindier game because you've got these spells to slow down the opponent if your combo's not coming together absolutely immediately. And it looks like on John's side of the battlefield, we've got Thundertrap Trainer, one of the best creatures ever printed, in my opinion.
Is this because it's an otter, or...?
That may have something to do with it, but that's not the only reason. It's just such a good value piece and really slots right in here. Obviously, a Blue Belcher list is not going to run a lot of creatures. You're just looking for ones that give you card selection, essentially. That's the name of the game here, and Thundertrap Trainer does it really well. And if you need it late game, it does it really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. With that cute little offspring ability we got with Bloomburrow, making token copies so that you get the ability twice.
Yep. And it looks like we had a Disrupting Shoal there to take care of that frog.
Yeah, slow down, Oliver. Slow down that Dimir play so that... Because a frog could easily run away with the game with not only the damage, but drawing the cards. So getting rid of that frog early is really critical for John's game plan, I think.
Yes. Especially in this particular variant of Dimir, the frog represents, basically 3 axes to attack, because you've got the creature that can deal damage, the trigger that draws you cards, and in this case, discarding the cards also gives you a chance to put your animation
targets in the bin. Like it's the best use of frog.
Exactly. Like you're getting value on all fronts, using every part of the frog.
Every part of the frog. No frog wasted.
And it looks like we have an Unearth here on the stack, probably targeting frog. And it is going to resolve. So the frog, a little bit delayed, but has arrived.
Counted, and we're back.
And we're back. Right on track. 2 mana available. And again, of course, this list from Oliver is not as heavy on interaction, but there is still some. If you're John, you can't just be thinking like, oh, this is, the reanimation list. I can kind of jam if I want to. We still do have counter spells available on the part of Oliver.
Yeah, counter spells and some interaction that can mess with the game plan.
Yeah, you can even see the subtlety in hand. Oh, and this is another spicy addition, one that I haven't actually seen in a Dimir list recently. maybe not even in the past year or so, but we've got good old Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, JVP making an appearance.
JVP, massive fan of JVP. Used to get a lot more play than it does now, and I'm happy to see that still kicking. But deemed too much of a threat to John's game plan here with the ability to loot and flip into a Planeswalker.
Yep. Oh, we've got 2 Thunder Trap trainers on the board now. I think I might have to root for John.
Okay. What better than 1 otter? 2 otters.
I mean, of course, we're unbiased here, but 2 otters is a real convincing argument.
He has my vote.
All right, and I mean, for all these otters have done, they haven't really seemed to push John towards finding the pieces that he needs to combo off and really giving a lot of time here for Oliver to put something together. Thinking now on the side of Oliver, what is the game plan? I imagine if there was a reanimation target in hand, it doesn't look like it. I think we have 2 subtleties.
Yeah, we've got the subtleties. We've chosen to give the frog flying to get through there to get the card draw. So emptying our graveyard a little bit, but with no great, like we're not really wanting to bring Jace back, and he is legendary, so it's not great with a persist. So goodbye to Jace into exile. Get in with the frog and draw some more cards. Looks like we've got a double subtlety and a Quantum Riddler as well.
Honestly, not a bad draw off a frog. Gives you even more card draw. We might see it here. Is he going to pass?
You may move to in-phase.
Looks like we're thinking of it.
I mean, I suppose there is some value in having double subtlety up, but no, we are going to hard cast subtlety. Not often a mode you see.
No, with the evoke elemental cycle, we do often so much see them evoked just to see their effect, because their effects on all 5 of them are very powerful. But subtlety coming in, flash, flying, 3/3 in the air, is able to swing in for damage and can't be blocked by those Thunder Trap trainers. They're not flying otters, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. You know, this matchup might actually just end up being, you know, subtlety frog beatdown for... I mean, there's only 13 life on the side of John. It is not out of the realm of possibility. Mono Blue Belcher is not a deck I think of as having a lot of flying blockers at its disposal.
No, and Mono Blue is not really notoriously known for like a nice board wipe. It's more of a bounce, like an overloaded Cyclonic Rift is really what Mono Blue is known for. But yeah, we're adding more flyers to the list.
All right, discarding the other subtlety to get a counter on the frog. Quantum Riddler has made its appearance.
Did I make a land drop this turn? Yes, you just shocked. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And Riddler is one of those cards that has had such an outsized effect on the metagame, despite being such a new card. It's really been the standout from Edge of Eternities, and has kind of given life to basically every Blink variant. You know, chances are, if your deck has blue in it, you should be playing Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, what a fantastic mythic we've got out of Edge of Eternities. And pardon the pun, but really kind of warping some of the formats.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. A bit high on the dad joke scale, but we'll have a good one of those every now and then. All right, it looks like we got a whir. I assume whir for 0. Typically the plan with these Belcher decks is to whir in order to get Lotus Bloom.
Yeah, Lotus Bloom being a nice little callback to Black Lotus,
yes,
but without so much of the power that we have with Black Lotus. Normally having to suspend a Lotus Bloom for 3 in order to cast it. But we're kind of like Black Lotus at home with the whir. So
right. And yeah, that is really sort of the squeeze on the resources for a blue Belcher deck, is you're just looking for mana. It's usually easy enough to find your combo pieces, but the mana is really the bottleneck, because you got to be able to get that Belcher down and activate it, typically in the same turn.
yeah, you really want to activate it in the same turn. You don't want to give your opponent that opportunity to have a turn to remove it. You just want to slam it down, activate it, win the game on the spot.
Right. It's often why you see the whir on end step, on your opponent's end step, to try and get a leg up on that mana, have it ready for this turn where you're trying to combo off. Ooh, and it looks like we're going to see Tameshi, another card that sort of made this archetype possible / viable in the current metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. And a really very nice looking Tameshi as well, with that promo art. So Tameshi, if we're unfamiliar, whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. This ability triggers only once. But importantly, you can return a land to hand to get your Belcher.
Yep.
Which is the main game plan.
And it also allows you to recycle those Lotus Blooms very efficiently.
Very efficiently with the Lotus Plumes to make sure that you keep having that mana available, so that when we get to the point that you're safe to slam out that Charbelcher, you can really lock in that game plan.
And you can see, and this is definitely the kind of spell you would want to counterspell if you had it available. But we can see Oliver's hand there. It looks like a land, Fatal Push, and Sink into Stupor available. And that Fatal Push is just not almost a dead card in this matchup. I imagine that's probably one of the first cuts we'll see after sideboarding.
Yeah, I reckon Oliver's very much thinking like, oh, well, in game 2, if this was the sideboard card that I want to bring in, this would be fine. But unfortunately, Fatal Push can kill an Otter Wizard, but it's not really worth it. With the Otter already doing its job.
But we might see the Sink into Stupor. Very expensive as far as mana goes, but may just be like the little bit of a hiccup, the little bit of a speed bump that Oliver can put in front of this Tameshi. Keep himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Just return it. It's a kind of an expensive remand, right?
Yeah.
But might be enough to slow down.
And it may be resolving? Question mark. Oliver's really got to think about it here. This is definitely one of those inflection points. You know, no matter what happens in the course of this game, you'll look back here and think like, oh, that decision probably could have swung it.
Yeah.
And it looks like, yes, the Tameshi has resolved. We're going to sack the Lotus Bloom for 3 white mana, probably. Spend 1 of it, activate Tameshi. And are we going to see the Stupor now? Interesting decision point for Oliver here.
Yeah, interesting decision point. We can also Fatal Push the Tameshi just to prevent it doing anything on a later turn as well, with that Revolt being online thanks to the Lotus Bloom already being spent.
Okay, it looks like the Tameshi trigger did resolve. Sacking Lotus Bloom, so we got 4 blue and 1 white floating. Activate Tameshi again. Yeah, it looks like Oliver is sort of just inclined to let this happen and
see what happens, see how it plays out. Yeah, Tameshi, we got the once per turn on the first, but as many times as you like on the second ability.
Right. Yeah, given that Oliver did not sink into Stupid Tameshi, he's kind of priced into letting this happen and trying to stop the Belcher instead. Assuming that the Belcher is available.
Yeah, assuming we've got what we need in hand to either to cast the Belcher or to get cards that draw us the cards to get to the Belcher.
Yes. So mana bounce here for John. Can he put together a win here?
So we're demonstrating a little bit of a loop.
You know, just limited by the number of lands you have to return, but
a short loop. We're just slowly getting there.
Yep.
And we're going to take you for a ride one more time.
Who needs lands?
Who needs lands?
Who needs lands?
And here we go. It's going to be Whir to try and go grab that Goblin Charbelcher.
So we're going to Whir of Invention. Hopefully go get that Goblin Charbelcher and hopefully go on to win the game from there. So now it's up to Oliver to choose how he wants to respond.
And there you go, the Sink into Stupor to try and stop it. But is there enough mana available to try and do it again?
So we're using the mana to force a negation the Sink into Stupor.
And that should more or less wrap it up, I imagine, Charbelcher to the battlefield.
We've got two mana floating. We still have a Lotus Bloom. and we'll be able to activate the Child Belcher.
Yep, there you go.
That is the combo. That is the combo deck that is Mono Blue Belcher.
And you saw Oliver there pointing to the Fatal Push, maybe thinking about when he should have fired that off, stopped at Tameshi, but no such luck. So we're going to get into sideboarding here. I'm just going to take a quick look over at the sideboards available for each player on Dimir Oculus side. 4 consigned to memory. I wonder if those will be making an appearance.
Surely not.
2 Emperor Bones, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Nihil Spellbomb, 1 Engineered Explosives, a Fatal Push, and a Force Negation. I imagine that Negation's coming in. I imagine the Spellbombs are coming in.
Yeah, the
try and clear out
negation to try and clear out. Yeah, we definitely don't want to bring in the Harbinger of the Seas. Just turning all those lands into islands is probably not too good there.
Yeah, definitely not. Over on the side of John, we've got some consigned to memory, some Harbingers, Mystical Dispute, Tameo into the Flood Maul, 1 island, which is actually kind of an interesting point on these Belcher lists to run 1 actual island. I don't think we'll see it in this particular matchup, but it is a nice little bit of tech. A Stock Up, a Surgical Extraction, Tezzeret, and Tormod's Crypt. Kind of interesting choices you're faced with here. I imagine Tormod's Crypt might come in just as some insurance against the graveyard, because this particular variant of Dimir is really dependent on it to sort of close out the game.
Yeah, a clutch Tormod Crypt would be fantastic in certain spots against this Dimir Oculus list to prevent that graveyard reanimation that we could potentially see. Don't want to see an Archon of Cruelty on the field. Don't even really want to see an Oculus on the field, because Oculus can really just run away with the game. So being able to, at whim, exile that graveyard is probably going to be really handy. If we see it, it is only the one of, so...
Definitely. You can see our players deep in thought here. We are towards the end of our Swiss rounds. We have just one more round after this for you. But, you know, if the players are up here, their records are nice and sterling. You can see Oliver on 501, John on 5-1. These players know what they're doing. I imagine they are so dialed into their sideboard choices and really tuning their decks to fight the meta. And if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, I can tune a deck to fight the meta, I have what it takes to sideboard when I'm 501 in round 7, then you might be interested. We've got the 10K Australian Open coming up at Command Fest Melbourne. Of course, Command Fest, a lovely event to go to if you just want to jam some games of Commander, but if you've got that competitive itch, you think you have what it takes to win that portion of the prize pot, come on down. Tickets are available now and selling fast. You can see the URL down there inside of your screen, tinyurl.com/cfmelb2025. Go ahead, throw your hat in the ring. It's both standard and sealed, so you can flex your magic acumen in multiple different ways, and we definitely hope to see you there. Check it out. All right, looks like we are all shuffled up here. Heading into game 2. If you're Oliver, I think you just want an explosive start, you know, turn 2 Frog.
Turn 2 Frog.
Discard that Archon.
No counter on turn 2 Frog. Don't have to persist it.
Yep.
I want my OG Frog, and away we go. And I mean, for John almost wants the game to play out exactly how it just did.
Exactly. You know, I think that disrupting shoal he had early in game 1 was kind of maybe, you know, it's hard to say how the matchup would have played out if that hadn't been around, but I think definitely one of the key points in the match, because stopping that Frog, even for just that one turn, was a bit of a game changer.
A bit of a game changer, absolutely. And having to spend those resources, and then also just have less cards up representing a potential interaction as well, makes the difference.
All right, looks like we're all ready to go. Our players are going to look at their first 7 here. Now, Belcher is a deck that I think of that mulligans pretty well. You know, you can get to the combo on relatively little amount of cards. Dimir Oculus, a little bit harder here. Oh, it's not looking great. Oh, there is lands to save it.
Oh,
2 lands. Oh,
that's what you're like, oh,
beautiful.
perfect. I need some lands, and there they come.
Uh-huh.
That's looking like quite a nice hand for Oliver there.
Definitely. I don't think quite has the animation, like the reanimation spell, but is going to go ahead, start it off with a Surveil, bin the land. Yeah, if you're Oliver, you're really happy with this hand. Your game plan is sort of online right from the start. Draws another frog. Backup on backup is just going to be so threat dense this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll see our first frog now, yes. Frog comes down.
Absolutely slam it, but it looks like there is going to be a disrupting shoal? No, it's a mystical dispute.
Yeah. Players just a little bit ahead of us there because they can talk to each other.
Yep.
I'm going to mystical dispute it. Just let me find it in my hands.
Yep. All right, and there's the go, and I wonder if we're going to see yet another frog.
Could it be a second frog?
Thinking about it, though, a couple of options available on 3 mana, and it's going to be JVP instead.
A J-Springe Prodigy, which we lost very quickly in the first game, but might hang around a little bit longer this game. Potential to counter it again. Yes, we're doing a spell snare on the J-Springe Prodigy. And that potentially could be a choice there by Oliver to bait out some more counter magic.
Right. Yes, I think JVP and Psychic Frog are kind of comparable in value. You know, JVP gives you that repeatable loot, so you have that outlet to both dump your animation target that you have in hand if you're Oliver, but also helps you look for the persist that you want to get that Archon out. But then Psychic Frog, like we were saying, you know, you use every part of the frog. It's a little bit slower because, you know, you have to guarantee that you can get in to get that draw. But yes, I think either way, if you're Oliver, you're kind of happy to get one more counterspell out of the hands of John and are hoping that maybe that third frog, like that third threat in the second frog will stick.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, ideally you're hoping John has no counterspells on your second and third threat, but it's always good to test to see, you know, the reaction from the opponent when casting a spell and seeing if they're countering and if they're thinking about, you know, which counter they're going to use. And then you're like, they got a few in there, do they? So, yeah.
Additional.
All right, Oliver's got to be feeling pretty good here. He's got Frog with counterspell backup if he so chooses. Winter Knight, Subtlety, and Archon. And it's going to be the Frog presented. Options now for John. I see a couple Sink into Stupors there. Thinking about it, that's a lot of mana to spend.
Can I have this one?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is no, with a Sink into Stupor there.
Oh, lets it happen.
Lets it happen, so Frog's back in hand.
You know, I can kind of see that rationale from Oliver there. You know, the Frog is not gone forever. You got it back in hand. You can try again, but you're just putting John lower and lower on cards in hand, and that's got to be where you want to be as Oliver.
Yeah, lower on cards and losing those, or losing the things that are your lands.
Yes.
Like your Sink into Stupor is often your land, and so you can see there now instead of keeping that Sink into Stupor, we're using it as a land. So it's one more thing of like, okay, well I can't hold on to this one because I need to keep adding to my lands. And so, yeah, just really cutting John down on cards there and gets to go for it again.
All right. Frog presented once again.
One more frog.
And Frog resolves. We've got Unearth. Are we going to go for the other frog? Yes. You know, it all worked out in the end.
It's almost like we never lost the frogs. They were here all along. 2 frogs.
There's and I imagine we're going to see the Force of Negation here. I feel like if you're in this spot from Oliver, you want to stop any sort of advantage, but no, it looks like he's going to let it resolve.
He's going to hold on to it for something scarier.
You know, that's a tough play to make. It might be the right one, but it's especially tough knowing what happened in game 1.
Yes,
because he let that Whir go, he let the Tameshi go, and it didn't quite work out.
No, it did not work out. So it's a case of, yeah, when do you pull the plug? And it's a hard choice. And often you only get it in hindsight.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe if the life totals were a little different, if John was a little bit closer to 0 life, there would have been a more aggressive attempt at stopping that Lotus Bloom. But no, looks like it's just going to be... Oh, Tameshi.
Yeah, we're going with the Tameshi again. And Oliver's responding with the Subtlety.
Draw 3 and then discard.
going for subtlety. We'll see the decision here from John, putting it back on top.
Sure. Untap.
So subtlety's just holding it off for now.
Yep. Oh, but we've got an Oculus.
An Archon and a Force of Negation for Oliver in hand. And we get to swing in with the Frog and hopefully draw some more cards.
Yep. And we're going to discard that Archon, get a counter on the Frog. A couple more cards. You know, Persist is absolutely the card you want to see here. We've got land and yet another Frog.
It's all about the frogs today.
Uh-huh. Blue to Delta is the play. And you know, Oliver's actually at a point where he can just hardcast this Oculus. You know, if you don't think that there's any possible counterspell on the part of John, that might be the play. Just start accruing that advantage, building a really, really wide board.
Board state, yeah, absolutely. We could hard slam the Oculus, and we could still hold up the Force of Negation, which we can exile the Frog to. So, or we can pass. We've already got the 2 frogs on the board, and potentially hold up like a hard cast Force of Negation.
Yeah, it looks like Tameshi is going to resolve here. But where are you going from here if you are John? You got 3 blue. Gonna spend that white.
3 blue and a white.
Okay, so Oliver's got to be thinking now. Doesn't really gonna have a point to interact here. Because Tameshi's ability is not casting the Lotus Bloom, it's just returning it to the battlefield. So not quite as many lands on the part of John as well, so he's going to be able to create a lot of mana, but maybe not to present the Belcher twice like he did in the first game.
Yeah, maybe not quite enough to get the exact cleanness that we got with game 1.
Yep.
I mean, what are you thinking if you're Oliver at this point?
I'm thinking I'm waiting for the cast of the Belcher.
Yes.
We are going to force a negation. Pitching probably the Frog at this point. You've already got 2 of them, and then hoping that that's enough. And I think if that is the case, and that is enough, then I think, you know, Oculus plus 2 frogs more or less cleans up from there.
And we have a stock up. Great card from Aether Drift that we've seen in Standard and seen in a few other formats. We're seeing it now. So Oliver's counting just how many cards does John have in hand. Let's do the maths on what's possibly in hand. What am I dealing with? Is 1 Force of Negation really enough here? Right, exactly. You know, you're looking at 4 cards in hand and you're thinking, is there a Force of Negation in there? Is that what I have to worry about? I think that's probably what's weighing on your mind the most as Oliver is like you're saying, is the 1 Force enough? Is 1 Force enough? Do we counter the stock up? Do we let the stock up revolve and try and counter the next thing? If we stop the stock up here, where does John go?
Yes, like kind of the age-old adage from Magic goes, you know, don't counter the tutor, counter the thing they tutored for. Stock up, not quite a tutor, but you know, in this case, maybe it's better to just get the thing that they pick with stock up instead of the stock up itself.
Just hope that they whiff.
Yeah, exactly. You know, 5 lands right up the top, except they're on.
They're not lands. Oh no, you can't whiff. Unwhiffable.
An unwhiffable stock up. That card just keeps getting better and better. Okay, it looks like we are going to see the Force here. Oh, and a hard cast Force.
Hard cast Force, so we get to keep both the threats in hand in the Psychic Frog and the Oculus. And if Oliver draws a land, he can cast both. But then represent not nothing, because can attack with the Frog and then potentially draw some counter magic for free.
Yep.
But we'll see.
All right, so we've got, I don't think we have the Belcher in hand on John's side, so.
No, I haven't seen a Belcher unless there's a very spicy printing that I'm unfamiliar with. Yeah, these are some deep decisions from these players here, which, I mean, it's also been a long day as well, and it's so critical, this kind of junction point of of losing this round really changes where you're going from there, because you've really got to bring it home with the final round to try and maybe squeak into. You're still live for Pro Tour invite, down to 10th, not just down to 8th.
Yes.
But yeah, these really hard decisions that are going to haunt you. You go home and think about, oh, I should have done this, should have done that.
Yeah, after this round, you're either feeling really good or incredibly stressed.
Yes, incredibly stressed, because then you really need to pull it out for that final round.
All right, it looks like all lands back in hand. We're going to see the bestest boy, Thundertrap Trainer, try and find a Belcher. A lot of mana available here, enough to cast the Belcher and activate it.
You have how many in hand?
And it looks...
I saw a Belcher at the front of that pile. A nice foil one.
There it is.
So we're spending that floating mana that we had to cast the Belcher, and we're activating.
I don't have the island in.
No, I don't think you do. I'm just asking if you want to flip.
And I believe that's going to do it.
I believe that's going to do it. I think our players are just having
We're going through the motions here. Make them play it out.
Make them play it out. Prove that you didn't put the island in.
I want Oliver there.
I saw it on the deck list.
Yeah, yep. Oh, there it goes. Flip it. And there you go. It's a 2-0 for John. All right. It looked like that might have been it for Oliver, but no such luck. The force was not enough to hold off the Belcher. And really, I would like to thank Thundertrap Trainer.
We like to thank the Otter Wizards.
Yes. Finding the Belcher there, putting John at 6-1, going into round number 8. He's going to be feeling good about that. Oliver, not out of it yet. Round 8. Can play it out.
Absolutely can play it out. Oliver hadn't lost coming into this round, only had the draw, so still definitely in it. Just got to get back in that mindset and continue on with the final round.
I had.
All right, so welcome back to the booth. Great stuff again there from John, managing to take it on Mono Blue Belcher, representing a relatively little share of the metagame, but putting up great results here. That's going to be it for us. We've got one more round, but we'll put you back in the capable hands of Thomas and Kira. It's been a lovely day.
It's been fantastic. It's been great working with you, Quincy.
Likewise, likewise. Yep, we will see you. Kira and Thomas will take it, and then make sure you tune in tomorrow as well and check out that top 8. It's been a great one. We'll see you later.
welcome back. It is round 8 here at Regional Championship 10 in Melbourne for Modern. This is what it's all come down to.
I can't believe we're already at our final round of Swiss. The day has flown by. We had so many players in this room, hundreds of players in this room at the start of the day, and now we're down to not quite our top 8 yet, but it's getting pretty close. And the thing is, these matches are just as meaningful, if not more meaningful than any others throughout the day, because now even the players who are on the cusp, they know that there's 10 Pro Tour invites on the line. If you make top 8, there's still that chance at Worlds. And of course, there's that huge prize pool besides. So everyone is still so live. These matches are very high stakes.
High stakes indeed. Let's head on down to the table and see what we've got brewing.
What are they going to do? Call me? Oh, no.
All right, we have Lucia Clark on Domain Zoo and Bill Mladenowski on Esper Goryos. These players are indeed, this is fighting for one of those 10 coveted Pro Tour invites.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of the, like, if you told me you can play for a Pro Tour, I think I'd break out in a sweat immediately. This is a lot of players, if not the final combination, the combination of a Magic dream. Like, there's something that you might work for decades to get to. Some people get it very quickly. We met someone doing the Pro Tour speedrun in one of our earlier coverage rounds. But no matter how quickly or slowly you get there, or how many times you've been there before, going to the Pro Tour is such an achievement. And these players are so close, they can just about taste it.
This is going to be a really tense match. Pro Tour invite on the line. Whew, I would be sweating.
And so this match, you know, when you say, okay, I've got to play one best-of-3 match of Magic to decide whether or not I go to the PT, what's my matchup? Your matchup is Domain Zoo versus Esper Goryos. Which side of that would you rather be on?
This is going to sound really controversial, or maybe it's not, depending on who you are in chat. I'm going with Esper Goryos.
Okay.
I'm going with Goryos just because I think the presence and the threats are a lot more intense. But that being said, Lucia is going to have a ton of really powerful tech that is going to get through those early turns. Esper Goryos requires setup. It requires putting, usually an Atraxa or a Griselbrand into the graveyard. If Lucia can just bust out really intense, really big creatures, and if we've got a pre-game action of a Leyland of the Guild Pack, which I do believe I saw in Lucia's hand, that's going to, put her off to a really strong start.
Yeah, we've talked before about like how impactful mulligan decisions are, I think, on coverage today, and I think we were debating earlier, that might be the #1 biggest single card, especially pre-board, that you can pull. Like the step change in how powerful the deck is very important. But, I was about to say, I hope that you choose Domain Zoo, because I'd love to be a homer and root for Bill Mladenowski fighting out at Good Games Box Hill. That's my stomping grounds, baby. So crazy to say, this is what it means to be at like a regional championship, is someone who you might have played against F&M could be about to go to the Pro Tour, and it makes it so real. I could be there if I was a lot better at Magic and had successfully ground out through this grueling day of Swiss, but I could be there.
I could be there. Esper Goryos as well is here at RC10 Melbourne. It is our most represented deck in the metagame. It's holding a healthy 12.3% metagame share. Domain Zoo, a little bit lower down on the ladder, half as much of a representation, 6%.
Yeah, we haven't yet seen the conversion statistics. Obviously, we haven't even finished with our Swiss rounds yet, but it seems like Domain Zoo is actually maybe punched above its weight a little bit, whereas there's not as much Esper Goryos, which I think you'd expect for the most represented deck in the room. Some of those numbers are going to fall off over the day, but it's good to see that, and I suppose not surprising, a deck that has this much card selection, this much interaction is going to be a bit of a skill tester, and we're going to winnow it down to the very best pilots by the end of the day, and Bill is certainly in the running to claim that crown.
Bill as well resolving a mulligan here. Lucia confident and comfortable with her 7.
Yeah, we can't see as much of Bill's hand on the camera here, but also I feel like the mulligan decisions are a bit harder for Bill. You don't have that one card. Obviously, there's some very powerful players in this Esper Goryos deck, but I don't think there's any like one card you would just snap keep based on itself. It's more like you're looking to see, do I have maybe a Atraxa and a Goryos, and now I just need a discard outlet, or do I have a Psychic Frog and some more card advantage to kind of do a fair start?
And there it is for Lucia. That's going to be our pre-game action. That's a Leyline of the Guild Pact.
Yeah, I don't know where this lies on the fair-unfair spectrum, but it is good. This is a great start, and when you're Bill, you sort of see that come down before the game begins. You have no chance to interact with this. You just have to kind of eat it for at least a couple of turns. I don't know how much you feel you can play through it, or whether now your heart's already sinking, but Lucia, again, that Pro Tour draws a little bit closer with playing that one permanent.
It's just on the horizon. Looks like we're fetching up a Watery Grave as well for Bill.
beautiful artwork on that. Great looking watery
Little
grave.
retro foil.
As that say, you know, at least you're looking good. You look good, you play good, you know. Bill definitely subscribing to that fact. But what can Bill do here? Obviously, the ley line itself is not a threat, but it implies that, say, a Scion of Draco is going to come down and be so souped up and really hard to interact with. So can you race these threats like we saw the Affinity deck try to do earlier today?
Main deck Thoughtseize here.
That's
for
one way to
Bill.
combat a threat, is Thoughtseize it before it gets into play. Always works well.
We've got 2 Leyline Bindings and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
So that's a really interesting key, right? Because you think of Leyline Guild Pact, Leyline of the Guild Pact, then you think, okay, Territorial Kavu, Scion of Draco. Nope, we've got a relatively fair hand, and Bill leaves the Leyline Bindings around, takes the sort of card selection engine in Fable. Don't disagree with that decision at all.
I think it's a really easy decision to take the Fable over either of the Leyline Bindings, just because the way that Bill plays, you're not going to have, you know, you're not going to worry about your threats until they're out. And at that point, Lucia has the ability to be a little bit more reactive.
I might be, you know, the person setting myself up here to be immediately called out as wrong, but yeah, it sort of feels like Esper Goryo's, despite having that really explosive Goryo's Vengeance package, it feels like a classic mid-range kind of deck, if not control. It can play such a strong fair game with Quantum Riddler and Ephemerate and just draw cards for days and days and days. And certainly against a deck with very powerful, cheap threats like Domain Zoo. You know, Zoo's right there in the name, so you know you're not the beatdown in this matchup. You're very content to take anything that accelerates your opponent and trust that, you know, those Leyline Bindings, they're not going to add up enough in the long term. So now both players just kind of taking a moment with their relatively slow starts on both sides.
And Thundering Falls going to be the grab for Lucia. And we're just fixing up life totals here as well, making sure that we're all clean and tidy.
Yeah, we do ask a little bit more, just a slight extra burden on our players if they can, you know, keep the light totals updated for you at home. But they are, of course, obliging. Thank you very much, players. And Bill updating his own life total down to 13 already. That happened fast for a matchup where there's no threats involved. Maybe, you know.
Look, the combination of Polluted Delta, Thoughtseize, Watery Grave, Hallowed Fountain, you know, shocking, fetching, Thoughtseizing you. We've not even had a combat step at this point yet.
Makes you wonder why we stopped playing Death Shadow, really. Like, at that point, just cycle a couple of straight raids and get on with it. But Bill, happy with the 75 that he's registered, none of which are Death Shadow. Fair enough in this current meta, so...
Back to Lucia, Arena of Glory as land for turn. Tap 2, and is this a Scion of Draco?
If it is, then that's a testament to the power of Surveil lands.
We're exerting the Arena of Glory as well to give the Scion of Draco haste.
So this is why the classic you can't Thoughtseize the top of the library, right? Like, you cast a Thoughtseize, you thought you did well to try and interact with this leyline plan, but your opponent simply peels a hasty, life-linking, etc. threat off the top, and Bill, in response, digs for better answers.
Yeah, and that's going to be a Faithful Mending. Really important here. It means this Scion of Draco is only hitting for 2, really. We're going to gain 2 life off of the Faithful Mending. We're going to draw 2 and discard 2. This is a moment where you are hoping beyond hope that we are putting an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand into the bin.
So obviously this Scion of Draco is a really nasty threat for any deck that can't kind of go over the top of it with combo. It flies, it has First Strike and Trample, it has Life Link, so, you know, it's hard to race, it's hard to block, it has Vigilance, so it's even hard to attack into. We did find out that there's ways to get around it. We saw not only the Shadow Spear interaction in the Affinity matchup, but also just removing the Leyline of the Guild Pact as kind of like a shortcut to suddenly making it a lot more vulnerable.
That'll be a Teferi, Time Raveler, and Thoughtseize discarded for Bill. What does that kind of tell us? You know, if you're discarding off of a Faithful Mending, a Teferi, and a Thoughtseize, what is that kind of telling you about Bill's hand?
Well, if we want to go with the kind of logic you've been espousing all day, which I do, by the way, that's not a call out. I mean, Teferi Time Raveler is a potential answer to a card like Leyline, right? It's almost one of the ideal answers. It's a great card to bounce because most of the time people aren't casting it for its mana cost, which is expensive. And it makes your opponent's creature, which you currently can't really target, much worse. So the fact that you're willing to forgo that card says that you probably have a better answer in hand, or you think that mana efficiency right now is at such a premium that you don't want to tap out for a 3-drop that sort of will bounce a thing, draw a card, and then die.
Meticulous Archive for Bill, and that surveils away a basic plains, not what we're looking for. And Flooded Strand for Lucia.
Yep.
And Scion of Draco in again.
Yeah, it's interesting. Bill, I mean, again, I'm not saying that Teferi would have been the best card you could have had in your hand in this whole deck, but the fact that you're willing to get rid of it makes me think, well, Bill's got to have something. Confidently goes to 7.
I have to imagine, because you would have expected the ideal discard is a Trax or a Grizzlebrand.
Yes.
And not discarding that means you didn't draw it and it's not in your hand.
So then if you don't have the combo, then the next best thing you can have is Answers. So the fact that you're discarding Answers and not the Reanimation package says you don't have the Reanimation cards and you do already have Answers. Bill still sitting on those if they are in hand. Lucia, obviously, we know is sitting on Answers, holding those leyline bindings, so Bill maybe, reluctant to run out of permanent for that reason, but
yeah,
at some point you have to do something. Sign of Draco is a sufficient clock. Lucia could fully just sit here and play control herself until Bill is forced to answer.
Lucia in a pretty dominant position at this point. Bill, unfortunately, at this point, hasn't been able to commit any, threats to the graveyard in this instance to be able to cheat out with that Goryo's Vengeance. Lucia sitting pretty, 26 playing 7 at this point.
Yeah, so speaking of, even with those Goryo's package now, right, like, the Grizzlebrand doesn't unfortunately do a lot because your opponent has leyline binding and you don't have enough life to pay for it. Atraxa would at least draw you more cards, even if it then gets exiled, so that would be good. But your options are rapidly kind of narrowing down as your life total drops, and Lucia are going to drop it a lot faster as we see that exerted land on tap, and like clockwork, here's another hasty threat.
Hasty Territorial Kavu, we're going to swing in with both. This is on the front facing. That is lethal for game.
And these are both hexproof as well?
These are both going to be First Strike, Vigilance, Lifelink, hexproof threats.
Scion of Draco is so nuts.
Yes, it's a tall order at this point.
Bill cracking a fetch. If you had anything in hand, if that Teferi discard wasn't a huge bluff, then you have to show it now. Lucia is like, I will see what answers you might be playing.
Sorry, I just saw it.
And we're just confirming that Pluto Delta is not actually exiled. It is still just in the graveyard.
So we're seeing there's Solitudes and Answers in Bill's deck. There's cards that, Solitude's not an answer right now as a removal spell, but at least theory a blocker, although the creatures have flying, so you really have a limited number of cards it could be here.
Meticulous Archive, land in response.
Fetching Surveil land in response to lethal attack is such a level of confidence, I suppose. You're fetching mana to play, so it's like, no, I just want to look at the top card of my library. I'm chilling.
And again, on its face, this is really threatening.
Yeah.
And resolving the Surveil for Bill, that is an Ephemerate.
Okay.
Because what I would have expected, here's what I'm thinking, right?
Sure.
You fetch the Surveil, you grab it, hopefully you Surveil an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand, and you're able to surprise block Goryo's in response to grab it out
you're
of
on the idea that there's been a Goryo's in hand this whole time and Bill is digging for a threat, which that's a good theory based on the information we and presumably Lucia have. Especially
with the Faithful Mending earlier.
Right.
I would have expected the whole time. The Goryo's is there. Bill sees the writing on the wall. That's a Kavu and a Dragon spelling game.
Yeah, I guess Bill just, and this is something that seems to be consistent, as we've seen a lot of this Esper Goryo's deck over the current constructed modern season, is that the deck does so many things on the face of it. You think, what an amazing deck. It's got the best of all worlds. It's got the interaction and card selection of a control deck. It's got the combo explosiveness. But having so many different things in your deck does mean that sometimes you draw a really awkward combination of cards. So yeah, you've got a Goryo's in hand, but no target. You've got draw and discard spells, but no answer somehow. And when your opponent makes it hard to answer their threats, you need really specific cards. Suddenly you're uptight.
Look, and I'm clearly eating my words. I felt like Esper Goryo's was in the best position, and Lucia squarely proved us wrong. Well, proved me wrong.
I think that maybe a single round of Magic, like one rep, may not be conclusive enough to say you were wrong, but there is egg on your face.
the match certainly went quick enough to make me feel like, okay, all right, so maybe it isn't all said and done for Zoo. So let's have a look at these sideboards. We are looking here at Bill's sideboard. We've got 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Wrath of the Skies, a Celestial Purge. There's a lot of one-ofs, a Nihil Spellbomb, Pest Control, Solitude, Subtlety, Surgical Extraction. What are you thinking?
Yeah, a lot of one-offs, and it makes sense to me, right? Again, you've got a lot of card draw in this deck, a lot of card selection, so you can afford to maybe dig to the outs. It's tough, though. Again, it's like I think the key card to remove is clearly that ley line. So cards like Celestial Purge that can come in and, oh, well, technically that's an all-colored permanent. I can get rid of that. That's nice to have. A lot of the other cards would struggle to answer that board that we had, but maybe if there's no Leyline Scion combo and the stuff doesn't have hexproof, then a lot more cards are live. So you could play optimistically there. You could also maybe look to try and beat some of these cards on the stack, bring in the counter magic, because otherwise it seems like maybe you don't have a great answer to Scion of Draco inherently. But you also might, again, I think sometimes the answer is just, well, I'll just get my plan off next time. That was a rough draw. I didn't have my pieces. Most of the time you'd expect to have found a Goryo's target with that many draws, so maybe you just run it back.
Surgical Extraction also looking pretty good as well.
Yeah. For the Flages that are running around, we didn't see
Look,
them
I
in
did
that
see.
matchup. But
All right, I'm sorry. I saw it in Lucia's hand. I saw the Flage. If the Kavu and the Scion didn't get through, the Flage certainly would have finished
I was clarifying
things
for the
off.
viewers, like, if it wasn't immediately obvious, this is a 4-Flage main board Domain Zoo deck. They mostly are. So they are definitely, there's at least one card you have to worry about in the graveyard. Meanwhile, over on Lucia's side, again, it's a similar, there's a lot of one-ofs, there's a lot of bullets that don't really hit a deck that's kind of as fair as Esper Goryo's. Obviously, there is a graveyard component, so you could choose to board in some number of stuff to hit that. I don't know what the, like, you would maybe know better than me as the format expert. How good is the graveyard hate against Esper Goryo's? How much do you weaken your own plan when they could just go, cool, I'm going to play Quantum Riddlers and beat you down?
Zoo definitely does not have the upper hand when it comes to dealing with the graveyard.
Right.
And you're going to be looking far more, you know, if I'm Lucia, I'm probably looking more at things like Consigned Memory, possibly even looking at the Ashiok. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty confident again, and maybe this is me being a little bit too cocky, a little bit too confident. I sometimes feel in these moments that, you know, that went to plan. I know exactly what I needed to do. I'm not going to tech too much.
Yeah, obviously the Thought Seize really kind of changed the maps on how Lucia's hand worked, but I think the fact that you're willing to snap keep a 7 that kind of has no immediate play and you're just like, I'll loot into action.
Well, and look, I have to imagine the snap keep had so much to do with that Leyline of the Guild Pact, which would immediately activate those Leyline bindings and would give you a really good reactive way to interact with, you know, when we've resolved an Atraxa off of a Goryo's Vengeance, usually the follow-up is an Ephemerate of some kind, and being able to reactively, okay, I will binding in response to the Ephemerate, that gives Lucia a really good opportunity to respond. So I'm definitely surprised, but I'm impressed with the keep and I'm impressed with the assessment.
I don't think, to be clear, I am not criticizing the keep. I think it was good. What I was going to say was, I think it shows how determining that leyline is in the matchup.
Yeah.
Like, it says to me, if I have a leyline and anything else, that hand is good. Because I wouldn't be surprised if some number of leyline bindings came out in this matchup, as it is good to have instant interaction for big creatures, but a lot of the threats in the Esper Goryo's deck replace themselves. Atraxa is way better than a cantrip. Quantum Riddler's a cantrip. There's a lot of cards where, you know, maybe you want them in for the Psychic Frogs, but it's generally not the best for one-for-one removal. You would rather just kind of go under them. So the fact that you're willing to keep a hand that is that dirtly, so long as it has the leyline binding, the leyline of the Guild Pact, tells you that almost any hand that has that is going to be good. And maybe you just want to protect that. So maybe you do bring in Mystical Disputes or something. And we saw how good the counter magic was for this Zoo deck when we last saw it on coverage. But only Lucia knows exactly how they're going to play this one.
All right, and we are shuffling up, presenting decks, going into Game 2 of Round 8 here at the Regional Championship 10 in Melbourne. There is a Worlds invite on the line. There are 10 Pro Tour invites and $15,000 US up for grabs. This is serious business. This is serious magic.
Exactly, and that Worlds invite obviously is a huge prize. We'll still have to, people have to come back tomorrow to play more for that, but for these two players, that Pro Tour invite and a share of the prize, that's on the line basically right now.
Top 8 is going to be really important. These two players as well at X1 and 1. There is a chance.
Yeah, Lucia is maybe one leyline of the Guild Pact away from continuing on her quest to get that Worlds invite. So, and, oh my God, there it is again.
I can see it. I can
right
see. I
there
saw
on top
it
of the
peeking
hand.
out. I saw it peeking out.
And there's a Scion as well.
Scion, 2 leyline bindings as well. Some lands. This feels good.
That might be the nuts. If there's lands in there, that might just be the nuts.
That feels very good to me. And that is a pregame action. Hello, here is my leyline of the Guild Pact.
It's so interesting because we've seen being on the play does matter a lot, especially in terms of being able to have interaction for some of these devastating turn 1 plays. But a turn 0 play is even better than that. And Lucia passes back to Bill just to fetch land very casually. Of course,
I saw Consigned Memory was the draw for Lucia, and I love that here because that Arid Mesa is also an island.
Yes, it is. It can. You might catch some people. I don't know if you catch someone this deep in a high-level tournament. I imagine Bill is live to that fact that it can tap for all colors of mana, but you know, it's also the end of a long day. Players have had grueling matches so far, and you're thinking about so many different things right now, especially already seeing that ley line come out before you can realistically do anything about it. So if you're Bill now, how do you unpick this puzzle? Like, you have to be able to remove that ley line, surely.
I think removing the ley line is going to be really key, or moving faster than the zoo. If you can avoid the Stampede, I think you're in a pretty good position. This Surveil here going to be really critical. If this is an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand and it hits the bin, that tells you a lot.
Oh, it's a land.
Otawara. Look, and that also, like, again, Magic is a game of information that still tells you something, that still tells you a lot about what is in his hand and what he's looking for.
It could unfortunately tell you that Bill does not have the answers he needs, and you're just trying to dig one card deeper.
Yeah.
Doesn't miss a land drop, so we probably could have surmised that either way, but Bill just holding up mana, so whatever Lucia's got to do, and we happen to know it's a Scion of Draco, Bill probably, you know, for Bill's sake, you hope that he's sitting on one of the 4 consigned memories out of the sideboard. But, you know, it could be, this could already be the pivotal turn of the game, which might sound unfair to some people. That's just modern, baby. Like, things come at you fast.
Thundering Falls for Lucia, surveilling away a Wooded Foothills, Doorkeeper Thrall, as well as the draw for this turn, Flooded Strand for your land, and that's a pass. That feels like a consigned stick. Or also flashing in Doorkeeper Thrall.
Flashing in Doorkeeper Thrall is really good in this matchup. We talked about how many of those threats from the Goryo's deck rely on ETB triggers to do this. Like Atraxa's trigger, surely one of the most valuable in the game. And it just shows Lucia's awareness of, like, as long as I have this ley line, I'm not in a rush. I'm not going to run Scion out into counter spells. I mean, we've seen that this deck, she could have sided in Mystical Disputes, right? So you're like, I'll wait until I have one more mana up. I'll just chill. You're under pressure, not me right now, Bill.
Especially when you're in that position of being up a game.
Yes.
You're feeling a little bit safer.
And you're on the draw, so I don't need to try and force it when my opponent has that kind of extra half a turn on me.
Shadowy Backstreet, surveilling away a Flooded Strand. That's a lot of lands in the graveyard.
Yeah, maybe it's all bluffs, but Bill does seem to be... These are the actions of a person who is digging.
Yes.
I will say.
He's got a shovel.
A person who's trying to see as many cards as they can.
Really, and this is what I'm going to say, I think turn 3 always feels very, very pivotal. The things that you do or do not do on turn 3 tend to determine the direction a game goes, and that's going to be a Doorkeeper Throw flashed in for Lucia, pass back, and I believe that's a Clarion Conqueror off the top. So we are doing everything in our power. You know, we're seeing that sideboard piece come in. I would like you to not activate abilities.
I said with the Doorkeeper Thrall, right, we have the Atraxa turned off. What's the other target in the deck is Grizzlebrand, and that would be turned off by Clarion Conqueror. But we'll take a brief detour from playing, you know, defensive cards, and we're going to test Bill's interaction here. How do you like Scion?
Yeah, we are going to start, because, and again, as well, what's really important, now these the Doorkeeper Thrall and the Scion of Draco both flying.
Okay.
First strike,
So
trample, vigilance, lifelink. Would you like me to keep going?
Every time. Just read it out. It's like a mantra at this point. But, okay, I'm not going to start pronouncing Doom too quickly. It feels to me, if you're in Bill's seat, and Bill's playing it super cool, chill customer, if you have something that can stop this Scion hitting the battlefield, you do it, right? Like, is there a situation where you're sandbagging answers after what happened in game 1 where it kind of just straightforwardly ran you over? Now everything's hexproof. Now it gets a lot harder.
Again, I'm going to try and telegraph the read here of, you know, if we can surveil a threat into the bin and we can pop that bad boy out as a surprise, I think that would be a really interesting defensive way to play a deck like Goryo's.
We are all sitting here having such a great time speculating on what could be in Bill Mladenovsky's
And we're about to find out.
We are about to find out. That's still not a Goryo's target.
It does have flashback. Faithful Mending does have flashback, so it's not unusable in the graveyard. It's just a little bit less useful than, say, an Atraxa.
But even if there is an Atraxa, right now that Atraxa is a big flying blocker. It's a dork with a bunch of keywords. And crucially, I believe we saw in Lucia's opening, right, there was a Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
Which is castable off 1 white, which that, you know, despite its appearances, that blue-red looking land does tap for.
All of my lands tap for any color that I want.
So Bill's outs are more limited than it might appear.
Sorry, 13.
Does at least have a couple of turns of life to work with, but...
Very confused about how we're getting that.
Flooded Strand, cracking. Again, I have to say, if we grab another Surveil land, we are still continuing to dig.
Well, I think I saw the Celestial Flare in there and some Consign. So Bill has gone up on answers. Bill is trying right now.
Breeding Pool is the get.
The one-off Breeding Pool. Okay.
That is a get that says to me, I'd like to hard cast Atraxa later in this game.
Yeah, so maybe actually that Faithful Mending in the graveyard is not so bad if you do have the Atraxa to hand. I mean, we mentioned it's not the best timing for an Atraxa right now, but she's still a pretty good card.
And that's a prismatic ending, and that's the other reason you grab it, because that is 4 colors.
It's not the main reason you play that land, but considering that this is a 4-mana permanent and Goblin Char Belcher, another very relevant 4-mana permanent, you don't mind having a 4th color of mana when you want it for prismatic ending. So huge pull for Bill, and as I'm so glad when it does, I don't sound dumb on commentary. Turns out removing that is the key to the game.
Now, interestingly, I did see in Lucia's hand, there is another Leyline of the Guild Pact.
Okay, but this at least buys you a turn, right? It costs 4 mana to run that one out if you have all the colors, which...
It does indeed. We'll need to crack that fetch before we cast this Clarion Conqueror.
That was what I was about to say. You've got to remember.
Without the Leyline...
Yeah, it's one of those things where you go, oh, okay, I suddenly have to care about my mana again. I'm turning that part of my brain on and off. And you've had like a ley line in place since the start of the game. You're thinking about everything but, and you look, okay, I got a blue-white land, a black-white land, and a red-blue land.
But unfortunately, once your Leyline of the Guild Pact goes away, unfortunately that Flooded Strand doesn't actually tap for mana.
Yeah, you have. It's not that you can't go and get a land that will cast the Clarion Conqueror. That's not an issue. But you do need to actually declare the land and then go and get it out of your deck and then keep playing.
We need to do that before we cast the Conqueror.
That's all right. The judges
so
are looking at it now.
We're quickly going to fix that with the judges. I still really do favor Lucia's position here.
Hard not to, right? Like, okay, we lost our ley line, but now we already have so much momentum. We have 3 creatures in play, 2 of which are decent-sized bodies. Bill's on 8 life. Bill has to not just have that one answer, Bill now has to have several more answers. I'm thinking maybe the best thing Bill could have here is you are now, with the Doorkeeper Thrall, you can't like solitude things out of the way, but at least without the keywords, if you manage to say get a solitude into play, maybe by evoking and then ephemerating, it can block. You can block the creatures, you can deal combat damage to them, you can lifelink. It's possible to fight back.
Look at the Clarion Conqueror as well, as you know, as long as this gets resolved. That's going to be really difficult because now your Grizzlebrand is just a really cool giant demon.
At least it's a giant life-linking flying blocker. Again, even if they're just big, dumb French vanilla creatures, they are very big French vanilla creatures.
Big enough to block a Doorkeeper Thrall and a Scion of Draco.
I reckon Grizzlebrand in a fight would take Doorkeeper Thrall. I would have money on the Grizzlebrand. I'm not a, I don't normally speculate on this kind of thing, but...
Well, now this is a great moment to shout out to our beloved Commander players. If you've ever, wanted to play Grizzlebrand and you felt really sad that Grizzlebrand is banned in Commander and all you want to do is play a giant flying lifelink, Demon 7/7, and you would love to pay 7 life and draw 7 cards, come play Modern.
The Forbidden Treasures are all open to you here. You can play Grizzlebrand. You can play Primeval Titan. You can play a convincing facsimile of Recurring Nightmare in whatever that energy card's called. You can play Mass Land Destruction and not be socially reviled for it.
It's actually so okay. Just come play Modern. Come play constructed formats.
Yeah, get that Restore Balance bug out of your system. Okay.
We're going to rewind a little bit here. We are going to properly resolve the Flooded Strand fetch. We're going to go get something, and then we'll cast the Clarion Conqueror.
I like this. While we're talking about like the simple virtues that sometimes get overlooked at the competitive scene, I think that the idea of a competitive match and the idea of judges does scare some segment of the player base, but this just goes to show it's not, calling a judge is not like something that's going to shut down your fun for the match. It's not about getting your opponent disqualified. And wherever possible, the judge is going to be like, okay, we all knew what you were trying to do there. Let's just crack that fetch, and then you can go on and play the dragon, right? Just let's do things by the book.
Judges are your friends.
Exactly, especially like you would hate for something to go more wrong deeper in this match if you were allowed to keep playing past that point when there's so much on the line. Lucia simply resolves the Conqueror again.
We've got a Temple Garden off of that Flooded Strand, and that can, in fact, tap for mana.
Yeah, and it's a really good reminder, like, oh yeah, I should make sure I get all my colors out. I might need those if I'm going to cast another ley line next turn.
Yeah. And that is something Bill does not know is potentially on the horizon. I'm 50-50 on whether or not, casting it again. I think it's pretty up.
It really, I guess it depends whether you think Bill can present a blocker. Because, obviously the hexproof is good, but until Bill has a window now, right? If he has removal, I'm sure he's not holding off on it. So it really depends, how much do you value everything being flying, vigilance, lifelink, trample?
Yeah, and it's also going to be how much do you value your combo over your opponent's combo.
If I had interaction, as much as I hesitate to give advice to players in the feature match area, I reckon I'd be on my interaction, but maybe that's just me being really defensive and conservative.
We are flashing back this Faithful Mending that was in the graveyard from earlier. That is a Goryo's Vengeance and a Polluted Delta into the bin. That, to me, again, that says Goryo's Vengeance in hand already.
Goryo's Vengeance in hand, and where is this Atraxa? Come on, I'm really banking on you to show up for me anytime now.
What's happening? Where are our legendary creatures?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're legends, right? They can only be in one place at a time, and they seem to not be in Bill's hand, or at the very least, they're not in Bill's graveyard, which is unfortunate given the namesake card of the deck.
Back to Lucia, and that's going to be draw for turn. And that's, I believe, another Scion of Draco. I think that's the special art version, if my peak is to be believed.
One of those mixed art players. Ooh. Okay, so we're saying Scion of Draco tap to attack. New things all the time.
Yeah, believe it or not, now that this creature is not every single color, it just is a 4/4 flying dragon.
Yeah.
I also really like the tempo here of attacking before making any additional plays, whether that be casting the Leyline of the Guild Pact or putting another Scion out. I like the tempo of, I'm going to attack you first, rather than give Bill a chance to respond, potentially interact, just push the damage through first.
Yeah. It's also really interesting to see Lucia not, I mean, I guess not respecting the 2-mana open isn't really the word for it, because you do have the Doorkeeper Thrall protecting you from the worst of different ETBs, but you're still, even without those keywords that you got, you lose most of them when you lose the Leyline. We're still not afraid to go to combat in the face of a deck that has plenty of flash creature plays, but it just goes to show Lucia's in such a confident position, a game up, a bunch of life up, that it's no, I'm going to make you have it. Sometimes you just have to say, maybe they've dud drawed, maybe the whole hand is bricks, who knows?
Yeah, we've passed back to Bill, and we know that one of the cards in Lucia's hand is Consigned to Memory, and that could be really impactful here.
Between Consigned to Memory and if we were correct earlier, and there is a Leyline binding there as well, it seems like Lucia is literally and figuratively holding all the cards. You've got a bunch of untapped mana, and this is, yeah, Bill.
That's the handshake.
That's such an unfortunate, win and in round, Bill. We barely got to even see what was available for Bill, and I think Bill's saying basically that right now. But hey, a win is a win, and Lucia is going to be going home smiling, I'm sure.
Oh,
that should be exiled. This is your...
This should be exiled.
Okay, this is...
Oh, I've forgotten to exile it, but I knew it was exiled. Otherwise, I've just conceded knowing. Otherwise, I would have done.
That is a huge congratulations to Lucia Clark, and I believe that'll get her into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, if you think, I don't know the actual technical names of them, but the tragedy and comedy masks, the sort of pair.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's got to be the magic version of that diptych there. On the one hand, you have Lucia sitting there, just beaming, so happy. I've played such a great day of Magic. I qualified to this event. I crushed this event. My deck is great. I'm going to the top 8, maybe. I'm going to the Pro Tour, maybe. This is feeling fantastic. On the other side, you have Bill, granted, not projecting negative emotions towards the opponent, which I respect the sportsmanship so much. But just, you have to turn around at those games. You have to tell someone. You have to stare into the camera on the office and go, do you see all these lands on top of my library? What is going on? I get all the way to this win and in, and then my deck goes bad on me? Come on.
Look, and I will say, I ate my words. I said this was the Esper Goryo's match. It was Domain Zoo.
Yeah, exactly. Turns out Domain Zoo wins the Zoo versus Lands matchup all the time in Modern, all the time.
Amazing. Well, that was round 8. Here at Regional Championship 10 in Melbourne. We'll be back soon with your top 8 standings.
Can't wait.
Went into overdrive, flying through them red lights. Been about this life like I'm writing my story, picking up where I left off like the people before me. The cycle never ends, my journey about to begin. They already know my name, but I'm only settling in. A breath of fresh air is all that I need. Trying to unlock potential, I'm on the search for the keys. Inner peace is what keeps my chakra flowing. Meditate in the avatar state and seize the moment. Slay omens, we only bring good vibes. When you lost in the dark, good music guides. Reach inside, bring your whole soul alive. Fuel the fire, make some noise if you inspired.
Here at Regional Championship 10 in Melbourne, Australia. We are done with the Swiss. That means top 8 cut has just happened and we have the results in. The players in the hall just heard about it. It was great. Lots of round of applause. Everyone very happy, of course, maybe except for those on the wrong side of the bubble. But just for those of you at home, let's give you a quick peek at who you'll be seeing tomorrow when we come back with the top 8. Kira, who do we have in our top 8?
All right, for your top 8, we have Jin Hao Yang, we have Max Oath Ott, we've got James Drake, Matthew DeWitt, Christopher Tong, Nicholas Talbot, Adam Kinnaird, and Nick Chow for your top 8 tomorrow. And do you have the decks down?
Yeah, I do. It's we started out with a really varied metagame today with 200 plus players in the room, and we've narrowed that down to a pretty varied top 8. We've got 2 Boros players, 2 Affinity players, Ruby Storm, Brood-Scale, Goryo's Vengeance, and Is It Prowess as the top deck. So actually a pretty representative mix in the meta, I'd say.
A little bit of everything.
The Amulet Titan players unfortunately couldn't make the cut, but with so many decks in the room, there's only so many players who can make top 8. And also, not in the top 8, but I do want to give a special shout out to Justin Chung and JVDH, who made the last 2 Pro Tour spots. Those 9th and 10th places at this tournament, still very meaningful. They will be going on, of course, to represent the region on the biggest stage, so congratulations to them. But those 8 players you read out, Kira, we'll be back here with them tomorrow as they duke it out for the world spot and, of course, a greater share of the final prize pool.
All right, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.